Hey dudes, today we're talking about Fallen Empires, one of the more controversial sets I've talked about. A lot of people think this set sucks. A lot of people think this set is great. And I guess some people are like in the middle or whatever. But yeah, Fallen Empires. I've talked a bit about the actual print issues with this set in this video here. You should check that out if you haven't seen it. It's only 16 minutes and, in my opinion, my best work. That being said, today we're talking about the cards themselves. And this one is going to be a little bit different than previous set reviews because somebody recently asked me to spend some time talking about how cards were played back in the day instead of just looking at them from the neat and sanitized view of Limited. I did do that, but first I want to talk about why that's really hard to do. These sets are old as hell, and this was back before the internet was incredibly common. These days, it kind of boils down to what's winning the most on Arena, and so many matches happen, and these cards get filtered through what's effectively machine learning, just based on the sheer amount of people playing and how often they're playing. Back in the day, it was more about vibes, and every playgroup was a little different, from having different rules, different ban lists, and just whatever they wanted to play. It was far more like sealed and kitchen table than it is these days. So it's really hard to look at what cards were considered good, other than like the incredibly obvious ones that you still hear people talk about. So with that said, I'm going to take a moment to talk about what my goal here is. I constantly get people telling me that people didn't play Limited back in the day, and Limited wasn't like it was today, and frankly, it gets a little old. I spend a lot of time reading shit like The Duelist and Scry and Inquest, and even dig up old Usenet posts. I fucking know people didn't play Limited like they do today, but also you don't know what you're talking about because Limited did exist from the very beginning. I don't really want to get too deep into this, but Mirage is often cited as the first set to be designed around Limited, but development for this set started in 92. And if you don't know why that's relevant, you probably don't know enough to be commenting on how often Limited got played. Alpha was also playtested extensively and mostly with a limited format because they expected players to just have a small collection of basically random cards. Sounds like fucking Limited to me. All this to say that this isn't even the fucking point. I don't make these videos and talk about how good these cards would or wouldn't be in a limited environment because that's how people played at the time, but because people have talked about all these cards to death and nobody really talks about them from a set cube or draft point of view. It's also just far easier to test how these cards function against each other in that limited environment than it is to test how these cards function against every other card that exists. So the amount of research and testing I have to do is far limited, within limited. Okay, I'm kind of losing the plot here. None of this really matters, but the point is, I put a lot of work into making sure the things I say have some level of basis in fact. Also, I will be actually talking about how these cards were actually played back in the day. Asterisk. I reached out on my Discord, link in the description by the way, and also here on YouTube, and also in the old school Magic subreddit. And the response I got was amazing, almost too much. I had to go through and read so many fucking comments, and it was great and amazing, and I genuinely appreciate everyone who took the time to share their life experiences with me. However, most of it kind of just boiled down to him to Tourach good. But it was still great. And I did get some genuinely interesting insights and strategies that I would have never considered. So I will be talking about what I found out when it's relevant. Anyway, thank you to everyone who responded and shared their life experiences with me, and sorry if I poked fun at you a little bit here. I do genuinely appreciate it. So with all that out of the way, let's talk about Fallen Empires. Alright, so I generally don't go too deep into the lore on these, and I'm not going to go too deep into the lore here, but I am going to briefly discuss it. Fallen Empires takes place after Urza blew up the Silex and clouded out the sun, but before the Ice Age fully hit and covered all of Dominaria in ice. So this takes place roughly around the same time that the Dark took place in, maybe a little bit before, probably a little bit after. I didn't look it up because it doesn't fucking matter. What does matter in this set is that each color is currently going through an internal conflict. Some of these are self-inflicted, like the elves learning to grow mushroom people so that they have something to eat, then the mushroom people or thalids, deciding that they didn't want to be eaten. So there's a fight because of that. The same can be said for the Order of the Ebon Hand, a group of mostly humans that are like evil, I guess. Anyway, the Order of the Ebon Hand was in a conflict with the white mana aligned people, and to help them win, they mixed alchemy with necromancy to create the Thralls, which, big shocker, eventually turned on their masters. So that is another internal conflict that is basically entirely responsible by the people involved. The white mana aligned groups had its own struggle, and I'm not sure I would call it self-inflicted, but basically a fundamentalist or nationalistic cult rose up, and then they fought with the people that thought that was pretty cringe. White was also dealing with raiding from the orcs and the goblins, who were also slaughtering the dwarves. So the red color conflict is goblins versus dwarves. That one is kind of just racism, so it's not really a done to themselves kind of situation, but that's what that situation is. And the last conflict takes place under the sea. As the water got colder because of the whole, sun getting blotted out thing, the merfolk in the region found that their territory was being overrun by weird crab people called homerids. And they didn't get along with each other. And so the merfolk and the homerids are fighting each other. And these internal conflicts are why most of the colors have two creature types that, make up most of the creatures. But that's pretty much all the details I'm going to be going over for the lore of the set. It's actually pretty interesting, but that's not what this video is about. What this video is about is the cards themselves, so we just have to go over the Collation quickly, and then we can talk about each individual card. The Collation will be especially useful to you if you are considering making a set cube of this set, which you can probably do because this set is fucking dirt cheap compared to all the other sets around it. So there is that. If you do want more information about what I'm about to say, you can go look at it yourself through the Collation project. Their information will be down in the description for your convenience. So Fallen Empires was sold in 8 card packs, like the rest of the small sets at the time. There are 102 cards, or 187 if you consider each art a different card. This set was printed on 2 sheets, an uncommon sheet and a common sheet. Each pack got 2 cards from the uncommon sheet, and 6 cards from the common sheet. The common sheet has cards appearing on it either 3 times or 4 times, with a single card appearing once, Delif's Cone. That specific card appears in the common slot, but has a rarity of around a card that appears on the uncommon sheet 3 times. The common sheet has different art for each spot on the sheet, so if a card appears on the sheet 4 times, then there are 4 artworks for it, and if it appears 3 times, there are 3 pieces of art for it. The uncommon sheet is logically broken up in a very similar way, having U1, U2, and U3 rarity, with the number expressing how many times the card appears on the sheet. You can think of the U1s as the rares of the set, and the U2 and U3s as being uncommons that appear at slightly different rates. Which is also true of the C3s and the C4s from the common sheet. That's really all I have to say on the Collation, so if you want more information, the Collation project is linked in the description, as I've said. But without further ado, let's talk about the Fallen Empires and the cards that make up the set. Okay, so before we get too deep into this, many of the cards have up to 4 different artworks, and so how we'll tackle this is I will talk about the card and how good it is in Limited, how it was potentially used in various metas at the time, and pretty much anything else that I want to say about the card from a mechanical aspect. And then after that, we will discuss the flavor text, the artist, and the art of each of the various versions. So, I guess without further ado, we will get started. So first up we have Combat Medic. Combat Medic costs 2 and a white. It is a summon soldier or a human cleric soldier, depending on if you're using errata or not. And you can pay 1 and a white to prevent 1 damage to any player or creature, or any target, if you're playing with planeswalkers, I guess. And maybe battles? I don't know anything about those. Anyway, so this card is basically just an alternative version of Samite Healer. It has some upside in that you don't need to tap it, so you can activate this multiple times per turn if you need to, but it does require 2 mana to activate, whereas Samite Healer doesn't. So it's not strictly better, it's not strictly worse, it has upside and downside depending on the situation. It does cost more to cast, and again, you do have to pay the mana, which can be quite taxing. As for how this was played back in the day, I have no idea if it even was played. As far as I remember, nobody out of the over 100 comments I got about this set had anything to say about Combat Medic, which doesn't surprise me because it's not all that impressive. I would assume it probably didn't see much play, but I don't know. As for Unlimited, it's fine, I guess. It's not great. I definitely wouldn't jump on having this card. There's definitely situations where it's useful, especially with some of the damage spells in the set that we'll talk about later. And if you were playing a low enough power constructed, this could do some decent stuff. It's really not that impressive of a card, which, spoiler, is something I'll probably say a lot. But yeah, I don't actually have too much to say about this. It's basically just an alternative version of Samite Healer. It does have 4 different arts, though, so we get to talk about that. This one that we're looking at now was illustrated by Edward P. Beard Jr., and it has some flavor text. Although Acacia's combat medics borrowed much of their knowledge from other societies, their skills were their own. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 6. How fascinating. This art is okay. It's okay. This one doesn't really speak to me personally. It's well done, and the shading is great, but kind of just feels like typical magic art in a time when magic art was anything but typical. So I don't really have too much to say about it positively. And next we have this art of Combat Medic. This was done by Susan Van Camp, and we have entered her kind of fucking weird phase. She does this thing where she puts faces in the art, and I don't understand it. It's fine. She's a relatively talented artist. Her stuff is pretty corny, in my opinion. I like her early work in the sets done before, but as Magic goes on, I like her stuff less and less. Some of it is really fucking funny, though, but not really in a way that I think she intended. This one is just kind of not great, in my opinion. But we do have some more flavor text. We'd no sooner knock 'em back on their heels than that accursed Sawbones would show up and patch 'em back together again. Irva Jones' daughter. So that's neat and interesting. Not really too much else to say about this one, though. I'm not a particular fan of this one, but it's not like it's awful or anything. And look at this, another combat medic art. This one is by Anson Maddox, and I'm a big fan of Anson's work. He's one of the original 25 and very, very good art as far as I'm concerned. This isn't one of my favorite pieces, but it is really funny and interesting. To go off on a little bit of a side tangent here, if you're not familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh, there is a card called, what's the card called? Injection Fairy Lily. Super good card back in the day, by the way. But the original art of it kind of violates the Geneva Convention because they use the cross on it in a way that doesn't really, that cross is specifically only to be used by medical staff and stuff like that. You're kind of not allowed to, and I don't know if it was actually an issue, but they did change it in the American version, and I believe the Japanese version changed it too. They took off the little cross thing and made it hearts. And honestly, the new version is kind of better. But it's really interesting here. They use this 3-prong kind of like, hey, it's a medical symbol, but it's not the medical symbol, right? So that's pretty interesting. And really funny. Not that that has anything to do with Fallen Empires, but I just think it's funny. This came out earlier. Yu-Gi-Oh didn't even exist when this came out, and they did not make that mistake here, which very funny to me. Um, Anyways, without combat medics, Acacia would probably not have withstood the forces of chaos as long as it did in Sarpadian Empires, Volume 6. Overall, the art's pretty cool on this one. Like I said, it's far from my favorite Ants and Maddock piece, but it's totally fine. And then our final piece of art for Combat Medic was illustrated by Liz Danforth. This piece is pretty sweet. Liz Danforth's art isn't something that I super associate with Magic. She's not one of my favorite artists, but I don't have an issue with her stuff. And this art is pretty sweet. It's super well done, very not, I wouldn't say gruesome, but it does have some blood there. The magic lines are great. The shading is fantastic, and the ruffles on the clothing is probably a bit too intense, but it's fine, right? Like, art is subjective, and if you don't like it, you have three other choices, so the art on these cards kind of matters less than it does on any set before it, which is kind of interesting, because the art is generally really good. A lot of the artists started to become very, very talented by this point. But we, once again, have some flavor text. Time enough to become a medic once you're hurt too badly to fight. For now, Acacia needs your strength more than your compassion. Lydia Winforth, Mayor of Trocaire. How very cool. Very cool indeed. Oh yeah, and I haven't really said this, but it's probably goes without saying, but this is a common, which you can tell because it appears on the common sheet 4 fucking times. But yeah. Next we have Farrell's Mantle. This is another card that costs 2 and a white. This one is an enchant creature or an enchantment aura these days. The text box says, if target creature attacks and is not blocked, it may deal X plus 2 damage to any other target creature where X is the power of the creature Farrell's Mantle enchants. If it does so, it deals no damage to opponent this turn. Farrell's Mantle is an uncommon, and there is only one printing of it. It was illustrated by Anthony S. Waters. So this card is pretty useful, actually, against creatures that would never consider blocking anything that could destroy them, such as Prodigal Sorcerer or Hypnotic Spectre. However, it does kind of have the downside of not being a fast effect. Like, you can't play this after you've already declared attackers, so your opponent will see it coming, and anything they can see coming is a little bit worse because of that. The only time it's not is if they can't do anything about it. But if the creature they were going to block with is killed either way, it kind of is a moot point. Like Combat Medic, I don't really have any insight on how often this was played back in the day. When everyone responded, I don't think a single person mentioned this card, but that makes sense because it does kind of suck. It definitely has some niche uses, but for what you're getting, the mana cost is a little too high. I don't know that I would ever consider actually running this. Especially not when you could, like, use the Swords to Plowshare or something. Part of the issue with Magic at this point is that Alpha released Swords to Plowshare, Terror, Lightning Bolt, all kinds of things that are just more efficient, and pretty much anything just gets blown the hell up all the time, constantly, in these earlier sets and earlier forms of Magic. And so because of that, something like this is kind of niche, but it is interesting, and to say it's useless is probably a little bit too much. Still, it's not really that impressive, and there really isn't too much to say about this card. It was illustrated by Anthony S. Waters, and the art is pretty sweet. It's definitely not my favorite, but there are some interesting details in it, which is pretty cool. Still, the art doesn't really connect with what the card is doing, at least not in a obvious way. Like, I mean, obviously he's got a cloak around him, which is a mantle, so it's not to say the artwork has nothing to do with what the card does, it just doesn't really connect fully, if you get my drift. Next we have Feral Zealot, which is pretty fucking similar to Farrell's mantle. Which makes sense, right? They both belong to Farrell, I guess. Whoever the fuck that is. Anyways, this also costs 3 mana, but it costs 1 and 2 white mana, which does make it harder to cast. You need to be further in white to be able to cast this on curve and stuff like that. It is a common, and the text box says, if Farrell's Zealot attacks and is not blocked, you may choose to have it deal 3 damage to target creature. If you do so, it deals no damage to opponent this turn. So, very, very similar to Mantle. It does technically deal less damage than Mantle would, because if Mantle is attached to a 2/2, it would deal 5 damage, or 4 damage, sorry. And this will only deal 3, but it's kind of not super relevant. This is more mana efficient since it's attached to a creature already. It's 1 card instead of 2. If it gets blown up, you're only out 1 card, and it only costs 3 mana, not 3 mana plus whatever the creature cost. The major downside to this compared to Mantle is that your opponent does have a turn to prepare for it, since Summoning Sickness. So you cast this and they know it's coming next turn, whereas with the Mantle, you could play it before declaring attackers, and then attack with it that turn, giving them a much smaller window to do something about it, if they want to. But otherwise, they're fairly the same as far as value. This is another one that nobody mentioned when I talked to people about how they used to play Fallen Empires cards. So I would assume that it never really had much of an impact, and people never really thought that it would have much of an impact. I can't really say that I think this was underrated, because it does kind of just suck. It's not the worst thing in the world, and it does have the, useful niche of being able to hit things that you would never block, but again, targeted removal exists and is quite efficient at this time, so it's kind of solving a problem that's not a problem, and in fact the opposite of a problem, or rather the problem is the opposite effect, that there's too much efficient removal and everything just gets blown to fuck. This does have some flavor text. At the fall of Tourach, Farrell and his followers formally broke their ties with the rest of Acacia. So that's interesting. Got some nice world building there. This one was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, and I like Melissa's work. It's a little different than most, which is not a bad thing in my opinion. Not particularly beholden to this card, but it is pretty interesting. It's nice to look at. Like, the dude just has 10,000 knives in, like, the worst possible way. Like, how does he not, like, fucking cut a major artery every time he walks? Who's to say? But, yeah, the card's fine. It's nothing special. Not something I would be excited about, and doesn't particularly have a place. In Limited, this is probably a little bit better, because removal is pretty tight in this set, and there is a lot of creatures in this set. So if you are, for some reason, playing a Limited of this set, you will definitely see a bunch of creatures, and so this is both a little bit more valuable, because some of those creatures you probably don't want to block with, but also less valuable, because they will probably always have chump blocks. So I don't know when this would ever actually be relevant, but yeah, that's all I really have to say on the card, other than the art. So let's move on to the next art piece and talk about that. Okay, so this one was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson, and it has some flavor text here we'll go over quick. Farrell and his followers became a formidable band of vigilantes, battling Acacians and followers of Tourach. Ah, a war of multiple fronts. That's always a great idea. This art is pretty solid. It's got a very watercolor vibe to me, and I really like cards that have that. It's almost like if you took Drew Tucker's style and, up the contrast and the sharpness on it a little bit and made it less wild. I guess I don't know how to say it, but it gives me kind of slight Drew Tucker vibes, but with more like details and less mystique, I guess. I don't know what I'm trying to say. You'll get what I'm seeing if you don't remember Drew's work when I show some of it. And the final art for Feral Zealot, because there's only 3 of this particular card, was illustrated by Edward P. Beard Jr. And once again, there's flavor text. Feral, a former priest, believed Acacia was far too complacent towards the Order of the Ebon Hand. So that's neat. We have a little bit more background on what the hell is going on and the conflict within the white color. Apparently, Feral's a zealot himself, very zealous person. You know, ties with the whole zealot thing going on. But that's some nice world building. This art is pretty awesome. I really like this piece. Very, very cool. The detailing is nice. It kind of gives me Douglas Schuler vibes with this jawline and just the particular shading. I don't know. I like it. I like it a lot. But I also wouldn't say it's one of my favorite pieces of magic art either. A lot of people really love the art of this set, and I can see why. A lot of it's very good, but it doesn't quite hit as hard for me as like stuff in Alpha and Antiquities and stuff like that. It's almost a little too professional for my taste, but that's hardly a reasonable complaint. Anyways, that's Feral Zealot, so let's move on. Okay, so next we have Feralite Priest, which also costs 3 mana. So every fucking card in this set costs 3 mana. Anyways, this is another 1 and 2 whites. So like before, harder to cast than 2 and a white, but not super unreasonable. This is a summon cleric, or a human cleric these days. It is an uncommon, and the text is you can pay a generic to add white to your mana pool. Play this ability as an interrupt. If more than 3 is spent in this way during 1 turn, bury Feralite Priest at end of turn. And then there is some flavor text here. Although their methods were often brutal, Feral's followers believed in the preservation of justice and virtue. So this card is interesting. This effect is actually pretty fucking good in the right situations. However, at the time, there really are no situations where you would use this. Quick spoiler, there is a black version of this card as well, and that one is significantly better because Drain Life exists, which requires you to dump black mana into it, and this would act as a filter, allowing you for giant Drain Life. White doesn't really have anything like that, and there also aren't any cards that require more than 2 of a specific color in this set. So since you already require the 2 white mana to even cast this, it's not like it's particularly great at helping you fix your colors. To some extent, for sure, right? In case you want to, like, use 3 white pips to cast 2 white spells in a turn. So it's not to say there are 0 uses for a card like this, but it's not really in high demand. I suppose in, like, a 2-color draft deck, this does have some potential to be useful for that, but like I said, in this set there are no more than 2 color pips max, so I really don't think you're going to find yourself in much situations where the value you get from this is worth the cost of actually casting it, because it costs you 3 mana, right? So, like, if you're not getting a lot of value from this, it's kind of just worthless. Like, I wouldn't say this is a bad card, especially nowadays. Like, this probably rips in Commander if you have a use for that much white mana. I can't actually think of something you would use that much white mana for, but I'm sure it exists. But at the time, there just really isn't a use for this. It is really interesting, and like I said, the effect is good. It's just, what do you do with it? I do very much enjoy the art, though. This was illustrated by Phil Foglio, who is probably my favorite artist. He's definitely up there. He has just such a unique style that I very much enjoy. And this is just hilarious to me. With this fucking big old goblin-like creature on his hands and knees begging. I don't know. He just has a way of bringing fun to magic art, and I really appreciate that. As far as how people played this back in the day, they probably didn't. This is another one that nobody fucking mentioned. So, yeah. But at least this card has a use. Not at the time, right? Like, this is a little ahead of its time as far as, like, what you could do with it, but it certainly is interesting. Then we have Hand of Justice, our first rare that we're talking about. Hand of Justice costs 5 and a white for 6 mana total, and it is an Avatar. It is a 2/6. I haven't really been talking about the power of these cards. Oops, sorry about that. It hasn't been relevant with any of the cards we've been talking about. The biggest thing was a 1/3, and that was the filter card. So it wasn't relevant. This is pretty big though. It's a 2/6, which is an interesting stat line. It's certainly not the greatest of stat lines, but you likely aren't attacking with this too often either. And it can block for you, which is nice. You can tap it and tap 3 target white creatures you control to destroy any target creature. That is interesting. That is almost a good ability. You have to tap 4 creatures in order to destroy something, so you do kind of have to defenses down to do it. Of course, you can always do this after they declare attackers, or after their attack step if they didn't declare attackers. So you do have some versatility in like when you use this, but it is still kind of a tall ask to blow something up, at least in my opinion. Granted, there's no Swords to Plowshare in this set, so it's not like it's overshadowed in the same set. Oh yeah, let's talk about the flavor text. The hand of justice will come to cleanse the world if we are true. Oliver Farrell. Interesting stuff. So I would personally say I think this card kind of sucks. It's perfectly acceptable and limited, especially, really the only strategy of deck you're building in this limited is weenies, and you can do that in white. Big shocker. And if you do that in white, you can play this and you can blow up their key game pieces if they have any of those. Yeah, I'm not sold on this one. I think it is not great. However, back in the day, this card was apparently a bit of a chase card. I had from multiple different sources tell me that this was one of the hot picks. Obviously, it was no fucking Hymn to Tourach, right? Or Order of the Ebon Hand or whatever, but this was considered pretty fucking good back in the day, or at least desirable, since it was a rare and therefore harder to get a hold of, right? Like, which I guess makes sense. It kind of seems like it was just fucking gaslighting people, because there's like, oh, look at this, a Fallen Empire card you never saw, because your fucking pack was 3 Thalids and a fucking couple Fairlight things. But the ability is at least useful. It's overcosted, but it is useful. This is something that can help you move your game plan forward. And on top of that, the art is pretty fucking cool. This is another one done by Melissa A. Benson, and I really like this piece. Dude has a fucking wicked stash and very fancy clothing. The art is really well done. I like this piece. But yeah, that's really all I have to say about it. It's kind of unimpressive. It'd be fine in limited, maybe. Part of me thinks that like it wouldn't actually be that great. You could blow up their key game pieces and stuff, I suppose, but it's still gonna come down to decking, I think. You're both just gonna have like 800 fucking 1/1 tokens. So yeah, not much else to say about it. It's a little overcosted, both in what it costs to activate the ability and in how much it costs for this card. But it is at least interesting and kind of unique. I like it. If it only required tapping 1 creature and this, I think it would be pretty good, but tapping 4 creatures just to blow one thing up is, again, it's fine. Especially in a set where everyone's gonna have 50 fucking million creatures on the board. But let's move on. Next we have Heroism. This costs 2 and a white. It is an enchantment, it's an uncommon, and the effect is pay 0, sacrifice a white creature to have attacking red creatures deal no damage during combat this turn. The attacking player may pay 2 and a red for an attacking creature to have it deal damage as normal. So this is interesting. This goes to show the how they've changed how stuff like this is formatted. Back in the day, the only thing that could be on the colon side, which is this is the cost, this is the effect, at least that's how it's supposed to work, but sacrifices and stuff like that were always written on this side. Nowadays, it would just say sacrifice a white creature for each attacking red creature, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt by that creature this turn, unless its controller pays 2 red. And this is pretty interesting. It's not what I would call a good card, and it's the first color hate we've seen. And it's also interesting because they've really kind of reined back how brutal the color hate is, because this does nothing, right? This is another one that nobody fucking mentioned when I asked people about Fallen Empires, and that makes sense. There's only the one printing of it, but it does kind of suck. It's interesting that because of how this is written, you couldn't play this in a mono white deck in Commander because of their color identity rule. Whether you think that's stupid or not, I'll leave to you, but it is what it is. Yeah, like this is fine. If they're like in limited and you're against a red deck, I would pull this out of my pile of cards that didn't make it into my deck and put it into my deck, maybe. Because at the very least, it taxes them if they really want to get an attack through. But also, sacking a creature to prevent damage is normally I guess it's not too high of a cost, and certainly not that high of a cost in this fucking set. Yeah, I don't know. I'm unimpressed with it, and apparently everyone else is too, because I've never heard anyone say anything about this card. Which is a shame because the art is fucking sick. This was illustrated by Mark Poole, which is another artist I very much love. He's kind of also one of the wackier artists. He has more of a colorful, fun style. Not quite as wild as, like, Phil Foglio, but pretty fucking close. He's got some really fucking weird ones, like Natural Selection, I think, is a Mark Poole piece, and that one's just fucking hilarious. This is one of his more serious pieces, and it's really good. I like it. Next, we have Acacian Infantry. Now, this is a common, so lucky you guys. We have 4 different arts to talk about on this one. This is a 1/1 creature that costs a single white mana to cast. And then it has 2 activated abilities that each cost a generic mana. You can give it Banding until end of turn, or you can give it First Strike until end of turn. And then it has flavor text here. The Acacian army easily repelled early surprise attacks by the orcs on border towns like Montford. That's pretty cool. Nice flavor text. The flavor text is kind of really on point in this set, which is cool to see. They are getting better with it with every set, at least at this point. So this is kind of just like if you gave a polymerization to fucking Tundra Wolves and fucking Banalish Hero. It's better than either of those because you can give it what ability it needs at the specific time, but it is worse than both of those because you have to pay a mana to do it. This is another card nobody really talked about, nobody really said anything about, so I don't know. People probably just like, whatever. Yeah, I guess I don't really have too much to say about a 1/1 for 1. I could just, I guess, repeat the same words, but we don't need to do that. This particular one was illustrated by Edward Beard Jr., and it's pretty good. The art is nice, very cool. It definitely doesn't, like, blow me away or anything like that, but I don't have any issues with it. The shading is really nice. And this one was done by Christopher Rush. Rest in peace, dude. This fantastic artist gave us such bangers as fucking Lightning Bolt, and I like it. Very, very cool. The perspective is unique with how close the guy is and the shield here. Overall, it's just a kind of classic Christopher Rush piece. I don't have too much to say about it, except I like it. It's very cool. It's an interesting choice of colors, and I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just kind of unique. The orange is kind of a coppery bronze, but it very much goes with the kind of white knight aesthetic, which is interesting because the armor is black, which is another unique choice that I kind of really appreciate. There's some flavor text here. Although they had long been concerned about the Order of the Ebon Hand, the Acacians faced an even greater threat from goblin and orcish raiders. So that's pretty neat. This one was done by Douglas Schuler. Very cool. This one is interesting because it's kind of bland, and I don't know if I like that or dislike it. He still very, very much favors incredibly strong jawlines and weird anatomy. I do enjoy early Magic, especially when some of it isn't quite as professional as you would see today. It really adds to the charm, right? And kind of even helps with the immersion, right? Because it's like you're not necessarily seeing like photograph of it. You're seeing a painting, right? Like a lot of it has very medieval vibes to it, which I appreciate. There's flavor text here, so I guess we'll talk about that. Valiant Acacia was the last of the Sarpadian empires to fall. Its faithful soldiers defended their cities to the very end. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 6. Yeah, the art is fine. I don't really have anything else to say about this one. Oh, and speaking of artists we've talked about, here is Drew Tucker. Drew Tucker is kind of a hot button topic, at least he was back in the day. A lot of people hate his art. I do not. I enjoy some of it. He's definitely the most take it or leave it. Some of his arts I don't particularly care about either way, but some of them I very much enjoy. And I really appreciate that his style is so uniquely different to all the other artists. I think that goes a long way. We have some flavor text here, but it's just never surrender. Motto carved into a fragment of an acacian wall. That's kind of the opposite of unique world building, but whatever. But yeah, that's all we have for Acacian infantry. So let's move right along, shall we? Okay, so next we have Acacian Javelineers. This one is pretty fucking sweet, honestly. It is a common, and we have multiple arts to talk about, lucky us. It's a summon soldiers, or a human soldier these days. It costs a single white mana, and it is a 1/1. When Acacian Javelineers is brought into play, put a javelin counter on it, and you can tap it and remove a javelin counter to have Acacian Javelineers deal 1 damage to any target. So that's really interesting and very flavorful. I really appreciate when mechanics and the flavor combine together to tell a story, and I think Acacian Javelineer does that really well. And on top of that, this is actually a pretty useful card. You might look at it and be like, oh, it can only do it once. That kind of sucks. And that's true, that does kind of suck. But in a set of 99% 1/1s, this does kind of act as targeted removal once, which is definitely not nothing. At the time, people didn't really understand tempo, but tempo is fucking huge, and a card like this can definitely help you with that. It's pretty decent in a set that has just fuckloads of 1/1s, but even outside of that, this is pretty decent in the wider card pool at the time, right? Like, if you're getting walled by an alley from Cairo for some reason, bam, Acacian Javelineers. That'll kill it. Deals with a Prodigal Sorcerer, assuming the Prodigal Sorcerer comes out second, but I don't know why they would cast it when you had this out, so, probably doesn't deal with that. But overall, this is actually kind of a good card. I mean, it's not great, but if you are running a weenie deck, I would definitely consider running a few of these. Even if you just burn them in the face for 1 with this on a turn that you can't block, it's not huge, but that might be the 1 life that you needed to deal in order to win later, So this is a surprisingly useful card. Well, I say surprisingly, but people actually did play this. This card didn't get a lot of shoutouts, and nobody ever was like, oh man, this card was so fucking good. But it was mentioned in an offhanded way by several people. So this definitely saw some play, and I think that's good. I think this is definitely a card worth playing. I can't imagine it would be good enough in like old school today, but I mean it might be. I don't know. That would be something I would have to test, and I have not done that. I would not like call you crazy if you were running it, a couple copies of it. I would be like, are you sure? But hey, if it got results, it would get results. But that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it would get results. There is no flavor text on this one, so we have nothing to say there. And this version was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson. I've already talked about how I like her work, but yeah, I like this piece too. It's very cool. Then we have the version by Edward Beard Jr., or Edward P. Beard Jr. This one is also very cool. Guy's anatomy is a little interesting, but I do like it. Very, very kind of Spartan style, very cool. Manly man, I guess. I don't fucking know. The art's fine. I don't really have too much to say about this one. Then we have a pretty big name in Magic art with Scott Kirshner. This one is interesting. I like this one. It's unique, it's different, it's very, very cool. Don't know what the fuck is up with their hats or what the fuck masks, I guess. Mask hat. I don't know what the fuck you'd call that. But it is interesting. I love the painted style of this. I don't really have too much else to say about it though. But Acacian Javelineers only has 3 artworks, so we are done talking about Acacian Javelineers. Okay, next we have Acacian Lieutenant. This is a 1/2 human soldier that costs 2 white mana. It is a rare, and it has an activated ability here. You can pay 1 and a white, and target soldier gets +1/+0 until end of turn. So that's pretty interesting because usually if white gets pumping, it's toughness pumping. It's pretty rare for it to get just power pumping. And to be clear, power pumping is significantly better in pretty much every situation. Obviously, there are a couple where pumping power doesn't do anything and pumping toughness would save you, but they're rare and it's generally not worth it to invest into stuff like that. So this is kind of interesting. It's a little out of color, maybe, if you care about that kind of thing. I suppose this is a use for your Fairlight Priest, I guess. Um, but beyond that, this is not great. It's 2 mana to pump for 1, which is kind of an awful rate. It's not the worst thing in the world, but when you can do it for 1 mana, it's literally twice as good, right? Overall, I'd say this is probably decent in limited, just because you can pump the shit out of this, but like if they double or triple block it, what the fuck does it matter? The problem with this limited is that all the board states are constantly clogged, so it kinda doesn't do anything. At least not in the sense of like anything of real value. In a wider card pool, this might be okay. I don't think so though. You're paying 2 mana for a 1/2, and then you have to pump shitloads of mana into it to get value. And white's kind of not good at that, anyways. It kind of just goes against what you're trying to do. You'd much rather just choke out a board of 1/1s and then fucking Armageddon them than like build up mana. If you want to build up mana, you're way better off doing it in green, maybe. Black, definitely. Even red is arguably better at this kind of thing than white is. So overall, it's interesting, but it's just not great. I also don't recall this ever being mentioned by anyone that I reached out to, so yeah, can't really tell you if this was valued back in the day, but I'm going to assume it was not. It does have some flavor text here, though. To become an officer, an Acacian soldier has to pass a series of tests. These evaluated not only fighting and leadership skills, but also integrity, honor, and moral strength. How good for the Acacians. Glad that worked out for them. This was illustrated by Peter Venters, and despite the card being kind of suboptimal, the art is pretty fantastic. Pete Venters does great work. I like his stuff, and this is no different. It's a very cool perspective too, over the top sky frame kind of thing. You don't see that too often, and I appreciate that. But let's move on, as we still have a shitload of these white cards to talk about. Okay, so next we have Acacian Money Changers. This is a 0/2 townsfolk, or these days just a human, that costs a single white mana. And Money Changer deals 3 damage to you when summoned. Put 3 credit counters on Money Changer at that time. During your upkeep, put 1 credit counter on Money Changer. And then you can pay 0, sacrifice Money Changer to gain 1 life for each credit counter on it. Use this ability only during your upkeep. So this is actually pretty interesting. It's not a particularly great card. Life gain on its own isn't really good, and this is kind of slow. But for like low power, or I guess even limited, like you guys were already gonna decide the game by decking out, so I don't know what the fucking point of this in limited is, but it's flavorful. Like, it has a very cool story to it, right? because you give up some life, invest it, if you will, and then you get a steady interest rate that doesn't depend on the market at all, which is pretty fucking sweet. And then after a few turns, if you need it, you sack it, right? And you can do this at instant speed too. So if it gets targeted, you can. Well, no, you can't actually, because it says use this ability only during your upkeep. So scratch that. You can't do this at instant speed. This would be almost decent if you could do it at instant speed. The fact that you can't means that there's plenty of time for. They can pretty much blow this thing up whenever. If they got two Javelineers, you just get fucked, you know? But I like that this adds kind of a weird choice and a game within a game style of play, right? It's not good. Like, I wouldn't recommend you actually play this card. Certainly not in any constructed or old school. I mean, if you have it, you can play it in limited. It's not like this is going to lose you a game, probably. I mean, it can. There is downside to this, right? Because if you play it right away and then they immediately blow it up, you just lightning bolted yourself, which is kind of funny. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting card, but it is not a good card. I do really enjoy it though, and I would say it's fairly costed. I don't know what you could do to this to make this effect better. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably fine in Commander. I mean, life gain doesn't really do anything there either, but like nobody's gonna blow it up, right? This particular illustration was done by Drew Tucker, and I like it. Like I said, I like Drew Tucker's work. This one is pretty sweet. It's just a money lender, right? But let's look at the other arts. Okay, so this one was illustrated by Edward P. Beard Jr., and the art's nice. Edward has a pretty decent style. I think I actually prefer Drew Tucker's version, but that is, 100% subjective. This one is not bad at all. Definitely has the fit and feel of a money changer. He's got his little scale and his note taking and various sizes of coinage. Um, yeah, I don't know what to say about it. It's cool. It's decent. His hat is fucking stupid, but I kind of like that. Um, got himself a bit of a gut going. Pretty common for money changers. So the details are very well done, but I don't know. It's just art of a money lender. Then we have the piece done by Melissa A. Benson. Another one that's solid. Again, has some nice details. He's got the rotund belly. He's got some pouches and very expensive clothing and nice little spectacles and the chest there and bars on the window, which makes sense, dealing with money. The art's sweet, but I don't really have anything of value to say about it, so let's just move on. Next up is an uncommon. We have Acacian Phalanx, which costs 4 and a white for 5 mana total for a 2/4. And this is a human soldier. It has banding, which is pretty neat. Then it has a shitload of flavor text here. Even after the wall was breached in half a dozen places, the phalanx fought on, standing solidly against the onrushing raiders. Disciplined and dedicated, they held their ranks to the end, even in the face of tremendous losses. How cool. How cool. So, this is a 2/4 for 5 mana and it has banding. Banding is also really nice on a big butt because you can band a bunch of shit with this and then dump most of the damage into this, saving your little guys, right? So like it being a 2/4 is actually kind of relevant in some ways, but it's still kind of an ass card. Like you wouldn't play this outside of limited. And even limited, it's I don't know, man. It's okay. It was illustrated by Kaja Folio, and I love it. I'm a big fan of Kaja's work. She has done some of my favorite art in the entire game. This is not one of those pieces, but it's perfectly fine. There are some fun details, like I don't know, I'd assume kill count on this person's sword, shield. That's not a sword. I'm stupid. Yeah, whatever. You get what I'm saying. It's a 2/4, right? Like it's a French vanilla. There's not much to say about this one. It's okay. Definitely cards like this are why people call this set underpowered, and I kind of agree with them. Well, then we have Acacian Priest. This is another uncommon. It is a 1/1 cleric, or human cleric these days. It costs 1 mana, and you can pay 1 and 2 white to give target creature +1/+1 until end of turn. Oh, how neat. It's the other one, except it costs an extra mana and you get a toughness. So this is kind of shit. It is nice that it comes down quicker, so it has that going for it, but otherwise it's just, like, paying 2 to pump is already asking a fucking lot. Paying 3 to pump your toughness on top of that, like, there is times when that's gonna be good, but not really. I will say this is target creature, whereas man, this that's so forgettable. Lieutenant was the one where it pumps itself. This pumps anything, and that versatility is nice, but you're paying a shitload more for it. 3 mana to pump one. Like there's definitely situations, like if both of you are sitting with a board of fucking like 1/1s and you attack with everything, including your important stuff, you can do this after blockers are declared so that you come out on top, but it's still 3 mana for a +1/+1, so you're not gonna like blow anybody out with this card, you know? But it's fine. There is some flavor text here. May you be strong and valiant to defeat the enemies of the pure. Leetbur's Prayer. How fun. This is another piece by Drew Tucker, and I like this one. It's very... There's a lot of detail in here for how little detail his pieces have. This is one ugly motherfucker, though. Yeah. What's going on there? It's hard to tell with his style. His ear is weird shape, too. But, you know, whatever. It's not meant to be photorealistic, and it certainly is not. But I like it. I like Tucker's work, like I said. But I can definitely understand anyone who does not like his work. It makes sense to me. But let's look at another variation. Oh, wait, no. No, we won't. It's an uncommon. I mentioned that, and then immediately forgot. So, if you want to use Acacian Priest, this is the art that you have to use, unless you use a 10th edition, which is here, for the dual deck version. Oh, what a steal. Only 3 cents. I don't know, dudes. I got nothing on this one. It's over cost pumping. It kind of sucks. There are things you could do with it, though, in limited. I would not play this in constructed, no matter how low power the format was. Then we have Vacation Scout. It is a common, and we got 4 different arts to talk about, so we'll get to those. But it is a 1/1 human soldier scout these days. Really needed to tack on that scout there. That costs a single white mana. So it's just a 1/1 for 1, but you can pay 1 and tap it to give target creature first strike until end of turn, and that's pretty decent. Like, you could hold this back, you could throw in all your attackers, and depending on how attacking and blocking looks, like, this could potentially be a big pain in the ass for your opponent to deal with. But likely it's just going to let you not trade one of your dumb 1/1 things that don't do anything for one of their dumb 1/1 things that don't do anything. Yeah, it's not great. It's fine. Like, as far as tap abilities go, it's on the lower end of valuable. First strike is pretty fucking good, but it's only really good when it doesn't, like, cost you anything extra, right? Like, White Knight, the first strike is really useful, but so is the protection, and so is the fact that it costs 2 mana for a 2/2, which is already above rate. The first strike is just kind of icing on the cake that makes it hard to deal with. Spending mana to go out of your way to give first strike, I mean, I guess this functionally acts as removal, right? Because you just do it to whatever 1/1 block that you want gone that blocked your 1/1, and then your thing will deal damage before their thing, and so it goes away and yours doesn't. But that's sure is a lot of fucking steps to deal with something. And of course, if you, like, give first strike to something massive, that's way fucking better, especially if they plan on sacking things. But again, it's on board, so they can see that you're going to do that. I said again there, like I said that before on this card, but it's on board, right? So it's not as good as something in your hand that you can surprise them with, because they will actively make the decision based on the information available to them, and the information is available to them. So they'll make the decision that's best for them, and that generally is worse for you. Scout did get mentioned a bit, I guess, when talking to people, as far as something that got some level of play, but I don't know, I kind of got the impression that's just because it was fucking prevalent. But yeah, I suppose we'll talk about the flavor text here. Because the orc hordes attacked along the entire border, scouts were essential to Acacian's defense. And the Sarpadian Empires, Volume 6, once again. This was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson, and the art is pretty cool on this one. I like it. It's very detailed and has a very nice, soft, but almost realistic vibe to it. The bright light in the background being kind of washed out. It's just very good. It's pleasant to look at. I have no issues with this one. But let's see what other scout options we have. All right. Well, if you've been keeping up with these, then you have no doubt know immediately that this was done by Douglas Schuler. Very, very in Douglas's style, even if you don't notice his little signature here. Always a big fan of them strong jaws and kind of pastel colors. I don't think that's the term I'm quite looking for, but I don't know. I'm not a fucking artist. The kind of washed out, kind of not really neutral colors maybe is what I'm looking for. I don't know. I like it. It's pretty good. It's very I like the grass being pulled away and the look of seriousness. She's very serious scout lady doing a very serious job looking at stuff. It's super interesting, super cool. The art is pretty good. There's a buttload of fucking flavor text here, though. Let it be known that Alice Cannot, I don't fucking know. It's just made up. Who cares? Acted with honor and bravery in the defense of the town of Montford, risking her life to scout the enemy's position. Proclamation granting knighthood. Hey, good for Alice. Well done. But there really isn't much to say about this either, so let's just skedaddle on, I guess. Alright, so this one was done by Rob Alexander, who does, in my opinion, some of the best, like, terrain or landscape or natural area art in the whole set. Art for lands, that's what I'm trying to get at. He does some of the best art for lands, which you can tell because the detailing on this granite and the city and these all of this is just fucking fantastic. He's really good. Apparently he's pretty decent at people too, because the muscle structure on this is surprisingly detailed for what you would see on a Magic card. I like it. This one's very, very good. I don't really have too much to say about it, but I'm a big fan. And flavor text. Of course I'm not a spy. The enemy has spies. I am a scout. Alice, Connecticut, whatever the fuck. It's the lady that we just talked about. Look at that. Her story's developing. She's not a spy, she's a scout. How cool for her. Let's move on. And then we got Phil Foglio's work, and as you can see, he went in a completely, and dare I say, batshit crazy direction. I don't know why, but the scout is giving me like Elvis vibes for some reason. Maybe it's just the fucking fur coat, which Elvis didn't wear. I don't know why I'm getting that, but I look at this and I'm like, that kind of Elvis. I don't fucking know. But I love it. It's ridiculous. It's hilarious. Anatomically, this giant bat thing makes no fucking sense. And as far as I know, this is the only art in the entire set where there's a giant bat thing. So I don't know, is this fucking canon or... But I don't fucking know. But I love it. I think it's great. There's flavor text here and a kind of crap load of it. Scouting is the art of balancing the need to go undiscovered with the need to get all the information you can. It's only by Leetbur's good grace that I'm still alive today. Alice, Connecticut. Whatever. That's her diary. But yeah, that's Acacian Scout. Interesting card. Not a super great card. Not a terrible card. And yeah. It has good art though. Then we have our rare, which is Acacian Skirmishers, which is a 1/1 human soldier for 4 mana. That's 3 generic and a white. Wow, what a fucking deal, right? Yeah. So this is banding and first strike, which is pretty good. Not for 4 fucking mana, but whatever. And all creatures that band with skirmishers to attack gain first strike until end of turn. That like sounds decent enough, but when you're attacking with banding, all but one of the creatures needs to have banding, so it's like, I don't know. There is the fucking phalanx and the fucking tundra wolf thing. So there is banding in the set enough to like make this probably worth it, but it's still a 1/1 for 4 mana, and I don't know. I don't know. I am really not impressed with this one, and I would assume nobody else is either because it's a rare that's on the reserve list and you can get it for under $1. Which, part of that is obviously has to do with the fact that they printed this to the fucking ground, but also part of that has to do with the fact that it sucks. There's some flavor text here, though. Skirmishers engaged raiders before they could reach the towns. Although these units typically suffered huge losses, they never lacked volunteers. Oh, that's neat and a little dark, but whatever. It was illustrated by Heather Hudson. I like her work. It's pretty decent. This is a pretty good example of her work, I'd say. Well detailed. Very good art. Kind of looks like something that would be hanging on my grandma's wall or something. But I like it. Did I mention this was a rare? Because this is a rare. Uh, and yeah, I don't really have anything else to say about it. It's not good. I don't think this ever once came up in any of the fucking like 100 and more comments I got about Fallen Empires and what cards people used to play with. So I assume people just did not play with this because 4 mana for a 1/1, even back then, is kind of just shit. Especially since this just dies to a Javelineer, right? Like, there's tons of stuff, even in this set, that can just fucking blow this up. And if you spent 4 mana and then they just fucking Javelin it, that's really fucking funny, but I would not want to be on the side that happened to. I would rather Javelin this than be Javelined. Because you're out 4 fucking mana on something that probably wasn't going to help you win anyway. If it does stick, it's perfectly fine. Like, if you do have a shitload of banders, you can band everything together. Of course, you're just gonna get fucking whacked on the clapback, so you gotta, like, really fucking mean it, you know? Then we have Vacation Town, and this one's actually kind of a banger. It's a rare, it's a sorcery, one of, like, maybe 3 fucking sorceries in the entire set. It costs 6 mana, 5 colorless, and a white mana. And you put 4 citizen tokens into play. Treat these tokens as 1/1 white creatures. This is actually, up until this point, this is by far the most efficient token creator we've talked about. Like, before this, there is Serpent Generator, which is not anywhere near as efficient in this, or the Hive from Alpha, and that costs you 5 fucking mana per token. And this is 6 for 4 of them, so, it isn't repeatable, but, that's still a hell of a lot better deal. This actually did see some play, and some people really, really liked experimenting with this. It's not great. 6 mana for 4/1/1s is, I don't know, it's not like the worst rate, even today, but it's definitely not a great rate. But I would definitely experiment with this. This is a fun card. It's pretty decent and limited, I guess, just based on the fact that one of the biggest problems in this limited is it's going to come to decking like 90% of the fucking time because there's very little removal. It all requires you to jump through giant fucking hoops and have shitloads of mana. And everyone's just going to be playing fucking their Javelineers and their fucking Hand of Dick holder or whatever. And it's just, this is 4 creatures for 1 card. So, like, you play this out, you have 4 extra creatures to block their shit, and it only costs you 1 card, right? So, like, if they draw anything and you don't, hey, you can deck their asses out. But beyond that, like, I don't know, man. I don't think this is super great. It is probably one of the better cards that we've talked about. I think it's, like, better than, actually, it goes pretty well with Hand of Justice, honestly. But yeah, it's just a token maker. If you have ways of abusing and using those tokens, this gets a lot better. If you don't, then it's just for fucking wingus dinguses, right? And like, if you're playing in constructed at the time, this is ass because a single fucking hurricane, not a hurricane, sorry, the red version of hurricane, fire, not fireball, earthquake, a single earthquake for 2 mana just fucking devastates this. So, it's not great, but it is interesting and it is a cool design space to see them exploring. And, hey, it did see some fucking play, right? Like, there wouldn't be Pro Tour collections of this card if it didn't see any play. But it's not it's not great. It is, like I said, probably one of the better cards that we've talked about, so it has that going for it. There's flavor text here, which is pretty sweet. Acacians once peaceful towns faced increasing attacks from orcs and goblins as the climate cooled. By the time the empire fell, they were little more than armed camps. Oh, that's kind of sad. Hate to see it go that way. But this was illustrated by Tom Warnerstrand, and I really like it. I like his work. I like the thick black lines. I don't know. I just fucking like it. Not much else to say about it, really. So I guess let's just scoot along. To the last of our white cards to talk about. Well, we have technically three more white cards to talk about, but spoiler, they're all Order of Leetber, which is a 2/1 human cleric knight that costs 2 white mana. So this has protection from black, and you can pay 2 white mana to pump it +1/+0 until end of turn. Hey, I guess that's what you use the fucking Feralite Priest for, is pumping this thing. Or you can dump a white mana into this to give it first strike until end of turn. That's pretty decent. The protection from black is really nice. This is very much just kind of another take on White Knight and Black Knight. This one, White Knight, obviously. And this is actually a really solid card. This card was mentioned in pretty much every fucking comment that when I asked what cards did you play with, they were like, yeah, fucking Order of Leaper. Didn't come up as often as Hymn to Tourach and Order of the Ebon Hand, but it did come up quite frequently. And it's pretty easy to see why. This is actually a really fucking solid card, especially in this set. Just a 2/1 for 2. It's not terrible. The fact that you can pump it is really fucking nice. The pump is a little pricey for my taste. I'm not thrilled paying 2 for a 1 pump, as I've mentioned, but it's whatever. On a card that's already decent, that's fine. The protection from black is really sweet, saves you from a fair amount of removal. This one isn't quite as good as Order of Ebon Hand, but we'll talk about that when we get there. And a nice thing about this that you probably wouldn't think of these days is back in the day, mana sinks were actually really useful. If you were, because mana burn existed. Mana burn wasn't really that common, per se. It's not like it was something that came up all the fucking time. Honestly, the game really hasn't changed that much. The only difference is back in the day, you could theoretically do things like cast a fucking mana flare and cast another one and use X spells and have mana sinks. And if your opponent didn't, they would put into an awkward situation where they had to be very, very sure on what they were tapping their mana for. It's not really a good strategy though, because at the end of the day, you're just giving your opponent free mana so they can ramp without having to like dedicate slots to that. But it did come up a little bit. But having mana sinks protects you from that little bit of burn damage, which isn't super important and is kind of niche, but it did come up at least a little bit. Actually, part of the reason why Mishra's factory is so fucking good. A small part, mind you. There's way more important reasons for why that card is good, but one thing is you could just dump any extra mana you had into it to turn it into a creature as many times as you fucking wanted. But yeah, Order of Leaper, pretty fucking solid card. Definitely one of the better ones. And look, you can even see proof here. It fucking showed up. But I guess I don't really have much else to say about it. I think I've explained why it's good. Um, I guess I'll read the flavor text here. Followers of Tourach regarded all other religions equally, with open contempt. Not so the followers of Leaper, who made it their mission to eradicate the Order of the Ebon Hand. Okay, so they're a little bit more tolerant. They just fucking hate the Ebon Hand. This one was illustrated by Brian Walkwitz, and it's very good. I like it. It's not my favorite Order of Leaper art, but it is pretty fucking sweet. Yeah, I like it. The helmet's kind of fucking dumb, but whatever. Beyond that, it's just a very good art. I appreciate it. Not much else to say about it. Let's check out the last two. Alright, so we have another one, and again, the flavor text is different. It says, "The powers of the corrupt will fade before the fury of the pure," by Bethan Leetber. The Way. So this is likely some sort of religious text, but beyond that, that doesn't really tell us anything that we couldn't have just, fucking assumed by everything else. This one was interestingly also illustrated by Brian Walkwitz, and I like this one better, honestly. Same art style, obviously, because it's by the same guy, and honestly, it looks like it's in the same fucking field, but just a slightly different perspective. But I like the shield, I like the helmet a little bit better, and his cool little fucking flag thing he's got going on. Yeah, this one's a pretty solid piece, but I don't really have much to say about it. So without further ado, the last white card and the last copy of Order of Leaper. Alright, and this one has some more flavor text. Trained to battle the followers of Tourach, the Order of Leaper was not as successful in later conflicts with Orcish and Goblin raiders. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 1. Holy shit, new lore dropped. Excellent. Look at that. This one was illustrated by Randy Faith, and I really fucking like this piece. The helmets are fairly accurate from an artistic standpoint. I just like that there's a fucking battle going on here. It's a charge, ramming into each other. Very, very cool. Yeah, there's some surprising details here. I forget what the fuck these things are called, but these are a thing that were actually real. I think they mostly were just for decoration. They might have had some use, but I guess you would have used it for whatever use you could get out of it while you fucking had one, but I think they were mostly decorative. The details are really sweet. And not the worst horse drawer of Magic, which is, pretty cool. There have been some pretty bad fucking horses drawn in Magic. But, yeah, that's all the white cards we have to talk about. That took a lot longer than expected, considering there's only 16 fucking cards. Or, I guess 33 if you count different arts as different cards, but the Magic the Gathering rules do not, so there's 16 fucking white cards in this set. That is a really, really small set, which is, I think, part of the issue with it. These cards, one, they're all kind of bad. Order of Leaper is pretty good. Acacian Town is fine, and the fact that it's interesting and gives you something different to think about is really fucking cool. I kind of like Acacian Javelineers. I'd maybe even consider playing that. That's kind of it though, as far as cards that I would actually consider playing. If you were gonna do a set constructed and you were playing fucking white, I'd fill up with 4 Javelineers, 4 Order Leaper, 4 Acacian Towns, and I guess I don't fucking know. I think set constructed of this would kind of suck ass, personally. I guess combat magic, you kind of just have to play them all, right? There isn't enough. Yeah, you'd pretty much have to play them all for 60 cards. You could cut 3 of them, and maybe 4 if you went heavy lands. I guess you could play some artifacts, but we'll talk about those when we get there. But yeah, that's the white cards. So let's move on to the blue cards. All right, we're talking about the blue cards next. And I did not change into a blue shirt just for a bit or anything. I rambled like an idiot and didn't get my points across in the original blue footage, and when I was editing, I threw it away because it was trash, and no amount of editing could save it. So hopefully this is the only section that I determined was incredibly cringe, and we will go back to the regular scheduled stuff. But I missed a couple points that I wanted to make on a few of these cards, so I'm taking another step at it. I don't know why I bothered explaining all that. How the fuck would you have known? Doesn't matter. Let's talk about the blue cards. So first we have Deep Spawn. Deep Spawn is a 6/6 Hominid that costs 5 and 3 blue mana for a total of 8. It is an uncommon. It has Trample, which is pretty cool, And during your upkeep, you take 2 cards from the top of your library and put them into your graveyard, or you have to destroy Deep Spawn. And then you can also pay a blue mana to effectively give Deep Spawn Shroud. If you don't know what that means, I'll just read the text on the card. Deep Spawn may not be the target of spells or effects until end of turn and does not untap as normal during your next untap phase. If Deep Spawn is untapped, tap it. So as long as you have a blue mana open, you can protect this thing from getting targeted and destroyed. So this card is kind of not good. It's pretty easy to look at this and kind of just laugh at, wow, that's really shit. And it's not even really so much the downside, because that's kind of like whatever, right? If you get this out early enough, who cares? But 8 mana is ridiculous for a 6/6. Like, 8 mana is a lot. It does have some form of protection, which is pretty nice, and that does make it, not the worst thing in the world. If you do cast this in limited, you're probably doing all right. That being said, you are also contributing to the fact that you're going to deck out earlier than your opponent, so maybe don't do that. But this card did see a little bit of love back in the day. Not much, and certainly no like tournament love or anything like that. But this was one of the first few cards that kind of enabled graveyard strategies. Because if you could get this into your graveyard, either via your opponent using Hymn to Tourach, or in a better way, using Bazaar of Baghdad, you could effectively animate dead this, or cast what's called Soul Exchange. A card we'll talk about more later, but it is basically another animate dead. Just a little bit different. But the differences don't really matter for this card. Point is that you can get this into your graveyard, animate it, and then it will put more cards in your graveyard, right? So if you were running something like Nether Shadow and a bunch of other creatures that you could reanimate and other stuff there, as far as I remember, there really isn't any if this is in the graveyard do this effects. There might be a couple well, Nether Shadow, right? We're talking about Nether Shadow, but I think that's really the only one. So again, a reanimator strategy would not be great in this card pool, but Deep Spawn could certainly help with that. I still don't think it's good, but it is super interesting for a Deep Spawn, Animate Dead, Soul Exchange, Nether Shadow. I don't know. Kind of weird deck to have at least some chance of functioning. I certainly wouldn't call that good, but it's definitely interesting. It's definitely something you could do. With that said, Deep Spawn actually is kind of better than you would probably think at first glance. It is still also a big creature, and the ability to avoid your enemy's removal is kind of nice. However, it is out for 2 turns if you do that, so it kind of doesn't matter for real competitive play, right? Like, this was never good with any card pool, really. But even in this limited, you could do some dumb shit that might work occasionally if you manage to get soul exchanges right. There's a couple of ways to discard cards, actually, now that I think about it. I'll put one of them up here so that you can see it, but I can't remember what it's called right now. We'll talk about that later. Anyway, Deep Spawn is interesting. It's not great, not a good card by any stretch of the word, but it is interesting. I do kind of like the idea of building a kitchen table Deep Spawn Animate Dead deck. That sounds kind of fun. I might do that eventually. I guess that's really all I have to say on Deep Spawn, though. It's interesting, but it's not great. It was illustrated by Mark Teeden, and I really like the art a lot. This is fantastic. It's a big old, monstrous, terrifying shrimp, and that's wonderful to me. So let's move on to the next card. All right, I guess we're busting the load pretty early on this color. High Tide, often considered the second best card in the entire set, and in some circumstances you could argue it's even stronger than Hymn to Tourach. I don't think that's true most of the time, but I could certainly see it potentially being true occasionally. Let's actually talk about the card first, though. So High Tide is an instant that costs a single blue mana, and until end of turn, all islands produce an additional blue when tapped for mana. And this is a common, because why wouldn't it be? So there are 3 different artworks to talk about here. We will talk about them all, obviously, but first we'll go over, why this card is so good. And honestly, it should be pretty obvious, right? You pay a mana to make extra mana. on all your islands. If you're in mono blue, this is just banger, right? Like it has potentially more value than a Black Lotus. Not most of the time. Most of the time, Black Lotus is going to be significantly better than High Tide, but there are situations where High Tide will do more than Black Lotus. Pretty much anything you would ever do with this card is not really fair gaming. It's just kind of designed to, like, pump your mana into something fucking stupid. Of course, at the time, they probably thought it was fine because there's mana burn to balance it out. And spoiler, mana burn never balanced anything out. One thing that when I reached out to people, what they said is that High Tide actually took a while to, like, solve. I don't know if there was just not enough things to do with it. I do know that Reset already exists. That came out in Legends. Well, Reset only works on your opponent's turn, so whatever you would be doing would have to be instant speed. I don't know if there's an instant speed X spell that you can dome someone with or anything like that. Yeah, so there just might not be. I don't know if people just didn't figure it out or if there wasn't a really good payoff at the time. At least I can't think of a good payoff that you could do with this card pool. A couple of people did mention that High Tide saw some play, but like for the most part, it was so that they could cast like Deep Spawn and stuff like that. But beyond that, most people didn't mention it, or if they did mention it, they just mentioned its lack of being a super common threat, which is certainly interesting. These days, we know this card is really, really good. Does less in a limited environment, but you can still make decent use of it for dumb things like getting a Deep Spawn out early. It's actually pretty good at that. But that's really all I have to say on High Tide. It's an interesting card. It's really good, but like, it's kind of obvious what it does, right? And it's kind of obvious why that would be good in certain situations and not good in other situations. This is a card that really, it depends on the meta. So like, if blue is really, really fucking good and really dominant, then sure. That's all I really have to say about High Tide, other than the artwork and stuff like that. So we'll move on. When the very tides turn against you, it's time to consider retirement. General Kugzog. Kurzog. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. It's kind of hard to fight with the tides. And anyway, this was illustrated by Drew Tucker, and it's decent. I do like it. It is a little abstract, which all Drew Tucker stuff is, but I do enjoy this piece. I will not say it's my favorite because I really like the other ones better, but I do enjoy this piece. But let's look at the other pieces because they're quite a bit better in my opinion. Okay, so this one is done by Anson Maddox, and it has flavor text like the other one did. May Sevalun, or however the fuck you say that, and her tides favor you. Traditional merfolk blessing. How very neat. I like this art. I don't really know what it has to do with high tides, but it is a merfolk wizard doing magic, so sure, I guess. I do like this art. Doesn't really have anything to do with high tides or anything to like help with the lore, but I don't know. Who cares? Especially since it's not the only art, right? It's kind of nice when they all feature different things and not just three different variations of the same thing. So that's really cool. This is still not the best artwork, so without further ado, let's look at what is the best artwork. At least in my opinion, because, art is subjective. Alright, this is the, in my opinion, best artwork for High Tide. This was done by Amy Weber, and it's just really beautiful, in my opinion. You can kind of get a vibe with the sun's being blotted, the temperatures are changing. Not really by what's going on, but just by the darkness in the sky. So while it doesn't really like explain anything, it does kind of vibe with what's going on in the set. And I do think that's really, really cool. But beyond that, it's just really fun, awesome art, right? Like there's a bunch of little fish and all kinds of nice, neat things to look at. The contrasting is really well done. The piece, I just enjoy it. I just really like the piece. And I guess that's all I have to say on that. So let's read the flavor text on this one, which is pretty wordy. By the time their enemies noticed the sea's changing mood, the Valdalians had often shifted formation and were ready to attack. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 5. How neat. How neat. But that's really all I have to say about High Tide. It's an incredibly impactful card depending on what's around it, and it is pretty fucking busted. But yeah, that's all I have to fucking say about it. So instead, let's talk about Homarid. Homarid is a 2/2 Homarid that costs 2 and a blue mana, so 3 mana total. Put a tide counter on Homarid when it is brought into play and during your upkeep. If there is one tide counter on Homarid, it gets -1/-1. If there are 3 tide counters on Homarid, it gets +1/+1. When there are 4 tide counters on Homarid, remove them all. How fancy. So this is basically an ebb and flow thing. You summon it, it comes in as a 1/1, the next turn it's a 2/2, then it's a 3/3, and then the next turn it is a 2/2 again. Then the next turn it's a 1/2, then a 2/2, then a 3/3. Now that's really interesting as a concept, but it has a couple of problems. For one, this is hard to track, and also it's stapled onto the creature. If you have 2 Homerids out, right, and they come out on different turns, they will be on your side of the battlefield experiencing different levels of tide. That kind of at least leaves me with a bit of a cognitive dissonance. And also, it's just a pain in the ass to track for what's effectively a garbage ability. The way it's worded, it does seem like, oh, you're getting the benefit of having a 3/3 once in a while, which is really good. But a 3/3 for 3 is, while it is kind of goated at the time, it's still not very good. Like 3 mana creatures at this point are just kind of not great. Grey Ogre, sure, is a 2/2 for 3 mana vanilla, and that's a fine card in the context of like alpha limited and nobody pulls power, right? And honestly, this ebb and flow is just not great, right? Like you're getting a 3/3 a quarter of the time, a 2/2 half the time, and a 1/1 the quarter of the time. And you spend 3 mana on this, and you have to track it every upkeep. And it's just not good. It's not good. It's not fun. It has some novelty to it. At least it did when it came out, not so much now. But any level of play with a card like this, unless you really, really enjoy specifically tracking in a game like this, you will probably find it cumbersome and tedious. And I certainly do. This card gets made fun of a lot for being not good, and they're right. It is not good. It's there's no benefit to the tracking, right? Like it's just downside. Sure, I guess +1/+1 some of the time could be considered an upside, but really, not really. This is just a bad card that requires way too much cognitive load, right? Because everything you do when you're playing a game of Magic requires some level of tracking, and the more dumb, annoying things that don't matter that you're tracking just makes you like worse in that game because you might miss something that's actually important. So yeah, I don't have too much else to say about Homerid, I suppose. It's not good, but you don't need me to tell you that. It's it is interesting. It's a shame too because I like the concept of Homerids. I really like the idea of, oh, look, it's another species of water-faring creature that fight the merfolk. There could have been a lot of interesting stories and stuff around that. But they just did it once, and there were so many other problems with the set that they're like, well, they threw the baby out with the bathwater, right? Like, that's kind of Fallen Empires did garbage and a lot of people hated it and they got a lot of negative feedback from it. So they kind of just axed all of the good ideas with the bad ideas. And yeah, sure, they had surveys that are like a lot of people didn't like Homerids. And maybe that's true, but I don't think that you should be taking artistic direction from fan bases. Especially not the ones that are like parasocial enough to like fucking contact a gaming company and give them their opinions about it. That might have came off as a little rude. I don't. If you are one of those people, welcome aboard. I kind of am too. Uh, but I do think that like if you are going to create something, you really should. You should take criticism, of course, obviously, but maybe on creative endeavors, you just push against it a little bit, right? I don't know. It would have been cool if we got more Homerids. It's especially sad because the Homerids have some of the like coolest fucking art. I really love this one specifically. I think this is my favorite Homerid art. Don't worry, we have four of them to talk about since this is a common. But this was illustrated by Quentin Hoover, and I really, really like this one. It just has so much feel and personality to it, and it manages to kind of look tough and scary and also fucking hilarious at the same time, and I just really appreciate that. Well, we have three more Homerids to talk. Well, three more of this card Homerid to talk about, and then a shitload more Homerids after that. So let's move on. All right, so this art was done by Heather Hudson, and I do actually like this one too. Um, it's fucking goofy in the weirdest way, right? Like, it's really fucking goofy, but I like it. I like that they are kind of crab people in this one instead of lobster people, at least based on the face. And yeah, that's really neat. Otherwise, I guess I don't really have too much else to say about it. I do like this art though. He's so funny. But I also like this art by Mark Teeden. This is really fucking funny to me. Kind of looks like a reaction shot. This thing just popping its head up in front of the camera is just like, hey, it's such it's so fantastic. This is so funny to me. I really, really love this. The feet on this one really make it make sense why they suck when it's low tide, right? Like, good luck fucking walking on that. At least with that method. Wouldn't it be smarter to be like on all fours, crawling around? I don't know. I'm not a hominid with claws for feet. I can't really speak on it. But anyways, this art is fantastic. Mark Teeden did so well with this. I really love it. The sky, the background is great. The ocean is pretty sweet. And this guy's face is just so fucking funny to me. I very much enjoy this art. But let's check out the last one, shall we? All right, so the last one we have was done by Brian Walkwitz, and I like this. It's pretty funny, it's pretty cool, very interesting. My only real issue with it is that this one in the front looks like it has tits, but like spiral tits. I don't understand what's going on with that, and it confuses my brain and kind of ruins the image for me, if I'm being perfectly honest. The rest of it looks fantastic. The lobster tail's pretty fucking funny, but the angle of it looks a little weird. Yeah. I think this art is probably my least favorite. Yeah, it definitely is. It's not terrible, but I also don't think it's good. But oh well. Can't like them all, right? Anyway, next we have Homerid Shaman. Homerid Shaman is a 2/1 that costs 2 and 2 blue mana. You can pay a blue mana to tap a target green creature. And that is all that this card does. So you get a 2/1 for 2 and 2 blue mana, a 2/1 for 4 mana, and it's a rare. And you can pay a blue to tap a green creature. How fucking sweet is that? Not very. This would be decent enough if it was just tap target creature. In that case, like, I don't know that it would be good enough to see play, but it would be decent and limited at least. And at least it would be interesting, right? Like, that would be a card I'd have to test. But I can just look at this and be like, yeah, sure. I mean, I guess if they have green cards, this is pretty good. But you really like, do you really want to sideboard a 4 mana 2/1 for the green player? In this, with this card ceiling, pretty fucking good, right? Like, if you're against some mono green player and they ramp everything into fucking playing some big dumb thing and you're not running like Swords to Plowshare, then maybe this just fucks on them so hard. But in the wider card pool, just not good at all. And in limited, it's also like not really good because one, green is probably the weakest limited color. There's some argument there, but it's blue is probably weaker than green in limited. But on top of that, the green in this set is all about making a bunch of fucking 1/1 tokens, right? Like, they don't really have any big creatures. There's no like force of nature. It's just a bunch of fucking 1/1 or 0/1 mushroom people. So like, what the fuck are you even like? It just doesn't. This doesn't really do anything. I, I I'm just wasting time talking about this. It's not good. It's cool though. I really like it. It's a shame it sucks. Has some flavor text. I guess I should read that. The ground grew swampy. Hooves and claws sank into the marshy earth. Snarls of rage and bleats of despair echoed through the trees as the waters grew higher and higher. Kaliki of Havenwood remembered. That's pretty cool. Sounds like there was a high tide. Funny stuff. The flavor text goes good with what the card is doing. But I don't understand why this has to be limited to green creatures. Why can't you flood? I guess it makes sense you can't flood mountains, but why not plains? Why not swamps? It's already started. Or maybe because they're adapted. I don't know. There's no point in trying to like really understand what's going on here. Anyway, this card sucks. I've talked about it too much. Amy Weber illustrated this, and it's really fucking awesome, in my opinion. I really like this artwork. I think it's great. I think it's fantastic. I think it does a nice job of having a less serious look than most of the hominids we saw. Well, that's not true. Some of them were pretty fucking funny. I don't know. I like looking at it. Let's move on. Next we have Hominid Spawning Bed. This costs 2 blue mana. It is an enchantment, and you can pay 1 and 2 blue mana and sacrifice a blue creature to put X Camerid tokens into play, where X is the casting cost of the sacrificed creature. Treat these tokens as 1/1 blue creatures. Oh, neat. You could sacrifice your deep spawn to make 8 1/1 blue things. If you animated dead it, that's 8 1/1s for 5 mana. Or I guess Soul Exchange, since that's actually in the set. I'm making fun, but this is not like the worst fucking thing in the world. It is pretty bad because the setup you need to do it is a lot, and you have to give up something that you already spent stuff on. Yeah, I don't know. I could see this having a place, but it's not great. Yeah. Unless I was sacking things I cheated out, I don't think this really has much value. I wonder if you could make a pre-modern sneak attack Hominid spawning bed deck. And could you make that good? Probably not. Probably could not make that good. Would be really funny though. But yeah, I guess I don't really have much else to say about this. It's interesting and it's fun to think about, and I really love that. But at the end of the day, it's not good. I guess it's of note to say here that this set is when like making tokens kind of started getting cheap enough to be viable at a decent level. Um, this one is not one of those, which is kind of crazy because it is insanely way more viable than like what was available before with like the Hive and Serpent's Generator. Those cost like 1 million fucking mana to get a single 1/1, but still wasn't really good enough. I forget if I said this was an uncommon or not, so this is an uncommon. It's only got the one art, and that was done by Douglas Schuler, and I like this art. I like Douglas Schuler's work. He's one of the original 25, and I appreciate his stuff, but this one is really good. I like it. Let's move on to our next common with multiple arts. We have Hominid Warrior. Hominid Warrior is a 3/3 Hominid that costs 5 mana. Oh boy. And you can pay a blue. Hominid Warrior may not be the target of spell or effects until end of turn and does not untap as normal during your next untap phase. If Hominid Warrior is untapped, tap it. Oh, it's just deep spawn, but it doesn't make you discard stuff. But instead just makes you pay 5 mana for a 3/3. How considerate. Alright, I don't really have anything to say about this. It's 5 mana for a 3/3 that you can like spend a blue to give it Shroud and then not use it for 2 turns. It's not good. There's no flavor text. This one was illustrated by Daniel Gellin, and it's really fucking funny. I like it. Well, maybe not really funny. It's not the funniest Hominid art we've seen so far, but it is funny. And it's well done too. Holding the stick is just so funny to me. And having like a hermit crab shell wrapped onto its back and tied on with, maybe that's seaweed. My first thought was cloth, but it might be seaweed. I don't know. But we have 2 other arts to look at this really mediocre card, so let's move on. Alright, this next Homerid art was done by Randy Asplinfaith, and while it's not super great, I do really like this art. One, I appreciate that it has weapons that make sense for this type of creature, but it does beg the question of how those weapons got onto its hands. Its claws, because it doesn't fucking have hands. But they're interesting. It's very cool. I do really like this art, even though the Homerid does look quite a bit different than all the other renditions of Homerids we've seen. There wasn't too much as far as art direction into the like how to make things look, right? Like nowadays, all cards look exactly the fucking same. Every time you see Liliana, it looks exactly like Liliana and all that. They didn't really give two fucks back then, and I much appreciate that because it's really, really cool to see just different, off the wall, absolutely fucking crazy art. And this one's no different, but let's check out the last one. Alright, this Homerid Warrior art was done by Douglas Schuler, and I really like it. It's really fucking funny. I like that he leaves a lot to the imagination with the shading, and I like its kind of pointy stick thing that it's using as a weapon, and also that it has a shield, which I guess, maybe its carapace isn't that hard, but it still seems, I guess I don't want to say unnecessary, but extra, right? Either way, I like this art. It brings me joy. The card really sucks. There's not really anything to say about it, so let's move on. Alright, so I'm probably gonna show off my ignorance here, but I have no idea what the fuck a Mercine is. If you do, cool. But this card is called Mercine, if I pronounced that correctly. It is an enchant creature, and it costs 4 mana. Put 3 net counters on Mercine when it is brought into play. Target creature Mercine enchants does not untap as normal during its controller's untap phase, as long as any net counters remain. As a fast effect, target creature's controller may pay creature's casting cost to remove a net counter. Okay, so this is pretty interesting. It's not great. There's already like way better removal available in the earlier sets. So, yeah, this is interesting. So, it's certainly not great. 4 mana for this is pretty brutal, and they can get out of it, right? So, it's only a temporary solution. But that being said, you're making them pay 3 times the mana on whatever creature you hit this with, so it might be worth it. This is in some ways kind of reminds me of like Paralyze or Oubliette is probably a better example, except they can get out of this, but it is still pretty hard to. I would say this is pretty decent and limited if your opponent is playing any target creatures that, as long as they are tapped, do not bother you. But other than that, like it's just kind of bad removal that's overcosted. Still, you don't want your deep spawn getting hit with this. Of course, you can use your shroud ability to not get hit by this, so always keep a blue open, right? Funny stuff. I don't really have much else to say about this. It's not great. I didn't hear anyone mention this card because why the fuck would they? It is a common though, I guess, and we do have 4 different arts to talk about, so I guess we'll shift gears to talking about the art. This one was done by Heather Hudson, and it's really good. I don't really have much to say about it, but sure, it shows me the scene of what's going on, and everything makes sense. So, let's check out the other ones. We got 3 more. Alright, so this one was done by Margaret Organ Keene, and I don't like this art, I'll be honest. It's pretty funny. Actually, I really like the 3 fish in the corner. They bring me a lot of joy. They're like, holy shit, what's going on? But beyond that, I don't particularly enjoy this art piece. So let's just move on. All right, this next one is by Drew Tucker, and I really like this piece. It's less like abstract than most of his work, and it does a good job of showing me what the hell's going on, or at least it's consistent with all the other arts in how they perceive what's going on. Again, I don't know what the fuck a Mercine means, so maybe it's a net. I don't fucking know. Maybe it's the act of fishing with a net. Fuck if I know. This art's pretty good though. I like how much emotion he got into the face of this probably mer person. I don't fucking know, but how much emotion he got into their face with as little detail as he did. I think that's really well done. Alright, so the last version of this was done by Pete Benders, and this is probably my favorite version. I think it's very cool. I do like the bluer shade on the merfolk, even if they are not blue, and that's just the way the lighting is. Who knows? Who cares? It would make more sense, I think, from a camouflage perspective, but I don't fucking know anything about trying to survive in the ocean, so who the fuck's to say? Point is I like this art. It's probably my favorite. I don't have anything else to say about this card though, so let's move on because you know don't want to be wasting your time any more than I already am. So next up is River Merfolk. This is a rare, which makes sense because this card's actually kind of good in the right situation. It is a 2/1 for 2 mana, and it is a Merfolk. There's not too much else to say about it except you can pay a blue to give it Mountain Walk until end of turn. That is really neat because rivers generally come from mountains because, water, gravity, that whole thing, and eventually feed their way into the oceans. That's just a major part of how our water system, I don't know what the fuck they call it, but how our water system works. Um, and this taking advantage of that to get up and attack past the mountains is pretty cool. Pretty cool idea. The ability is not super good. Like, it depends on meta. If you're constantly against people playing mountains, this gets a lot better. If that's not the case, it gets a lot worse. But beyond that, it's kind of fairly costed. A 2/1 for 2 mana is not terrible. Certainly not great. It's definitely the lower end of what you want to be paying, especially with an ability that's okay but does kind of suck. It's interesting that the stats are this bad for a rare, but I guess it's fine. It's not like they could make it much better, at least at the time. Where this does kind of shine is that this set is kind of the first set that gives you some level of merfolk support. There is like Lord of Atlantis and Merfolk of the Pearl Trident, I think, in Alpha. And then there is Merfolk Assassin, I think, in the Dark. But those are the only merfolks until this set. So if you did really want to build a merfolk set, or a merfolk deck, then this card would probably be pretty useful to you because this with 1 or 2 Lords of Atlantis out is actually pretty fucking good. So, decent in the right situation. I would definitely, if I was building a Merfolk about around this time, I would definitely include this, but Merfolk decks around this time are not that great, so take that with a grain of salt. But really, that's all I have to say on the card. It's not really that complex, right? There's not a whole lot going on here. So I guess I'll read the flavor text to you. Dwelling in icy mountain streams near goblin and orcish foes, the river merfolk were known for their stoicism. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 5. And this was illustrated by Douglas Schuler, and the art is fantastic. I think this is probably my favorite merfolk art we've talked about today. Very cool. I like the perspective of it. I will say that merfolk looks a little big to make it in rivers, but maybe the river it's in is fucking massive. I don't know. They can get pretty big. All right, next we have Sea Singer. This is a 0/1 merfolk that costs 1 and 2 blue mana, and you have to bury Sea Singer if you control no islands. And then you can tap this, gain control of a target creature if its controller controls at least 1 island. You lose control of target creature if Sea Singer leaves play, if you lose control of Sea Singer, or if Sea Singer becomes untapped. You may choose not to untap Sea Singer as normal during your untap phase. So Sea Singer is pretty interesting. It's kind of, I think, the 5th or so of these tap to control a feature, and is arguably one of the worst, right? Like, so you have Breacher, which is pretty good. It has the restriction that your opponent gets to choose, but if they don't only have one thing, who cares? Obviously, that has a pretty low floor and a pretty high ceiling. Then there is the original Old Man from the Sea. That one's pretty good at this point. It's even seen some competitive play. There's a legendary creature in Legends, go figure, that can tap and take things. I can't remember the name of that. You can see it right there. And then also there is Willow Satyr. I think it's Willow Satyr that can take legends. So all of them like have a pretty big downside, but can just take shit for free, which is really nice. Sea Singer is probably the worst at this point because if your opponent doesn't have islands, then you can't take their shit. I guess you could use like Phantasmal Terrain if you're playing with a wider card pool in order to give them an island against their choice, and then Sea Singer is really good. But unless you're jumping through mad hoops in order to make this work, it's not really that good. It's okay if you're playing against blue, and if you're not, doesn't do anything. It's no big surprise this didn't really see too much play. It is a really interesting card, though. Amy Weber did the art, and it's pretty cool. I don't hate it or love it. I don't really have too much to say about it. I do think it's a cool, unique perspective because she's actually outside of the water, laying on a big shell that's floating. At least that's, I think, what's going on. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Maybe she's at the bottom of the sea, but those look like lily pads to me, so I don't know. Her hair being made of seaweed is also pretty cool, I guess. I don't know. I really don't have anything to say about it that I haven't already said. So let's just move on. So then we have Sevolunite Priest. Now this is a 1/1 merfolk that costs 1 and a blue, and you can pay 2 blue mana and tap this, and target creature may not be the target of spells or effects until end of turn. Use this ability only during your upkeep. Wow, that was almost good until that last line. 2 mana for a 1/1 is not great. Like, I guess you could play this in your merfolk deck, but it's not going to be good anywhere else, and it's really not even good there. It's an uncommon, so there's only one art, so we don't have to go over all that. 2 mana to give this ability to a creature is fine, but the issue is you have to tap the creature and pay 2 to do this, and it only lasts till end of turn, and you can only do it during your upkeep. It's bad. It's not good. It's too restrictive for what it's trying to do, and on top of that, it costs too much mana, and it's kind of slow. There's flavor text, I guess. Let's talk about that. Early Valdalians worshipped Sevalun, goddess of the Pearl Moon. Later, she became a more abstract figure. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 5. Yeah. This was illustrated by Ron Spencer, and the art is fine. I do like that it's a different approach, and it's kind of a spinefish style merfolk. That's really cool to me. It also seems like he has less of a torso than most of them, and I don't hate that either. It's also really cool that they keep their religious texts in clamshells. That's kind of neat. The details on this are really cool. It's certainly not my favorite piece, but I do appreciate it. I think the colors are nice too. So, let's move on to Tidal Flats. Tidal Flats is an enchantment that costs a single blue mana, and you can pay 2 mana. All your creatures that are blocking any non-flying creatures gain first strike until end of turn. The attacking player may pay 1 for each attacking creature to prevent Tidal Flats from giving that creature's blockers first strike. That is a whole lot of words to mean basically fucking nothing. So first off, your opponent is going to have non-flying creatures because there is only 2 ways to have flying in this entire set, and one of them is naturally on a blue creature we'll talk about soon, and the other is on a red enchantment that can give other creatures flying, but you have to flip a coin and sacrifice them. So in a limited environment, this is going to hit more often than it's not because nobody has fucking flying, and their ways of getting it are convoluted and kind of risky. In that regard, it's potentially fine because it only costs 1 mana. You can get this down really early. And then if you hold up the 2 mana and have the creatures to block it up, like if they attack into it, your first strike fucks with them, then, well, they're just not going to attack. But if you hold off their attack that way, cool. But then they can block. So that might not have been a great idea for you either. Like, this is complicated, but it kind of 90% of the time turns out to be a nothing burger, especially specifically in blue, just because the other colors are, for the most part, better at dumping a shitload of creatures, because all the blue creatures cost a shitload of mana, and some of the other creatures don't. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Flash Flood, I think is the card. It's from the Dark, and that thing is fucking super good and limited. Very busted. Probably the strongest card. It's just brutal. This is, kind of looks like that in a few ways, but it is nothing like it, which is interesting. This card sucks. I mean, like all bad cards, there's definitely situations where this will be fucking sweet, but it's not fucking many of them. It is a common though, so we have 3 different arts to talk about. And first up is Rob Alexander's, and this art is pretty fucking sweet. I like it a lot. I like Rob's work. I don't have much else to say about it. We looked at this art while I was talking, so we'll just move on. And this next one was also done by Rob Alexander, and I really like this one. I like this one better than the last one. Very cool. The perspective is just better in my mind, and the sun shining through the clouds is just really well done. It almost looks real. But yeah, I don't really have much else to say about this one either. I like Rob's work. So let's look at the last one. And the last one was done by Sandra Everingham, and this one is also really well done. I think I like Rob's second piece the best, and this one kind of ties for me with Rob's first piece. They're both very good. I like the darker colors in this one, and the cracked earth is pretty cool. Doesn't really feel like tidal flats to me, but fuck if I know. I don't hang out by the tidal flats. But that is all there is to say on this card, so let's move on to the next one. Alright, so sticking with the whole tide thing, next we have Tidal Influence. Tidal Influence is an enchantment that costs 2 and a blue mana. Put a tide counter on Tidal Influence when it is brought into play and during your upkeep. If there is one tidal counter on Tidal Influence, all blue creatures get -2/-0. If there are 3 tide counters on Tidal Influence, all blue creatures get +2/+0. When there are 4 tide counters on Tidal Influence, remove them all. You may not cast Tidal Influence if there is another Tidal Influence in play. Hey, look at that. It's Homerid, but for the whole table on the blue side. Whole table as long as you got blue creatures. So I see what they're going for, and I guess I'm of 2 minds of it. One, I do like that if you're going to do some convoluted dumb bullshit in your set, you do it a few times to just like establish this is the dumb unintuitive bullshit that this set is based on. It's also nice that this can't actually kill any of your creatures, doesn't even affect their toughness. It is really funny that if you have a Homerid and a tidal influence in play, he can be experiencing 2 levels of the tide at different times, which is really funny. Really, really funny. They did sort of fix this where you couldn't have 2 tidal influences out, but you could have 3 different Homerids at 3 different stages. Well, I mean, 2 of them would be on a same stage, if not the same place of the stage, right? Potentially oscillating, which is neat. But again, like I said pretty much everything I had to say on this style of mechanic with Homerid, and my feelings haven't changed in 10 minutes or whatever the fuck it's been. It's complicated, it doesn't do much, and yeah, I like the idea. I I like the concept of the idea. I like the idea of the idea. The idea itself is actually annoying. Like I said, this is not fun to track, it's not fun to play with, and it doesn't really do enough to justify the mental load, in my opinion. But it's fine, it's interesting, it's fun from a concept, right? Like, oh, there's a tide now. Very cool. But like your opponent is always going to know what's going on, right? Like if they can't do anything about it, cool, but the advantage isn't necessarily yours alone, right? Like so for every time that it's +2 on all of your blue creatures, if your opponent isn't in blue, then for every time that happens, there's also a point in time where they have the advantage and they can swing in for free on your stuff that can't respond to it without, not doing any damage. With that said, I don't really have too much to say about it. It's a bad card. Never got played, as far as I know. Nobody ever mentioned it to me. The art is really fucking sweet, though. This is an uncommon, so it's only got the one art, and it was illustrated by Tom Warnerstrand. And the art is just fantastic. I really, really like looking at this. In fact, it kind of bothers me that art this good is on a card that's ass. It's a shame, right? That's really all I have to say on this. There isn't much here to be said. It's not good, right? Let's move on to a rare. Next, we have Valdalian Knights. Valdalian Knights is a 2/2 that costs 1 and 2 blue mana. It has first strike, and you can pay a blue and give this creature flying until end of turn. Valdalian Knights may not attack unless opponent controls at least one island. Bury Valdalian Knights if you control no islands. So that's really funny. Because of how the card was originally formatted, it kind of looks like you can only attack if they have an island, and you only die if you don't have any islands when you activate the ability. But that's not the case. You can never attack unless your opponent controls at least one island, and if you control no islands at any point, this gets buried. It almost kind of feels like you can only attack when your opponent has no islands should only apply when it's not flying, right? Like if you give this flying, it should also give it the ability to attack your opponent without having islands because they're flying, so it doesn't matter, right? I don't know. This is interesting. It's almost good, but it's not. Like, if you're doing the phantasmal terrain shit or illusionary terrain, it might be illusionary terrain. Whatever the fuck, there's the card's up. I didn't bother looking it up before I opened my mouth like a smart person. What the fuck was I talking about? Yeah, this card kind of sucks. The first strike is really cool. It is kind of like the blue version of White Knight and stuff, except it costs an extra mana and has way more downsides. So it's just a strictly way worse version. And it's a rare, whereas those were, I think, uncommon. The Knights, I think they're uncommon. Uh, if I'm wrong, the little box below me will tell me what a fucking idiot I am right now. There isn't too much else to say about this. It has flying, which is really cool, especially in this limited, but if your opponent isn't in blue and doesn't have any islands, then that doesn't fucking matter at all. Because they won't have flying, so it's not like you need to block any of their flying unless they have that one specific enchantment. Uh Still, this it isn't really good, which is unfortunate because it's pretty cool. You probably justify running it in Merfolk stuff, but you probably, if you're running Merfolks and have like Island Walk, are probably doing the whole illusionary terrain shit anyway. And again, it's not like this is a peak gamer strategy that'll win you tournaments. It's just like maybe you can draw the pieces you need in a kitchen table game and won't lose horribly immediately. Yeah. Uh, Kind of unfortunate. The art is pretty cool. It was illustrated by Susan Van Camp, and I have no complaints. I think it's interesting. I think it's really cool. It looks like, what is that? I think a hippocampus? Hippiopota. That I'm gonna have to fucking look up. I'm talking about I think it's Greek mythology. They have a fucking seahorse kind of thing. Might be Roman. I don't fucking remember. I'm pretty sure it's Greek. Anyway, I don't have anything else to say about it, so I'm just going to read the flavor text and we're going to move on. Fear the knight leaping from the water into the air, weapon ready. Yeah, fear that knight. Unless, you don't have an island. Then it's okay. Don't worry about it. What's next? Why, it's Valdalian Mage. That's what's next. This is a common, so we have 3 different arts to talk about. Valdalian Mage is a merfolk 1/1, and it has 2 and a blue as a casting cost. You can pay 1 and tap, counter a target spell if caster of target spell does not pay an additional 1. Play this ability as an interrupt. So that's pretty interesting. I'm pretty sure I've ranted and raved before about like counter spells and stuff like that not being as good when they're on board because your opponent knows you have them, so they will bait it out, or if they need their thing to get through, they won't play it when you can counter it, or in this case, they'll just hold up an extra mana. And in situations like that, this is not good, but this does basically put them in the position where they have to hold up an extra mana for anything that they need to cast, right? So in that regard, this can be decent enough as like a kind of weak stacks piece. I wouldn't say play this unless you were, also carving on the Merfolk synergies, and likely you'd just want to replace this with like a counter spell or a fucking force spike, which would do the same thing but sit in your hand. Now, granted, like if you activate this a few times, you do get some level of card advantage there if you do manage to counter their things because they're stupid for some reason. It's still not likely to be good. I always love stuff like this just because I like fucking brain neuron activation whenever I see counter spell, right? Like counter target spell. Brain just goes, yes. Yes. And this is no different, but it realistically is not good. Though I will say people did mention this, at least a couple people. A couple people complained about how it was annoying back in the day, and I could see that. It definitely is annoying if this is on the opposite side of the table of you, which you could argue is good enough to like mean it's a decent enough card, which is true. Fair enough. At a high power level though, this really sucks. But low power, this is fine. Never actually saw any real concrete play though. At least you don't need an island to have this, right? Like, and your opponent doesn't need an island either. Imagine how garbage this would be if it said counter target spell as long as your opponent has an island, also they can pay one to cancel it. That'd be kind of funny. Really bad though. Yeah, I guess I don't have anything else to say about the mechanics of this. We have 3 different arts to go through, so we'll start plugging away at the flavor text and the arts. The flavor text on this one is Valdalian mages are remarkable. Their merchants bring them arcane lore and devices from across the seas. Lydia Winfirth, Mayor of Trocaire. Hey, that place got blown up. Spoiler alert, 3 seconds ago. Anyway, this was illustrated by Susan Van Camp, and this one, I do not like this in the traditional sense where I'm like, man, this art is fucking cool. But I do like it in that this dude looks like a total fucking dweeb, and that fish is hilarious. I don't know. I guess the guy in this art just looks like he'd start a YouTube channel and have really fucking hot takes about like Lord of the Rings and the age of consent and how big the government should be. That joke was in terrible taste. Oh well. Let's move on to the next Valdalian art. All right. So this next one is by Mark Poole, and it has some flavor text, so we'll read that quick. Come back, cowards. Everyone knows merfolks can't wield magic. Pashadair Durf, Goblin Flotilla Commander. Last words. Oh, that's funny. Goblin Flotilla got blown up by merfolk wizards. This art is pretty good. I like that it's. I don't know. I really like that it's taking place during a sunset, or yeah, probably sunset. The water looks really nice, and the magic in his hand, whatever. I don't know. I like this one. It's pretty cool. I don't really have much to say about it, but I'm a big fan of Mark Poole stuff, so that goes without saying. Uh, we have one more art of this though, so let's check that out. All right, and the last one is by Quentin Hoover, and I think this is probably, without a doubt, my favorite of the 3 arts. Mark Poole's isn't bad. Susan Van Camp's version is a little fucking corny and cringe for me. But I've said it before and I'll say it again. Art is subjective. Kind of just matters what you like. I really like the color composition of this piece, and just the perspective is pretty unique. Doesn't really have anything to do with countering a spell, like, at all, which I guess I don't really particularly care about. Some of the counterspell arts or arts of counterspells have been pretty bad. It's kind of hard to like accurately illustrate something not happening, right? Like there's a different couple different ways you can try to take that approach, but at the end of the day, it's pretty hard to like visually describe something that isn't visually existing. So, flavor text. Valdalian mages were invaluable in magical combat. Unfortunately, the Homerids rated with strength, numbers, and very little magic. Oh, yeah, yeah, because their counter spells don't do anything if they don't. But what about their fucking spawning bed enchantment? Counter that, right? And also, creatures are a spell when they're being cast. You counter them before they show up, right? As they're being summoned. Yeah, that doesn't land. That joke is stupid. Don't even worry about it. Let's just move on to the next card. Alright, next we have Valdalian Soldiers. This is a 1/2 merfolk that costs 1 and a blue. And it's a vanilla. It doesn't have any ability or anything like that to discuss, so we won't spend too much time on it. A 1/2 is much worse than a 2/1, but better than a 1/1. Take that information and use it accordingly. Yeah. This card kind of sucks. There's not much else to say about it. I guess like with all the other merfolks, and honestly a little bit more than the other ones because their abilities are generally garbage. This is like pretty okay if you're running merfolks, just because if you get a Lord of Atlantis out, this is a 2/3 that you paid 2 for, and it also has like fucking Island Walk, I think. I can't remember what Lord of Atlantis does, but you're looking at it now, so you can tell me. But it doesn't matter. Without that, this is just bad. So there really isn't too much to say about it, other than the art and the flavor text, because it's a vanilla, so there's plenty of room for flavor text, and it's a common with 4 arts, so we have all that to go over. Valdalian soldiers had some unique advantages. Often they would ride into battle on war machines rumored to have come from the far northern oceans. But wait, didn't the Homerids come from the northern oceans? Did the Homerids bring them war gear? Because there's some bit of lore somewhere that we read that, or I read, might not have come up yet. It talked about how the Homerids came from the north. Maybe it didn't say the north, but it said when the temperature dropped and the waters got colder, and so the Homerids felt at home and showed up. Right, like that would presume that they came from. I guess maybe it's on the southern hemisphere. Whatever. I'm not gonna be analyzing this flavor text. Okay, yeah, they're War Machine. Spoiler alert. We'll talk about that too. This was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, and I really like this art. I do like the colorful mermaids, and again, I appreciate all these different variations on these species. It's very neat. There really isn't too much else to say about this. It is really fucking funny that this one mermaid is flying around with a fucking lance, but it kind of makes sense. It's probably not the worst weapon you could have if you're a fucking mermaid swimming through the ocean. But we have 3 other versions to talk about, so we won't spend any more time on a vanilla one too that costs 2 mana. It's worse than a grizzly bear. You think you know everything there is to know about battle? You know orc droppings. Underwater combat is 3-dimensional. Those thrice damned Valdalians don't attack in ranks, they attack in schools. Irva Jerd's daughter. Yeah. This one was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges, and I like it. I think the art's really cool on this one. I don't really have anything to say about it, but the art is cool. Yeah, sorry. I can't think of like anything of value to say about it, so we'll just move on. Stalwart soldiers, you stand against the Homerids for Valdalia and for honor. Your homeland cries out for protection, and the moment has come. Now let your valor shine, and sound the cry to battle. Victory for Valdalia! Marshal Volnikov. Volnikov? What is he, fucking Russian? Anyway, this was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson, and it's pretty cool. I like this because it kind of leans into the using mostly blue tones and stuff, blue and green tones for the blue cards, but it fades in some yellow and just kind of hits the whole spectrum. It's very cool. I like it. But again, I don't really have too much else to say about it. So let's look at the last of the Valdalian soldiers. Listen, what are you doing? Oh my god. I'm gonna read the flavor text before I get into this one. The cooling climate introduced a new threat to Valdalia. The Homerids. Once a minor nuisance, they thrived in the changing environment. Their ceaseless attacks stained Valdalia's defenses to their limit, eventually overwhelming the Empire. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 5. Oh, this was what I was talking about, the flavor text from earlier. See, the cold climate. You'd think they would come from the north, but again, maybe this is on the southern hemisphere and they come from the south. And the Valdalian war machine comes from the equator. I get none of this matters. It don't fucking matter. This art is stupid. Like, this is really, really fucking funny to me in all the ways I don't think it's supposed to be. I like the fucking mean scowl that dude has on his face. And otherwise, he looks like straight out of like Little Mermaid, but with like a sword, or I guess a dagger and what's maybe a jite. I don't know. I I don't know. Pretty cool shark in the background. But I don't like this art. I think it's kind of stupid. But that's it for Valdalian soldiers, and we are on to the last of the blue cards. So let's, without further ado, talk about it. It being Valdalian War Machine. Valdalian War Machine is a 0/4 wall that costs 1 and 2 blue mana. And you can pay 0 to tap a target merfolk you control to allow Valdalian War Machine to attack this turn, or to give Valdalian War Machine +2/+1 until end of turn. If Valdalian War Machine is put in the graveyard, all merfolk tapped in this manner this turn are destroyed. Okay, so basically this is a wall, so it has Defender these days. Back in the day, walls had special rulings that said they couldn't attack unless the card gave them permission, right? Like you can tap a merfolk and then this can attack. So the idea is this is like a payoff for your merfolk deck. You tap all your merfolk and all of them like get in the Valdalian War Machine, which is a creature, not a vehicle. This isn't a vehicle, it's not an artifact. It's kind of weird it's not an artifact, actually. Like, I can understand it not being a vehicle, because vehicles didn't exist. But this is, like, actually, I think the first proto-vehicle? I know we have some proto-equipment before this, but I think this is the first, like, attempt to flavorfully describe a vehicle. Other than, like, Mishra's War Machine, which doesn't, like, require you to... Actually, I should, like, not say anything about that, because I'm not going to look up that card. It's bad. I don't remember what it does, because it sucks. It's like a 5/5 bander. Anyways, again, the idea is that if you have 3 merfolk and this on the field, you can tap those merfolk to this ability, and then the Valdalian War Machine will be able to attack this turn, and because one of the merfolk will be tapped to allow it to tap, and then it'll be a 4/6, because the other 2 would give it +2/+1. So that's pretty flavorful, right? That's pretty neat, cool, interesting idea. I don't know why it necessarily has to kill the merfolk when this thing gets blown up, but sure. It doesn't even bother me too much. But, like, why the fuck doesn't it have at least trample? Or, like, island walk? Or something? Especially in this set. Like, this would be... Do not play this in Limited, because this set is just... They're just gonna chump block it with, like, a fucking 0/1 Saproling. And what are you gonna fucking do about it? Nothing. Because it doesn't have trample. So, like... Why would you put all of your eggs into one basket if that one basket is just going to get chump blocked? It's a bad card. But it is a funny card. And it is an interesting card from a design perspective, right? Like, obviously they didn't give it trample because they didn't want it to be too busted. And they're powering down magic because they, fucked up with Chains of Mistopheles and Time Twister. But I don't know. It's just way too far on the other end. I like that it's only 3 mana for like a 0/4 wall that has like a pretty cool ability. And I won't say like this will never work. I'm sure this got used as payoff in merfolk decks. And there's certainly situations where this would be decent enough, right? Like if they only have 1 creature or you board wipe all their fucking creatures somehow or any number of reasons, this could like let you hit big. But that's not going to be really likely. And also, it's just going to get Swords to Plowshare, and they're going to pay 1 white mana to blow up all of your merfolk and this wall that sucks. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Obviously, there's no Swords to Plowshare in this specific set. This is actually kind of hard to remove ish. It's not impossible, but it also like doesn't do anything in this set because again, everyone's just gonna have board states of like 50 million fucking creatures. So like what are you gonna do? You're gonna get jump blocked. Still, it's not the worst thing in the world. I don't know. I wanna like this one, but it's really hard to like with a straight face say, yeah, you could do something with this. Plus I'm all out of copium because of fucking deep spawn in my fucking anime dead. Oh look, you can finally do a graveyard deck. Fucking move over, Golgari Grave Troll. Fucking deep spawns in town now. Yeah. If you take out High Tide, the blue cards are probably the worst cards in this set, which makes sense. Blue was really, really fucking good. When they depowered blue the most. But damn, it has fallen far. The merfolk are interesting, and I like the idea of the Homerids, but Before I do my fucking conclusions, I should finish talking about this card, right? Sorry, I got distracted because it sucks. This was illustrated by Amy Weber, and the art is fine. I don't really have much to say about it one way or the other. It's pretty well done for what it is, but it also looks kind of stupid. The whole idea of it is kind of stupid because it's like, I don't fucking know. And I also don't like the perspective, but it does kind of give me Mishra's War Machine vibes, so there is that. Again, I don't hate the art, I just don't really fucking care. The background's nice though. She picked a great shade of blue for this particular piece. Just gonna say that. But yeah, that's all I have to say about. Oh yeah, this is a rare, by the way. You can tell that because it's so good. Okay, yeah, that's all I have to say on Valdalian War Machine. Like I said, the blue cards are pretty bad in this set. They're not super great. Deep Spawn is super interesting if you do try to do a graveyard thing with it, but otherwise it's just kind of overcosted, and cards like that aren't super great. They're okay at lower tier metas and stuff like that. And kitchen table, you can do whatever you want, but like that's not really. You can't say a card is good just because you built kitchen table decks to like allow it to shine, right? And most of the cards in this set, or at least especially the blue ones, that's pretty much the best hope that they have. High Tide is really good. It's okay enough in this limited. Really, the only thing you'd be doing with it is deep spawn or like fucking X spells in different colors. There is a pretty cool red X spell, so like there's some stuff to do with it, but it's not great. And even in the like wider card pool, it's still not super good, which is why I don't think most people like were like holy shit. It also doesn't hurt that it was common, so you fucking saw it all the fucking time. Of course, that didn't stop people from realizing him to Tourach was busted, so who's to say? But besides Deep Spawn being interesting and the Merfolk being cool because, Merfolk synergy has kind of been a long thing coming at this point because Alpha dropped 2 Merfolk and it's like, yeah, build a Merfolk deck, asshole. So it's nice to see. Although in Alpha's defense, that was before the 4 of rule. They hadn't considered that as being a necessary. They hadn't considered that as being a necessity, so you kind of could build a Merfolk deck. Just be a bunch of fucking 1/1s for 1 mana with no abilities. Super good. Oh, and no payoff. Other than Lord of Atlantis. Anyway. And I guess the Homerids are cool too from a creature standpoint. It's weird because they like don't really have super neat synergies, right? Like you have Homerid, which has this whole weird title thing, but none of the other Homerids really fuck with that. I don't know. There's no mechanical cohesion behind them, which there really isn't for any of the other creature types either, right? Like there's some stuff, but like Merfolk do all kinds of different stuff, right? Goblins do all kinds of different stuff. So like that's not the hugest complaint, but in the same set, it would be nice if they just had like some sort of vision or something to help people like understand what the fuck's going on. There could have been some level of like targeted hate with creature types, like give a Homerid the ability to tap and destroy a fucking mermaid, right? Or some maybe not even that, but just something like that. Something to like get across to people that this is a like civil war conflicts in each of the colors, other than some flavor text. But I guess that's really all I have to say about blue. It's interesting. I like it. It's pretty cool, but it sucks. It's probably the worst color in Fallen Empires. It's pretty impressive if you think about it, because blue is goated with the sauce. Oh, you're still here. Let's talk about the black cards. Okay, so next up is the black cards, and there are going to be actually a couple of real magic cards to talk about here. Some pretty powerful stuff. We'll start with Armor Thrall. So Armor Thrall is a Thrall, whatever the hell that is. It's a 1/3 that costs 2 and a black, and you can tap it and sacrifice Armor Thrall to put a +1/+2 counter on a target creature. And this is a common, and it's very interesting. Okay, so on the surface, this kind of just feels like a holy strength with extra steps, but there's a little bit more to this than that. For one, you can activate this at instant speed. which means that you could do this in response to this getting targeted or something else getting targeted, or even when something gets blocked, right? So as long as you have this, you can activate it at any point. This makes it quite a bit better than Holy Strength. And this is actually as good a time as any to talk about threat when you're talking about games. The threat of something is oftentimes more valuable than the thing itself. And this is an excellent example of that. So you could use this, and then when you want to like get something over, you could sacrifice it and attack with the thing. But you're better off not doing that and instead holding off. Because if your opponent never responds to the threat of this, then you never have to use it. And if you never have to use it, as long as they are smart, then they have to play around it. And if they don't play around it, then you can just use it and take the advantage as it comes. This is an often misunderstood aspect of gaming, in the threat of something is super fucking valuable. But really, it's smarter to not use this until you absolutely have to. If you swing in and your opponent could block something, not with this, because you need this to activate. So you keep this back and you hold it up, and you swing in with something else, they could block it and trade. They're not going to do that, because if they do that, you'll sack this and you'll kill their other thing. So they will either, one, I guess they might block it. If they're smart and know how the game works, they might say, well, I'll just take this L to get this out of the way so that you don't get free value out of it. But if they don't block that because they don't want to lose their thing when you tap this, then you just got free value for nothing. Because of that, the threat of something is very powerful. Like, I don't know if any of you nerds ever played Overwatch when that was popular, but this is very common with things like Roadhog's hook. You had that every like 5-6 seconds or whatever. They changed it a lot, but Roadhog was a lot less threatening once he had used his hook. The reason he was so fucking scary and why he could kind of just do whatever he wanted is because if you were a squishier hero, you couldn't. If he hooked you, you were just dead. And if you were just dead, your team probably lost the fight because you're down a player. But if he had already used his hook, you could then take positions that would be risky, at least until his hook came back, right? The same is true of Anna's sleep dart. She had an ability where you could shoot a little dart and it would put someone to sleep for like 5-6 seconds, a fucking ridiculously long time in a shooter team fight situation. If she still had that at high levels of play, you couldn't just dive her necessarily. At least not with one person. You'd need two because she'll sleep one, the other one will kill her, and then you're fine. But if you saw her use her dart or her dart missed, suddenly she was the most diveable target in the game. I don't know if any of that makes sense, if you even have heard of Overwatch, but the point is that the threat of something is super fucking scary, and the threat of something can hold people off from doing something, and that's incredibly valuable. So Armor Thrall is actually pretty decent because of that. Like, it's not like a tournament staple or like good in like actual constructed magic, but in a set like this, Armor Thrall is pretty decent. And I saw people talk about this at least a little bit. So some people did recognize this at the time, which is cool to see. But again, the smart thing with this isn't just to use it as a shitty holy strength, but to use it when necessary to protect your thing, or to put your opponent into an awkward situation where they either lose their thing because you use this, or they don't lose their thing because they don't put it in that situation, and then you never use this, and the game state hasn't changed. They're still disadvantaged. So if you do run across something like this and your opponent has it, like, you should really do whatever you can to just force it out. Same with counter spells. People tend to get passive around counter spells because they don't want their things countered. But in most situations, the sooner you get that out, like, unless you have a way of denying them from using it, the sooner they use it, the better you are. So just keep that in mind when you're playing games. Make them use the things that you're scared of them using. And hopefully do it in a way that doesn't set you back too far. But yeah, Armor Thrall is actually really interesting from a gameplay standpoint. I really like this card. It's not like particularly strong or anything. Like, probably couldn't use this in old school. Would be pretty garbage in Commander. But in Limited specifically, this does have the potential of creating interesting game states and interesting conflict. So yeah, while this card might on cursory glance not look like much, it's actually very, very interesting. Like I said, it's still not strong. Costs way too much mana for what you're getting here, but it is interesting. And everything kind of costs too much mana in this set. So in this set specifically, like in a limited, it doesn't cost too much mana. It's actually fairly well costed. But yeah, I guess that's really all I have to say about Armor Thrall. It's interesting. It provides some cool gaming lessons, but that's about it. Just remember, if you have this, play it like everything. Use it at the last possible opportunity. Um, but with that said, this is a common, and we have 4 of them to talk about. So let's talk about how this was illustrated by Pete Venters, and it's pretty awesome. This little fucking thing looks very scared, and I kind of feel bad for it, which is cool because it's a grotesque monster, and that's kind of hard to do. Yeah, overall the art's really sweet. It has flavor text here. The worst thing about being a mercenary for the Ebon Hand is having to wear a dead thrall. Ivra Jerd's daughter. Huh. Yeah, that does sound pretty fucked up. But hey, there you go. Anyways, let's check out the next one. Alright, so this next one was illustrated by Ron Spencer, and it has the flavor text. They gave their lives to strengthen the Order's armies, until they declined this honor in favor of joining the Thrall Rebellion. Jisharna Rur, counterinsurgency commander. Fascinating stuff. Anyway, this art is also pretty sweet. This is definitely pretty messed up, very brutal. You got fucking stab things through everything. That's messed up. Yeah, just fucking brutal. The art's good though. And this next version is illustrated by Jeff A. Menges. And it has this flavor text. Except for a bare spot at the base of their skulls, armor thralls bear interlocking plates and spikes with the strength of steel. Their design is almost artistic. Endrick Sar, Thralls. And yeah, so this art is pretty decent. I kind of don't really understand what's going on here, but that's okay. Looks just like crazy fucking cephalopod thrall drinking fucking sewer water, which is pretty messed up. I don't know. I don't have too much to say about this one, but it's well done. And finally, we have the version by Scott Kirshner. This one has the flavor text. Occasionally, an ally balked at wearing a dead thrall as armor. The priest whips, however, were usually enough to encourage a more practical outlook. That's some pretty cool flavor building. And this one just appears to be plates of a thrall put onto a human, and it looked to be stabbing into them. And this one is pretty fucked up. It's pretty sweet, but kind of very, very messed up, which does go with the vibe of what's going on here. So that's not a complaint. It's just an observation. Yeah, I think my favorite is the A artwork, honestly, but I don't know. They're all kind of cool in their own way. It's hard to say. But, you can form your own opinions. I really don't have anything else to say about Armor Thrall, so let's move on and see what's next, shall we? Alright, so next we have Basil Thrall. Basil Thrall is another common. It's a 1/2 Thrall that costs 2 black mana. And you can tap this and sacrifice it to add 2 black mana. This card's actually pretty good. It basically just lets you store 2 black mana for a later turn, right? So you could play this on turn 2, and then on turn 3, you could have 5 mana, assuming you hit all your land drops. That's pretty good. This card can still see some play casually. Like, I enjoy this in a couple of commander decks. Or I have enjoyed this in a couple of commander decks previously. I don't really play commander anymore. But it's a very, very interesting card. Back in the day, it was rated pretty highly. Probably was a bit underrated because at the time, depending on playgroups, at the time a lot of people were used to like Black Lotus and Moxen. So a lot of cards that you look back on and are like, yeah, this is actually pretty decent. Well, when you're comparing them to like Ancestral Recall or Black Lotus or the Moxen or Time Twister, they definitely look a lot worse than they actually are, assuming those pieces aren't in the game at the time. I think Basal Thrall kind of suffered from that at least a little bit. But overall, it is a really good card. Really, you kind of just use it as mana acceleration. Other than that, there isn't much to this. But this is also a common, and we have 4 different arts to talk about. So I suppose we'll just get right on with it, shall we? The flavor text for this one is initially bred for sacrifice, the thralls eventually turned on their masters, the Order of the Ebon Hand, with gruesome results. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 2. Hey, new lore dropped. Um, this one was illustrated by Kaja Folio, and this is my favorite of the Basalt Thralls. I really love this art. It's just so fucking messed up. It's alien enough that it like takes you some time to even comprehend what the fuck's going on here. Um, yeah, yeah, this is just fucked up, and I love it. I think it's fantastic. But it is not the only Thrall art, so let's take a look at the next Basalt Thrall. Ah, and this one was done by Kaja's husband, Phil Foglio. I really like Phil's work. I enjoy this one as well. It's a little goofy. I think Kaja's kicked his ass on this one though. That art is way fucking better. But this one is still good and interesting and kind of funny. If you want a kind of lighter feeling to your artwork, this one kind of fits that. Although they're still like tied up and tortured and fucking look pretty upset about it. So I don't know how light you would call this art, but it's definitely more cartoony. The flavor text on this one is, although my later designs were much more sophisticated, Basil Thralls were no less a success. Endrick Sar. Thralls. Neat stuff. Neat stuff. Yeah, I like this one. But again, Kaja's is probably my favorite. But let's look at the next one. This one is by Richard Kane Ferguson. This one is pretty fucking sweet. It's got a lot going on and it's kind of hard to figure it out. It's a little abstract in certain ways, but the art itself is fantastic. Very, very well done. But it doesn't impact me quite as much as Kaja's does. But like the other ones, we have different flavor text here. To create the first thralls, I only introduced alchemic elements into the Order's necromancy. Tourach's principles remained unchanged. Endrick Saw, Master Breeder. How fancy. But let's check out the last one, shall we? See, this one is also really, really good. This one was done by the late, great Christopher Rush, and man, I like this one too. Cautious is still my favorite, but this is kind of a close second for me. This is very, very cool. This one almost has a, like, I don't want to say a realistic look to it, but, like, do you get what I mean when I say that? Because obviously it's super saturated and very obviously painted, but there's just something about the detailing here that just, I don't know, but I really like it. This one's fantastic, at least in my opinion. All we have left is the flavor text, and then we can move on. Above all, a well-crafted thrall should be hideous, blasted of countenance, and twisted of limb, to inspire fear and revulsion. Endrick Sar, Master Breeder. Yeah, that checks out. That makes sense. Some of this stuff is pretty fucking revolting, so checks out. Well done, you did it. But yeah, that's all I really have to say about Basalt Thrall. It's actually a pretty solid card. For 2 black, you can make 2 black on a later turn. That's really good. It isn't quite technically mana acceleration because you're just using the mana that you got earlier, but it is saving mana up to use later, which is good. 5 mana on turn 3, very, very good. Also, I guess I should mention Dark Ritual. That's another reason this might have been, like, underlooked, because Dark Ritual was legal for, like, another fucking 5 years after this. It took them a long time to be like, yeah, maybe this fucking card's a little too good. People fucking dropping Hypnotic Specters on turn 1, and they're like, yeah, this is peak game design. Alright, let's move on. To Breeding Pit. Alright, so this one is an uncommon. It's an enchantment. It costs 3 and a black, and during your upkeep, pay black or bury Breeding Pit. At the end of your turn, put a Thrall token into play. Treat this token as a 0/1 black creature. And then there's some flavor text that we're just going to read since there's only one version of this as an uncommon. The thralls bred at a terrifying pace. At the end, they overwhelmed the Order of the Ebon Hand. So this card is pretty interesting. It's another token generator, and this one is repeatable and kind of just like a shittier version of Bitter Blossom that would come out fucking way later. But at the time, this was actually kind of beloved. A lot of people played this. Apparently, this was used in conjecture with like Lord of the Pit, which is crazy. I didn't know people were actually trying to make that card work, but I mean, it makes sense. It's a big fucking scary dude. He looks cool as shit, but it is kind of a bad card. Although this does kind of ease up on that, right? Because it gives you something to sacrifice to Lord of the Pit every turn. People also mentioned they'd use it with Fallen Angel, which I'm pretty sure is from Legends. It's a little bit different of a synergy because you're not required to sacrifice shit, but you gain power for sacrificing shit. But yeah, very interesting. It's not particularly good, but like in this set, it's perfectly fine. And having thralls to sacrifice is super useful, as we will see in a few different cards. I was a little surprised to hear that people were super into this. Well, I guess I was more surprised to hear that people were using this with Lord of the Pit, which I guess I get, but I'm just really shocked that Lord of the Pit was seen as good. It's kind of not. Although it is interesting. It's definitely kind of a combo, right? Especially back then when combos were nowhere near what they are today. But I don't really know what else to say about it. It's just a token generator. You have to pay 2 mana for a 0/1, which is an okayish rate. 4 mana for this is a little high by today's standards, but like, it's fine. Um, it was illustrated by Anson Maddox, and the art is interesting. It's definitely very interesting. It's far from my favorite Maddox piece, but I don't hate it. But it is very messed up. Still, I don't have too much to say about Breeding Pit. Like I said, people actually really liked this card back in the day. And it is certainly decent. Gives you resources. And I guess I can mention again, as I mentioned with the other token cards, is it is kind of card advantage, right? Because like once you pay the first card and this doesn't get removed, which I don't think it can in this set. I don't think there's any enchantment removal. I can't remember any anyway. But you get a token, a creature token at the end of at the beginning of each of your end steps. And that's kind of getting a card because you're getting a card, right? Obviously it's not as good as pure card advantage, but it is card advantage to some degree. So that's always worth considering. Yeah, Breeding Pit, pretty cool overall. I wouldn't call it powerful, but it is pretty cool. Then we have Durelor. Oh, this thing, very fucking good card. It's a rare. It is a 4/4 creature that costs 3 and a black mana, and when this is on your field, your black spells cost an additional black to cast. Gosh golly, how wild! That sounds terrible, right? A 4/4 for 4 and it makes your shit cost more? Why would you do that? Like, is this something you would trade to other people? No, you fucking plebeian. This is just Juzam Jin's younger brother. A 4/4 for 4 at the time is insane rate. And so what you would do with this is like you would play it in a deck that like was not mono black, right? You would play this in a multicolor deck and pretty much all you would run is like your City of Brass and maybe Underground Sea, and then you would play this and like Demonic Tutor and maybe a Mind Twist, and that would be it. And then the disadvantage of this goes away, right? So this was pretty hot back in the day, and I don't disagree. 4 mana for a 4/4, pretty fucking good. It would be harder to take advantage of this in limited because you don't have access to like City of Brasses and Demonic Tutors and build a whole deck that's not black with just this. But it's still probably pretty powerful there because a 4/4 for 4 mana is pretty good. And you can set up things like Breeding Pit where you're not actually really casting spells. You could play 2 color. I don't know that I would recommend 3 color in this set, but I mean, maybe. But yeah, this is a surprisingly good card. Like, this is one of those cards that you look at these days and be like, oh, this sucks. But this was This was pretty cream of the crop back in the day. Like people were running this. It's not obviously not as good as Juzam Jin in most situations, but also like it kind of is better. It only costs a single black to cast. That's fucking huge. Like so you can run this in like mostly non-black decks, whereas Juzam you kind of needed to be pretty heavy in black to make it work. This doesn't have that weakness. And also, this was like 41 cents and probably cheaper back then, whereas Juzam Jin is well, it was expensive back then because there wasn't as much Arabian Nights going around, and it's fucking ridiculous now because there still isn't that much Arabian Nights going around. But yeah, I like cards like this because they offer such a unique and, at first glance, very restrictive deck building restriction. So you have to be very precise with how you build the deck, and you have to be very sure of what you're doing. I like stuff like that. I think it makes the game a much wider place. So I really appreciate cards like this. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox, and it knocked it out of the park. It's just like some fucking gross frog centaur thing with an alien tongue. Really, very cool, very messed up. Oh yeah, and there's flavor text here. Strength it has, but at the cost of a continuous supply of energy. Such failure can bear only one result. From the execution order for Endrick Saher, Master Breeder. The plot thickens. Anyway, that's Derailor, or however you pronounce that made up word. Let's move on. To Eben Praedor. So, Eben Praedor is a 5/5 for 6 mana. It has first strike and trample, which is pretty good. At the beginning of your upkeep, put a -2/-2 counter on this creature. Sacrifice a creature, remove a -2/-2 from this creature. If the sacrificed creature was a thrall, put a +1/+0 counter on this creature. Activate only during your upkeep and only once each turn. So, this is interesting. Personally, I think this card kind of sucks. But I had multiple people tell me that this card got quite a bit of respect in their metas, or at least some level of respect, which is interesting to me. I I guess with all the tokens going around, it's not that hard to sacrifice stuff to keep this going, and it can just keep getting bigger and bigger. And it does have trample and first strike, which is pretty fucking good, especially in a set that is all about making as many fucking little 1/1s as possible. I wouldn't be caught dead playing this outside of a limited of this set, but like this probably is actually pretty decent in limited. Because like I said, so often the board just clogs up on both sides with endless creatures, because all there is in this set is fucking creatures, and the things that aren't creatures make creatures, and everything is about sacrificing or making more of, or yeah, that's pretty much it. Which is, I guess, another thing that I should talk about. Up until this point, this is kind of the first set that really takes advantage of the whole sacrificing a creature to gain a benefit thing, and players were really hesitant to do that. Like, I saw a couple of comments from people playing at the time that said this was their lesson in that sacrificing can be good, and like they'd play against better players, and it just blew their mind that you would destroy your own creature, even for a benefit. So that's a little hump that early Magic players had to get over, is like breaking your own things for an advantage can be worth it. And in this case, it kind of is, right? Like, if you don't have creatures to sack, this thing sucks super bad. It has a 3-turn time limit. By the time you can attack with it, it's a 3/3 you paid 6 mana for. It is a 3/3 with trample and first strike, but trample is less valuable the smaller your creature is, right? If you have a bunch of fucking thralls, which you probably will if you're playing this, then this can be really fucking good. Like, as long as you have a sacrifice creature set up each turn, like this, combined with Breeding Pit, is actually pretty solid. If you get Breeding Pit out first, which you should since it costs less mana, then to upkeep this and grow it by 1 a turn only costs you 2 black mana. That's not bad. And really, you only have to hit 4, maybe even 3 times with this thing Well, they probably have a board, so it's probably closer to 4 times, but still, in this set, that's pretty fucking quick. So, yeah, looking at it, like from a later perspective, this thing just looks fucking stupid, right? But in the right context, this thing is actually pretty powerful. It was illustrated by Randy Faith, and I'm sure you've been fucking just at the edge of your seat wondering when I'm gonna talk about this fucking bunny. Why the fuck why is there a bunny here? It's fucking like the Swamp Thing, fucking Avatar lady, I guess. I don't fucking know, and a fucking bunny, and like, what the fuck is going on here? Also, I'm just now realizing that that's a skull. I think it always looked like a gas mask to me, or like maybe a fucking plague doctor mask type thing, but it looks like a skull. Anyway, yeah. Overall, this is a wild fucking card, and I don't know what I desperately want to know the story on the fucking bunny, but I have no fucking clue. Yeah, I guess that's really all I have to say about Eben Prater. I thought the card was shit the first time I read it. I had to go back and like look at it and kind of play with it a little bit when I saw some comments saying that this thing got respect, and I do see it. I do understand how this would be like if your opponent had one of these and they're just fucking sacrificing a thrall every turn and just fucking running over your shit. Like, what do you do? Do you sacrifice all your tokens that you made one per turn and like all that shit, or do you just like fucking take the damage and try to swing in? At least you can like this card is really cool because it makes the game a race. So like if you're into faster gameplay, like look for one of these because it'll turn your games into faster games, even if you lose because you dumped everything into this. But yeah, I guess that's all I really have to say on Eben Prater. The art is fantastic. I don't mean to disparage Randy here. I just don't fucking understand why the bunny. Anyways, next we have this incredibly underrated card. Nobody ever mentioned this. Nobody talked about this card. This little underrated gem that you probably never heard of. It's called Hymn to Tourach. All right, so we're talking about Hymn to Tourach. And if you haven't heard of Hymn to Tourach, I don't fucking believe you. Or you're really new at this game. Because, like, if you play Legacy Vintage, which I guess a lot of people fucking don't, but if you know, like, this card is the boogeyman. This is was the best card at that time. Like the cost, like every player would run these. This card is insane. It's just the best card in this set, and it's not even fucking close. Because the other cards that are good in this set, you have to like get on some fucking copium or you have to fucking run other things. Like High Tide's a great fucking card, but if you're not fucking building your deck around it, then it's fucking shit. Hymn to Torak, you just have to be playing black. Suddenly, it's a good fucking card. So, Hymn to Torak is a sorcery, costs 2 black mana, and target player discards 2 cards at random. But you know that, because everyone knows fucking Hymn to Torak, because this is the best fucking card in the world. Like, 3/4 of every fucking comment I got mentioned Hymn to Torak. It's like, yeah, I know. Everybody knows Hymn to Torak's good. Look at this. It's card advantage. It like you pay 1 card and 2 mana, and your opponent is out 2 cards. You are now up 1 card from them for a common. This is a common. It's a common. It's one of the best card in this set, and probably one of the top. I don't know, like 500, top 100. I don't know. There's a lot of fucking really powerful cards in Magic right now, but it's fucking up there. This is a very powerful card. Banned in Pauper, fucking sees play in the places it's not banned. Very brutal card, and you can get one for fucking 60 cents or 40 cents or under 40 cents. Yeah, yeah. In fact, look at this. Like Pro Tour, Pro Tour, Pro Tour, Pro Tour, Pro Tour, Pro Tour. Yeah, the card got played. The card got saw a little bit of fucking play back in the day. Sees a little bit of play now. Yeah, this card is fucking brutal. It's too good, probably. Like if you a lot of people do not like this card decks, and it's very understandable why. It's a pretty invasive playstyle, right? It kinda like your hand kind of feels sacred, right? Like that's the safe spot. But especially in early Magic, nothing's fucking safe. You put a land down, boom, that fucker's gone. You put a fucking creature down, boom, fucking swords to plowshare that shit. You put a enchantment down, they probably don't actually have anything from that, but they fucking might because it exists. Like everything was blow upable. Fucking green had a counter spell that fucking targeted specifically artifact activations and artifacts, rust. Like everything just gets destroyed no matter where. And the hand is no exception. The first set had Mind Twist, which is just fucking brutal. And Hymn to Tourach also real fucking brutal. They don't make cards like they used to. Part of the reason is because it's just kind of not fun to have all of your fucking resources ripped out before you have a chance to do anything with them. But I don't know. I kind of like it. I think it's a fun way to play personally. But I can understand if you don't. Um, but yeah, Hymn to Torach's fucking great. I don't know what to say about it. Like this is one of the only cards that people talk about from this set, other than to be like, haha, this set sucks. Except for Hymn to Tourach and High Tide. And then sometimes the knights will get mentioned. And that's pretty much all anyone talks about. So really all of this yabbing I'm doing is just the same thing as other people have said. This is a powerful card. It's like the reverse pot of greed. Yeah, I guess that's but we have four different arts to talk about for it because it's a common. This is a common. This is a common. This card is a common. That is fucking wild to me. But that's what it is. Yeah. And if you decide to play a limited of this, you better hope the fucking Hymn to Torax got searched out of the box, or you guys are in for a bad time. Whoever fucking gets them is going black, and everyone else is just fucking losing the game. Hymn to Torak by itself literally just kind of kicks all of the possible balance out of this set. Like I would ban this out of limited. Like I would say like yo you open a Hymn to Torak, that shit's gone. You can't that's ain't no using that. That's just go don't draft it because it is on you can't play it. If I was setting up a cube or drafted this, I think I would make that rule because it's just so far above and beyond everything else in this entire set that it just destroys the balance. And it'd be fine if it was a rare. Like one person having one of these, whatever. But somebody having fucking four of them, five of them, six of them, three players having two, four of them. Nah. Like Hymn to Torak is just insane. Crazy ass good card. But this one was illustrated by Susan Van Camp, and she's again showing off that look, I don't know. Her stuff is fucking funny to me. Like funny in a way that I don't think she intended, but like it's possible she is just a master shit poster. Because this shit is fucking hilarious. Um, oh yeah, there's flavor text here. The eerie wailing hymn caused insanity even in hardened warriors. Yeah, fucking no shit it did. You try getting all your fucking cards ripped out. I'd go fucking insane too. Anyway, this is from the Sarpadian Empires, Volume 2. Let's see the other art, shall we? Tourach's power was such that his followers deified him after his death. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 2. This one was illustrated by Liz Danforth. And this art's really cool too. It's just, cult shit for a cult shit card. I don't really have anything else to say about it. I like this art better than the other one if we're being serious, but the other one is way fucking funnier. So, yeah. But let's see what else we got. Knowing the hymn's power, the followers of Liedberg carefully guarded their pillaged transcriptions. Yeah, yeah, makes sense. This one was illustrated by Quentin Hoover, and this is pretty fantastic. Very cool art here. The shading's nice. I like the colors. I love the old man shit. Not really sure what's going on with the hands here, but I get maybe he's got. I don't fucking know. It's hard to make out like what the pose this gentleman is actually in. Because in my brain, it doesn't sit right, but I don't fucking know. Um, but yeah, I like this one too. I wouldn't mind playing this one. Let's check out the last one. And then the last one we have is a Scott Kirshner piece. Members of the order often played the hymn on instruments made from their victims' bones. Yo, that's fucked up, but all right. I like this one too. It's a Kirshner kind of has a like medieval Renaissance vibe to his painting style, and I really like that. I think it adds much to the depth of Magic the Gathering. It's very cool, in my opinion. But yeah, that's him to Tourach. It's fucking really good. Really don't need me to tell you that. You can find that out anywhere. It's all over the fucking world. Plastered. Him to Tourach. Interestingly, it probably is the most power to price out of any card. Just because of how overproduced this set was. Like I said, you can get one of these for like 50 cents, but like other cards of similar power are way fucking more expensive. That might not be true. Like don't hold me to that, but this is probably the like cheapest card for the amount of power you can get. But you can't play it in Pauper, which is the play cheap cards format, so it sucks. Anyway, let's fucking move on. Okay, so this next one is going to look pretty familiar since we already talked about the color shifted version in Fairlight Priest. Initiates of the Ebon Hand is a 1/1 cleric that costs a single black mana, and you can pay one, add black to your mana pool, play this ability as an interrupt. If more than 3 is spent in this way during one turn, bury Initiates of the Ebon Hand at end of turn, or at the beginning of the next end step. So this card is quite a bit better than the white version of the card for a couple of reasons. In the actual set itself, like if you're playing limited, they're basically the same. It's whichever one does it for the color. That's really the only difference. But in the wider card pool, Drain Life exists and requires you to pay black mana for it. So you can slot this into a multicolor deck where you generate a lot of mana of any color and you can filter it into black, kill this thing because you don't care because you just won the game, and drain out your opponent with a Drain Life. It also doesn't hurt this thing that the next summer is called Black Summer, not White Summer, and so you can use this for Necropotence and stuff like that. However, this does kind of lose some of its function if you're playing mono black because why would you? What mana are you filtering, right? But beyond that, I don't really have anything else to say about it that we haven't already said with the white version. This one is just a little bit better because at the time, black is better. And there's actual things that you could do with this. Mainly the drain life thing, but still having one thing to do with this is better than 0 things to do with it. But yeah, that's really all I have to say about it. So let's talk about the art and the flavor text. This one says, "We are no longer nature's children, but her masters. Oath of the Ebon Hand." How cringe. This one was illustrated by Heather. And this one was illustrated by Heather Hudson, and it's pretty fucking sweet. This is kind of fucked up, but the art is fantastic. Very good. Alright, so this one was illustrated by Liz Danforth, and my initial thought is, wait, why aren't they humans? This is supposed to be a human thing. But the flavor text here explains this. Ebon leaders soon realized that non-human races often had special talents that could be exploited. So in that case, I do kind of like this because it's showing the non-human initiates of the Ebon Hand. So that's pretty cool. I like the other art better, but this is well done. Very cool. I don't really have anything to say about it though. And then this version is probably my favorite because it's by Kaja Folio, who is one of my favorite artists. Many initiates sacrificed a hand to become full members of the Order. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 2. Um, and yeah, I just really like this piece. Very, very cool. Symmetrical, which is always nice. She looks spooky as shit. Very cool. Yeah, just overall very awesome art. I don't really have anything else to say about it though. Like I said, this is a good card, but that's really all I have to say about it. Next we have Mind Stab Thrall, another black card that's kind of better than the cards of other colors, but is also on its own kind of bad. Mind Stab Thrall is a 2/2 that costs 1 and 2 black mana for a total of 3 mana. And if Mind Stab Thrall attacks and is not blocked, you may sacrifice it to force the player it attacked to discard 3 cards. If you do so, it deals no damage during combat this turn. If that player does not have enough cards, his or her entire hand is discarded. So this is very reminiscent of Hypnotic Spectre, which has the same mana cost, same power and toughness, only discards 1 card, but it has flying. That flying is actually very impactful. This card is less good than Hypnotic Spectre, even though it can potentially hit for 3 cards. But it is significantly easier to block this than it is a Hypnotic Spectre. There are obviously situations where this is better, and those are the ones where your opponent doesn't have any blockers. This might be a fun kind of cheeky meta call against creatureless decks, but they likely have ways of dealing with creatures like removal. And overall, this just can act as redundancy, but Hypnotic Spectre is just, it really is so much better. The flying ability on top of it means it's more likely to hit. And this can only hit once, right? So Hypnotic Spectre can technically hit them 4 times in 4 turns and take out 4 cards. This will only ever take out 3 cards. But on the upside, you do only need to hit once to hit those 3 cards, and that'll be significantly more devastating. So the ceiling of this is arguably higher and arguably lower. It's all kind of nebulous, right? But in practice, it's less good just because it doesn't have the flying. This card is decent. I did hear some people talking about using it. Most of them said the same thing though, that Hypnotic Spectre was just better, and like this was like a budget choice, I guess, just because there's so fucking much of it. But yeah, overall, very interesting card, very devastating. This set sure did like to make you discard your cards. Still, it's a pretty solid card. This particular art was done by Richard Kane Ferguson, and I like it. It is definitely not my favorite of the Mind Stab Thralls. It's actually probably my least favorite, but I still think it's very good. The art has a lot of detail, and it's nice to look at, so that's cool. But let's look at the other two, which I think have better art. Alright, so this one was done by Heather Hudson, and I like this one more. It doesn't really feel like a Mind Stab Thrall, so kind of the art is kind of a disconnect. Almost feels like it would be a Goblin Grenade art that got modified. Don't know. Don't know what the situation there is, but I like it. It's funny. These frill-like things are messed up. It's, yeah, it's terrifying as a thrall, and I like that. Still, not my favorite art for the Mind Stab Thralls. My favorite art is the one that was done by Mark Teaton, because this thing is fucking terrifying. Look at this fucking thing. What the hell is this? This is definitely some sort of fucking dark magic, alchemy, and fucking necromancy mixed together to make beings of repulsion. If this thing started fucking waddling at me, I'd be fucking terrified. What do you fucking do against this? How does it poop? Who knows? Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Maybe it's designed to not live long enough for any of that to matter, which is also pretty fucking horrifying. But this is my favorite Mind Stab Thrall art, because this really, really feels like it hits the nail on the head. But yeah, that's Mind Stab Thrall. I don't really have much else to say about it. This card reads more powerful than it is, which, to be fair, it does read pretty powerful. Discarding 3 cards for 1 attack is just absolutely brutal. But, like, you can block it with anything. Even a 1/1 will prevent it from being able to rip your cards out of your hand, so it's not like there aren't ways around it. That's all I have to say about Mind Stab Thrall. Let's continue on. And the next we have Nechrite. Nechrite is another Thrall. It's a 2/2 that costs 1 and 2 black mana. And if Nechrite attacks and is not blocked, you may sacrifice it to bury a target creature controlled by the player. Nechrite attacked this turn. If you do so, Nechrite deals no damage during combat this turn. This is kind of not good. It feels similar to, what was it, like Pharaoh's Mantle and Pharaoh's Zealot, or whatever it was called. except it feels like it would be better because they can target anything, but it kind of isn't because Zealot does enough damage to kill anything that could kill it by blocking. So it's something like this is really only effective against things like that they want to not block with, but would die to it if they blocked with it. Otherwise, why wouldn't they just block, right? Like if they have a sure this can kill a 5/5, but why wouldn't they just block with the 5/5 and kill it? Like you could say, yeah, well maybe I have a couple of them out, and sure, in situations like that, this is kind of okay. But also you have to sacrifice it to do that, and really, it's not that good. I didn't hear anyone mentioning this or playing with this, and I don't blame them. Like I don't think this is a good card. Mind Stab Thrall is nice because if the stars align and it does work, the advantage isn't removing something that could block it. The advantage is ripping cards out of their hand, which can't block it. The advantage to this is sacrificing it, which you don't have to do with the Zealot or the Mantle. But the advantage of sacrificing this just to blow something up is just like removal is nice, but again, anything that would have enough value to make this worthwhile is just going to block it. So I don't know. This card is not good. I would not play this unless you had to. It does have some flavor text here though. Nekrites killed Jurina Rue, ending the counter-insurgency. Neat. Nice lore. This was illustrated by Ron Spencer, and the art is fantastic. I do like the art. It's very cool, very fucking creepy looking shit, which is, what it's going for. But the card itself is pretty unimpressive. It is a common, though, so we do have 3 different arts to talk about. This version was done by Christopher Rush, and the flavor text is, ever see a wall drop dead of fright, kid? It ain't pretty. CPL, I don't know what that stands for, Dobbs. Chaplin, maybe? Chaplin Dobbs? I don't know. Looks like they just kind of fucking ran out of space and are like, good enough. I don't like this art as much. It is nice. It is neat. I do like Christopher Rush's work, but this one's not particularly for me. And the final one is by Drew Tucker. The flavor text on this one is, was it the sight, smell, or aura of the Necrite that killed so effectively? That's kind of gross. This art is, I mean, I don't really like it. This is just kind of like I like Drew Tucker's styles, but the lack of detail doesn't really do this any favors, and it just looks like 2 naked dudes wrestling or whatever. But yeah, Necrite kind of sucks. Don't really have anything to say about it because it's just not a good card. But luckily, we do have a good card to talk about next. This is Order of the Ebon Hand, which is the color shifted version of Order of Leaper. And as I said with the Initiate of the Ebon Hand, the black version is better than the white version for reasons that are outside of the cards themselves. But otherwise, this is just basically a carbon copy. It's a 2/1 that costs 2 black mana. It is a Cleric Knight. It has protection from white. You can pay 2 black mana to pump it by 1 power until end of turn, and you can pay a black mana to give it first strike until end of turn. This is just a very solid card. This card was also mentioned a shitload when I reached out to people. So people back then were realizing how powerful this is, but why wouldn't they? It's basically just a carbon copy of Black Knight. It's a little different because you have to pay for the first strike, but you also have the ability to pump it. And the extra toughness is kind of irrelevant. I mean, it's not, but the nice thing about Order of the Ebon Hand specifically is that it's a black creature with protection from white. So it is protected from Javelin in this set, which is huge. It's protected from good, strong removal options like Swords to Plowshares, but it's also can't be blocked by Terror, which is another pretty solid, efficient removal piece. So this is just relatively hard to deal with, and you can pump it, and you can give it first strike with its pumping. So this can pretty much 1v1 anything if you have the mana for it. Overall, it's just a fucking really solid card, and also a common, and we have multiple arts to talk about for this one. And also, you can see here, just by the fact that it hit so many fucking Pro Tour collections, that this was a card that was played heavily. This particular one was done by Melissa A. Benson, and I like the art. Very cool. It's a centaur, which, most knights you'd think dude on a horse, but this is really cool. I like that. its unique approach to it. This one does have flavor text. A true follower of Tourach took pride in achievement to the exclusion of other concerns. How neat. But we have multiple arts to talk about, so let's do that now. This one was done by Christopher Rush, and I really like this one too. This one is very, very sweet, very awesome sword. Looks like a mean bitch. It's a great art. It's not, I guess, not too much else to say about it, right? The flavor text is, there are intriguing similarities between the Order and Acacian's Liber region, suggesting the two had a common origin. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 6. Yeah, that's neat. They are very similar, so that flavor text checks out and is, enhanced by the flavor of the set and by the fact that there are quite a few carbon copies between the two of them. But let's check out the next art. Alright, so this art was done by Ron Spencer, and I'm of two minds of this. I do appreciate looking. First off, all three of the arts for Order of the Ebon Hand are really fucking solid. But I like looking at the other ones more. Not to say this one is bad, but I appreciate this more because it makes more sense lore-wise. Because this looks like he is wearing the armor of an armor thrall, right? Like the skin of an armor thrall. So it's really nice to see the lore cohesion there. But yeah, I mean, the art is fantastic. But all the arts for Order of Ebon Hand are really fantastic. And there's flavor text here, like with the others. Dedicated to the principles of Tourach, members of the Order of the Ebon Hand demonstrated their devotion with grisly rituals. Nice use of grisly. But yeah, Order of the Ebon Hand, great fucking card. Much of what I said about Order Elite applies to this, so there really isn't anything new to discuss. So we'll just move on, but this one is definitely better. Then we have Soul Exchange. Soul Exchange costs 2 black mana. It is a sorcery, and sacrifice a creature, but remove it from the game instead of putting it into your graveyard. So exile a creature. Take a creature from your graveyard and put it directly into play as though it were just summoned. Put a +2/+2 counter on this creature if the creature sacrificed was a thrall. So this is pretty fucking sweet. This is actually a really good card that you don't really hear about too much. It's very similar to Animate Dead, except it doesn't have the disadvantage of having 2 targets to destroy. With Soul Exchange, if they reanimate a creature, you have to hit the creature. But with Animate Dead, you could blow up the enchantment if that's easier for you for some reason. You do have to sacrifice a creature, and this is heavily outclassed by Reanimate, but that doesn't exist yet, so that doesn't matter. The +2/+2 counter for if it was a thrall is a nice to have, but it kind of doesn't matter all that much. But this card is actually pretty fucking decent. Like, if you were going to try to make some sort of reanimate strategy work, I would definitely consider running this along with Animate Dead. And honestly, I think with this and Bazaar of Baghdad and fucking Nether Shadow and Deep Spawn, there actually is enough pieces to, like, try to make a reanimate deck that's pretty fucking solid. Like, locals level solid, not like tournament level, especially not with the stuff that comes out right after this. But it is nice to see that you could kind of try to build this. But yeah, I mean, do I gotta tell you why a 2 mana reanimate is pretty good? It's pretty good, right? Yeah, this was illustrated by Anthony S. Waters, and the art is pretty cool. It's definitely not my favorite art, and I could kind of take or leave Anthony's stuff personally, but I like this one. It's a very good card. And this one was also mentioned by people, by the way. So people were, like, messing with this and playing with it and trying reanimator strategies. They didn't really pan out, but people were trying it. Then we have Thrall Champion. Thrall Champion is a 2/2 Thrall that costs 4 and a black. So 5 mana for this. And this is basically just a Lord. All Thralls get +1/+1. That's pretty decent. You can tap this to take control of target Thrall. You lose control of target Thrall if Thrall Champion leaves play, or if you lose control of Thrall Champion. So this card was also apparently kind of desired back in the day, or at least rare. Like, this one was hard to find, and people wanted it. I guess I can kind of see it. Giving all your Thralls +1/+1 is pretty decent, but I think this card kind of sucks giant donkey dick. One, the ability is only effective if they are running thralls, so that alone isn't great. And paying 5 mana for a 2/2 that gives all your thralls +1/+1 is not like the worst deal in the world ever, but it's not great. I think this was overrated back in the day, personally. And it probably was, because it's not worth shit these days. But it is part of the reserved list, so that's pretty fucking cool, I guess, if you care about that. It's not good. Its stats are too low for the cost, and it's the +1/+1 is like the only reason you're trying to play this. And there are definitely situations where that would, benefit you. The thrall tokens that come in as 0/1s, but another thing that makes this kind of dumb is that most of those are meant to be sacrifice fodder. Like this whole archetype is kind of just about sacrificing shit to get better shit. So I just don't see the I just don't see the benefit of it. The art is really good though. It was illustrated by Daniel Gellin, and it's pretty fucking cool. Very, very spooky fucking thing. Oh yeah, there's flavor text too. Those idiots should never have bred thralls for combat. Kirana Rue. Like I said, this card I was actually surprised to see people talk about, because when I first looked through this set, I'm like, wow, this thing fucking sucks, and I still think that. I still think this thing fucking sucks. Why can't it at least? Although it is worth noting, it's technically a 3/3 because it says all thralls here, and it is a thrall, so this does power itself up. That is worth noting. This is technically a 3/3, which is fine, but I don't know. I don't know, dudes. It is interesting that the tap ability doesn't require it to stay tapped. That's pretty rare for control things at this point in the game. But it's balanced by the fact that it can only take thralls, right? So unless you're using thralls, this can't do anything about it. That's not to say that there aren't like some interesting meta calls with this, right? Like if you get this and you're not playing thralls, but you have some access to black, then maybe this is actually pretty decent just to fucking yoink your opponent's shit. But in most situations, this is not good. I would not recommend going for this. But let's move on. I really don't have anything to say about this. It's just kind of a disappointing card in my opinion. All right, so next we have Thrall Retainer. This is an enchant creature that costs 1 black mana, or an aura by today's standards, and target creature gets +1/+1. Sacrifice Thrall Retainer to regenerate the creature it enchants. So this is kind of neat, and now also doesn't have anything to do with thralls. Like you could play this in any deck that you can cast black for. It doesn't matter at all. But this is just a power up buff that gives +1/+1 and gives it regenerate once. That's kind of neat. Like if you were back in the day trying to play some version of Bogles where you're using like Holy Strength and Unholy Strength, this is kind of just a side grade. Like yeah, it's not +2/+1 for Holy Strength or Unholy Strength, or +1/+2 for Holy Strength, but +1/+1 is almost as good as +1/+2, and the ability to remove it to regenerate is pretty cool. This is also really fucking sweet with Berserk. If you're playing like in a old schoolish kind of thing, because Berserk doubles your creature's power and then you gets destroyed at end of turn. But it doesn't get buried, so you can regenerate it. So you can have this on there, you can slap a Berserk on, hit something for double, and if that's not enough to kill them, when it goes to die, you can remove this and regenerate it. And bada bing, bada boom, you still have the creature. Now, how valuable that is, up for fucking debate, but there are some cool things you can do with this. It's still not a great card, though. It's, a +1/+1 for 1 mana. It's not great. It's not the worst thing in the world, for sure. And there are definitely metas that probably played with this and saw some level of success. In limited, I guess. I don't fucking know, man. It's probably fine, but I certainly wouldn't be like, oh shit, this is the best thing ever. But I do think it's actually pretty sweet in low level kitchen table constructed, where you're just trying to build fun decks and not super worried about building the most optimal thing you possibly can. Old Magic is kind of better when you don't optimize it. Actually, all Magic is kind of better when you don't optimize it too hard, but It's really hard to, like, not do that, right? But now I'm rambling about stuff that has nothing to do with Thrall Retainer. So I guess we'll move on. It was illustrated by Ron Spencer, and this is fucking disgusting. Well done, Ron. This is very, very fucking gross. So you did great with this one. It does have flavor text, I guess we'll go over quick. Until the rebellion, thralls served their masters faithfully, even at the cost of their own lives. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 2. Now that's kind of sad. But let's move on. Okay, so the last thrall we have to talk about is Thrall Wizard. Thrall Wizard is a 1/1 Thrall Wizard. They cost 2 and a black mana, and you can pay 1 and a black, counter a target black spell if caster of target spell does not pay an additional black or 3. Play this ability as an interrupt. This is pretty fucking neat. Obviously, it's incredibly niche because it only affects people that have black, right? So like it doesn't do anything against not black, and 3 mana for a 1/1 is kind of rough. So already it's hard to justify this unless you're like pretty much guaranteed to see black spells. I didn't really hear too much people talking about this. And as far as I know it didn't really see play even in Black Summer, which is kind of wild. Maybe it did. I would have to look into that a little bit more before I can confidently claim that. But I haven't heard about this even serving as a niche in the meta where you were almost 100% guaranteed to see black spells. So if that doesn't tell you that this is kind of shit, I don't know what will. It is interesting. I do really, really like counters on a stick, but most of the time they aren't particularly great, especially something as niche as this. And also, it is neat that they have to pay either a black or 3, but like they played a black spell, right? So odds are they probably have access to black. And maybe that's why it didn't really see any play in Black Summer, because it 3 mana to play this, then another 2 mana to counter their shit. They just have to make sure they have a black mana held up. It's not too hard to do. That's kind of the main problem with, counter abilities on creatures, is that your opponent can see it, right? And they can see the mana that you have, so they know when you can cast it, how often you can cast it, and they can plan accordingly, making it significantly less good than like just a counter spell. But I do like this. I do think it's fun. I do think it's funny. I do think you probably won't run into many situations where it's actually good, but it's neat. It was illustrated by Anson Maddox, and I do like the art. I think this art is really fantastic. Very spooky looking motherfucker. And there's flavor text here. In crafting intelligent thralls to assist in sacrifices, Seer, or whatever, inadvertently set the stage for the Thrall Rebellion. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 2. Oh, what's that? You educated your slaves and then they took over? Yeah, fucking giant chalk there. This is why education's important. But yeah, Thrall Wizard. Interesting card. Not a great card, like at all, but it's interesting. Let's move on. We only have 2 more black spells to talk about. Next up is Tourach's Chant. This is an enchantment that costs 1 and 2 black mana. During your upkeep, pay black or bury Tourach's Chant. Whenever a player puts a forest into play, Tourach's Chant deals 3 damage to him or her unless that player puts a -1/- counter on target creature he or she controls. Okay, so that's kind of interesting. It's color hate, but it's kind of mild color hate compared to, the sets that came before. It is really good against green, since especially in this set, in this limited, like if you manage to get a hold of this and slide it in game 2 against the green player, they are gonna fucking hate this. Because pretty much most of the creatures are 1/1s, so this will just be blowing up creatures, and even if it doesn't, adding a -1/- counter to something is pretty good. And dealing 3 damage every time they play a land, that's gonna be fucking rough. That's gonna add up pretty quick. This like might even be a legitimate win condition kind of against a green player. Like not that they'll kill themselves with this, but it'll make them stop doing stuff and let you overrun them. And the upkeep cost isn't even cumulative, so this can just fucking sit there forever. Which is, this would really suck if it had a cumulative upkeep cost, because it's not particularly good. But it is interesting. Like all color hate, it does nothing if they don't play that color, right? this isn't particularly good. I didn't hear anyone mention this at all. Like, I don't think people played this. So yeah, I don't know. I don't really have much to say about this one. I like it. It's interesting. It's not good. Was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson, and the art is fantastic. Very, very cool. I appreciate the kind of abstract nature of it. But let's move on to the last black card, right? Maybe that one will actually be good. All right, so I wouldn't call it good, but it is interesting. Tourach's Gate is an enchant land or an aura that enchants lands. That's a good start. Costs 1 and 2 black mana, which is a very, very common casting cost in this set. And can only be played on a target land you control. That's what the enchant land means. Sacrifice a thrall to put 3 time counters on Tourach's Gate. During your upkeep, remove a time counter from Tourach's Gate. If there are no time counters on Tourach's Gate, bury it. Tap land, Tourach's Gate enchants. All attacking creatures you control get +2/-1 until end of turn. So that's actually really interesting and potentially really good. It is kind of a non-bow though. Most thralls are 1/1s, or in the case of the ones that you generate, the tokens, they're 0/1s. So when you tap this, it just blows up all your shit. Granted, you could sacrifice all of your thralls to this, put a bunch of time counters on, and then, like, go to fucking town with, like, Durellor. I guess this is interesting because it doesn't just, like, auto-win you the game. Like, I kind of appreciate cards that when you play them wrong, like, super fuck you over. But not everyone agrees with that, and they kind of avoid doing that these days. It's also held back by the fact that you kind of need to be running thralls. I mean, I guess you don't need to. You can pay 3 mana, put this on a land, tap it, and then rush in with your creatures and then just let it go. But if that's the kind of boost you're wanting, there are easier and better ways to do it. The art was done by Sandra Everingham, and I really, really like the art on this. I do think that the art is pretty fucking fantastic. This set just, by and large, has real bangers of art. Even the pieces that I don't like are acceptable and fine. That's kind of all I have to say about it. It's not great. Like you can copium on this, right? But like it is not good. That's it for the black cards. Overall, there are like 4 or 5 that are anywhere from the most cracked shit in this entire set to pretty damn playable. And the rest are like, pretty okay. Like, they're bad, but so is a lot of stuff in this set, and they aren't necessarily as bad as other things. But that's really all I have to say about the black cards. So let's get on to the red cards, because those are pretty interesting if you like goblins. And I like goblins. All right, so next we have the red cards, and they are not quite as powerful as the black cards, but they are pretty fun. There's some pretty cool cards in this set. And we're going to start off with Brass Claw Orcs. Brass Claw Orcs is a 3/2 orc creature. Costs 2 and a red, so 3 mana total for a 3/2. It's basically a vanilla, but it cannot be assigned to block any creature with a power greater than 1. So this is pretty common for orcs. I guess the point the card is trying to make is these things are cowards. Beyond that, there isn't really too much to say about it. These are okay. Like, the rate is pretty solid, honestly. The 3/2 for 3 mana is pretty good, which you can tell because they felt the need to put a downside on it. The downside is negligible, honestly. Like, you can't block things with this. Not really. You can block 1/1s, I guess, but honestly, a card like this, you would mostly be playing it to be aggressive, since while it doesn't look like it today, this is a fairly aggressive stat line, honestly. This is a common, so we have 4 different arts to talk about. And again, it's pretty much just a vanilla. I don't really have too much to say about it. I will say this did actually get played back in the day. I have a couple comments talking about it, mentioning the absurdity of the whole situation, considering you look at this and it does kind of really suck by today's standards. Not so in the case back in the day. You remember I was fawning over a 4/4 that fucking made you spend more mana on shit. that cost 4 mana. This is not too different from that. It comes down a turn earlier, and yeah, fuck, I don't know. It's actually pretty solid. Um, but let's talk about the flavor text before we move on, and of course the art. The Brass Claws delighted in lightning raids on Acacian and Dwarven towns. An unprepared enemy is easy to defeat. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 4. I think this is the first time we've talked about Volume 4. How neat. This was illustrated by Rob Alexander, who I have said before, I really love his stuff. And this one's no different. Very, very cool. It is kind of bland in that there's no action going on. The scene is relatively mundane, but it is highly detailed and quite a cool look. But we do have 3 other arts to look at, so let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so this version of Brass Claw Orcs was done by Dan Fraser, and it, like everything else, has different flavor text. Brass Claws were typical orcs, quick to laud their own prowess in battle, quick to jeer at their opponents, and quicker still to run away when things started to look slightly dangerous. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 4. And this one is also pretty great. Dan Fraser has some great pieces. I don't particularly have much to say about it. I like that there's a little bit more action here and multiple orcs. I always appreciate when there's variation and multiple creatures in a art, especially one that's like these aren't a legendary creature, right? They're part of an army, so I do appreciate multiple subjects in the art. That's really all I have to say about this, though. Let's check out the next one. All right, and so this one is also done by Rob Alexander, so he did 2 of the arts for this. The flavor text is, a whole skin is worth 1,000 victories. Orcish veteran of the Battle of Montfort. Not quite sure what they're trying to express with that, but it sounds pretty messed up. This art is pretty sweet. It's interesting, for sure, but I do like that it has a bit more of a... Calling it a natural pose kind of doesn't make sense, but you get what I kind of mean, whereas the last one he did was just stiff, standing there straight, showing like an unusual amount of discipline for an orc, whereas this guy is a bit of confidence, cocky attitude, kind of like, look at me. Yeah, fuck, I don't know. I like it, though. It's pretty solid. Let's look at the last one, though. Alright, and so the last of the Brass Claw Orc arts was done by Heather Hudson. The flavor text on this is, the large brass claws worn by some Sarpadian orc tribes were among the least feared weapons ever known. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 4. Yeah, that makes sense that brass claws wouldn't be super terrifying as far as weapons go. Generally, in real life, the more dangerous a weapon is by how safe you're using it comparatively to how much damage it does. Like the spear and pike, something that you can stay far back from the thing you're stabbing, is much better than like a dagger. Not that that's here or there, but the art itself is pretty sweet. It's kind of blurring the line between goblins and orcs, but that line is a blurry line anyway, so it's not really a huge deal. I do like the consistency and the brass claws between the various different art forms. Very cool. And I do like that this has, a whole fucking troop of them being silly little dudes doing weird fucking stuff. Yeah, fuck, I don't know. I don't have much to say about it. It's a vanilla creature. All of the art is decent. None of it's super inspired, but it doesn't have to be. It's just fucking orcs, right? But let's skedaddle on, shall we? And talk about our first red rare. This is Dwarven Armorer. This is a 0/2 dwarf that costs a single red mana, and you can pay a red and tap to discard a card from your hand to put either a +0/+1 or a +1/+0 counter on target creature. So that is interesting. Trading a card for a single power or toughness is kind of a shit trade, especially unless... Like, I mean, I guess it's fine if you have ass loads of card advantage, but you kind of don't in this set. There is some card draw, but not much of it. And even still, like, your cards have to be pretty fucking bad to consider trading them for a single +0 counter. Like, wouldn't having another creature generally just be more advisable? At least in my opinion. I don't know. This card is flavorful, but it kind of sucks. The discard a card for this is just way too much. I get that they're, trying to depower things down, but like a lot of the things in this set, this seems a tad too far. Yeah, I don't really have much to say about it except that this is just bad. This is a bad card. That's not okay. So that's not to say there's no niche to this. If you are trying to do reanimator shit, this is actually pretty decent, especially since it's not discard a random card. So like if you are planning on doing something out of the graveyard with that card, this is actually pretty fucking good. So there are definitely situations where this has some value, but on its face, like if you're just playing this fair, this card really fucking sucks. I didn't really hear too much or anything at all from people that played back in the day talking about this. And I mean that kind of makes sense because why would you play this? This was illustrated by Brian Walkwitz, and the art is pretty fucking phenomenal. Like this is a well done piece, very cool, very dwarven vibe. I like it. I enjoy it. Anvil looks a little strange, but hey, whatever. You know, it is a fantasy realm. And I suppose we'll talk about the flavor text quick before we move on. The few remaining pieces from this period suggest the dwarves eventually made weapons and armor out of everything, even children's toys. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 4. Okay, that's neat. That shows a little time of desperation, I guess. Kind of irrelevant flavor text, but, fucking whatever. It's just flavor text. It doesn't really need to be anything. But yeah, Dwarven Armorer, as far as rares go, it's pretty bad, but most of the rares in this set suck, so what are you gonna do? And this does have the specific niche of ditching specific cards into your graveyard if you're doing reanimator stuff. So there is definitely some strategies that could use this. It is unfortunate that that strategy is still not very strong by the standards of the time. But that is what it is. Let's move on. Dwarven Catapult. Alright, so this is the card that I briefly mentioned a little bit. That's the X spell that kind of sucks compared to all the other X spells. So this is an instant, costs X and a red, and Dwarven Catapult does X damage divided evenly among all of opponent's creatures, round down. So basically, if you want to do 1 damage to 5 creatures, you have to put 5 mana into this, and it does it to all creatures rounded down, so the math really works out where this is kind of a shit deal unless it happens early. You can, like, turn 3 or 4, maybe do something with this, but the longer you wait, the less value this will have. And you can't even kill half of the opponent's creatures. This is just kind of bad, especially compared to like Fireball, Disintegrate, or Hurricane. No, Hurricane, sure. I keep saying Hurricane when I mean Earthquake, but they're kind of the same thing. This is the worst of them, but in Limited, this is pretty much all you can do other than Javelin some shit, so, it's probably worth it. In fact, people did mention using this and having some success with it in this specific set, but outside of that, it's just, you got better options. That's not to say this has no value, and this is probably one of the better cards we've talked about, other than the, like, obviously really fucking good cards. It's just the window of opportunity to take value out of this is pretty small, in my opinion. Does have some cool flavor text here, though. Often greatly outnumbered in battle, dwarves relied on catapults as one means of damaging a large army. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 4. Yeah, alright, so that, kind of goes along with it all. Very cool. This was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges, and this is honestly probably one of his better works. I really like this. His style is one that I could take or leave in most situations. I don't dislike his stuff, but I also don't, like, love it at the same rate that I love some of the other artists' stuff. This piece in particular, though, is very fantastic. I think he did a great job with this one. Also, this is an uncommon. There's only the one artwork, so let us continue on. Alright, so our next uncommon to talk about is Dwarven Lieutenant. This is a 1/2 that costs 2 mana. It is a dwarf soldier, and it has an activated ability. A 1 in a red, target dwarf gets +1/+0 until end of turn. We've talked a lot about pumping abilities. This is kind of the best one, because the white soldier can pump itself for +1 for the same rate. This can pump any dwarf. So you get the advantage that you got with the one that could pump anything, but that one costs 3 fucking mana. Granted, that one did pump toughness as well, but this one is the best that we've talked about. You can swing in with all your dwarfs, then pump whichever dwarf needs it after blockers are declared, right? And so the person declaring blockers has to keep that in mind before you use it. Now, it does mean that you have to play dwarfs, which do kind of suck. So outside of limited, I would say this sucks just as bad as the other ones. But within limited, if you have a critical mass of dwarfs, this is actually fairly decent considering the power level of the cards. Outside of that, this is just pretty trash. Like fire breathing as a card already exists. It already exists on quite a few creatures. It's just this is 2 mana for a +1. It is a lot. You're asking a lot. There is some flavor text here. Uh, Dwarven officers were tireless in battle, moving up and down the lines to rally their troops and boost morale. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 4. And this was also illustrated by Jeff A. Menges, and this piece is also really fantastic. As we go through the sets, his pieces in particular seem to be getting quite a bit better, so he's getting better at this. That's really cool to see. Yeah, I like this one. I don't really have too much else to say about it. It's fine if you're running dwarfs, but then you're running dwarfs, right? Like, eh. Let's just move right along. Then we have Dwarven Soldier. Now this is a common. It's a 2/1 dwarf soldier, and it's called Dwarven Soldier. It costs 1 and a red. And this is actually pretty fucking sweet by the context of this set specifically. It does have this ability: if Dwarven Soldiers blocks or is blocked by orcs, it gets +0/+2 until end of turn. That's going to be irrelevant 99% of the time, always, but in this specific limited, it might come up, and it's just a bonus. Ignoring that rather niche ability, this is still pretty fucking sweet. Like, I think it was the merfolk soldiers that were a 1/2. Some of the soldiers are 1/2s, and that is way worse than having a 2/1 for a soldier. A 2 mana 2/1 is pretty fucking solid. So, in the context of this limited, this is pretty great. And even outside of limited, if you don't have access to like every card ever, there is possibly a place for this, depending on how aggressive you want to be. This is definitely not a bad card. But I guess I don't have too much else to say about it. It is a common. We have multiple arts here to talk about. So let's talk about the flavor text and the art and then move on. Let no one say we did not fight until the last. Headstone fragment from a mass grave found in the Crimson Peaks. Oh, well, that's just kind of sad and depressive. But good for them for, sticking to their shit, I guess. This one was illustrated by Rob Alexander, and it's fine. Not a particular fan of this, although I will say he did a pretty fucking great job of capturing emotion. This dude looks pretty fucking burnt out by the war, right? But otherwise, it's just a little grimy and bleh for my taste. I mean, it makes sense. I'm not saying that his direction that the art took in this is by any means incorrect. It's just not something I particularly get a lot of joy out of looking at. But that's okay. It is well done, just not really my cup of tea. And then the next Dwarven soldier we have was illustrated by Randy Asplund Faith. The flavor text on here is: there is a legend among present-day dwarves that the dwarves of Sarpedia will one day return to defend dwarven kind against a deadly peril. And then the art here is pretty cool, honestly. Very kind of Norse inspired, I'd argue. Which, makes sense. That's where most dwarven mythologies come from. Most might be incorrect, but it's common. Uh, yeah, I like this one. Very cool. I like that this is fighting this kind of fucking dragon thing. Very, very fucking cool. I don't know. I like this one. I don't have much else to say about it. Let's move on. And the last one we have to talk about is by Douglas Schuler, and this one wins points for being the funniest one. This is kind of fucking hilarious. Um, this guy, even this guy with his eye patch and looking hard as shit, with his big old fucking nose, he looks real fucking funny. Yeah, I kind of appreciate this one. The flavor text here is: although the dwarves staunchly defended their walled city-states against the orc, their civilization was the first to fall, and its name was sadly lost. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 1. Dun dun dun. Yeah, pretty cool. But that's it for Dwarven Soldier. Like I said, it's honestly actually a pretty solid card rate-wise at the time, but the effect is almost useless. Not completely useless, but almost useless. So, let's move on to Goblin Shuriken. All right, we're in the goblins. A Goblin Shuriken has some fucking great art. Like, I don't think it's got a bad art. Um, but this is a 0/2 Goblin Shaman that costs a single red mana, and you can sacrifice a goblin to regenerate a target creature. This card is actually pretty fucking good. If you're playing with goblins, this is definitely not a bad thing to have, and was wildly underrated at the time, at least according to the few. Well, I say few, but it was like over a fucking 100 comments. According to the people that responded when I reached out, Goblin Shuriken was pretty good and was very often underrated, which does make sense to me. I could see this not looking super great, but it's actually really interesting. Obviously, you gotta be doing goblin stuff for this to be any good, but if you're doing goblin stuff, this is pretty good. Especially if you have any high value pieces, right? Like, because obviously, say you have a goblin king pumping all your goblins, they're gonna try to kill that. But if you sack a different goblin for this, bada bing, bada boom. But yeah, so it's like, I don't know. It's definitely underrated, and I would say it's pretty useful if you're doing goblin stuff. If you're not doing goblin stuff, it's just a 0/2 for 1 mana, right? Yeah, I guess I don't really know what else to say about this. It's pretty decent. It was underrated at the time and probably looks worse than it is. Regeneration is not really thought about too much because they don't do it anymore because it's kind of confusing to grasp your head around, but it's really good in certain situations. It's definitely something worth considering. So this is pretty solid. Beyond that, the art is phenomenal, all of it, and we'll talk about that. This one was done by Daniel Gellin, and I love this one. just the just the look of like concentration as he's feeding the needle while he's covered in green goo and has a barrel of fucking hands behind. Uh, Goblin art is some of my favorite. I really like early Goblin art and the sense of gruesome hilarity in all of it. There is flavor text, so we'll talk about that before we move on. The Churigens patched up their fallen comrades with a gruesome mix of twisted limbs and mangled flesh. Yeah, that sounds about right. But let's look at what other fantastic pieces of art grace us for this particular monster. Oh man, this one is also so fucking good. All right, so this one was done by Phil Foglio, one of my favorite artists. And what we have here is a fucking concoction of Llanowar elves. Um, fuck, what was this guy's name? There's a fucking planeswalker from like really early on. Uh, this was drawn by Mark Poole. There's a whole fucking comic. I'm gonna post this picture of the comic right here. This guy, Tashir, maybe that might have been the guy. I don't know. This is the fucking weird tiger bird thing from Natural Selection, and I don't know. Maybe a gray ogre. I'm not actually sure what the arm is from, but this is just fantastic. It's great, nice fucking callback to other cards. Really helps fit the magic theme together, and this art just brings me joy. It's just really fucking funny. And I like the look of concentration on this guy's face. He's got his tongue out and he's focusing. He's got the fucking doctor headlamp thing. Very, very fucking funny. There's flavor text here. I asked one of my aides how they do it, but all he'd say was, "Trust me, Mayor, you don't want to know." Lydia Winforth, Mayor of Trocaire. Yeah, cool. But I love this art. I love the other art too. Like, I think this one is my favorite, but it's really fucking hard to say with these because all three of them bring me joy. And speaking of which, let's check out the last one. And this last one was done by Dan Frazier, and this one is also hilarious. It's a bit more serious than the other two, but still pretty fucking funny. Like, this guy does look like he's got a bit of a grimace on, but otherwise he also just kind of seems like he's like, yeah, whatever. You gotta take it off, you gotta take it off. This guy's just watching in approval, like, yeah, good job. You're doing great. And he looks like he's like fucking thinking about what he's gonna do after his shift, right? Like man, fucking work sucks. Can't wait to go fucking watch dumb YouTube videos or whatever he does with his spare time. I like it. It's very fantastic. The flavor text here is perhaps goblins are good for something after all. Attributed to General Curzon. That's kind of mean. Goblins are good for a lot of stuff, man. Uh, but yeah, Goblin Shuriken, hilarious card, 10 out of 10. Not like busted by any means, but like surprisingly decent. Only in a Goblin strategy, but that's kind of power for the chorus for Goblin cards, right? Yeah, fuck, I don't know, dudes, but I fucking love this card. Let's check out the other goblins though, because there are a few of them. And speaking of few of them, next up is Goblin Flotilla. Goblin Flotilla is a 2/2 that costs 2 and a red, and it has Island Walk, and at the beginning of an attack, pay red, or any creatures blocking or blocked by Goblin Flotilla gain first strike until end of turn. So this card sucks. It's not good. It's 3 mana for a 2/2, but it's really fucking hilarious. Um, yeah, it's just really funny. I also appreciate the like lore or flavor rather of having to pay red mana to get them to like hurry the fuck up or they just get fucking killed while they're getting out of the boat. I think that's really really funny. It's not a good card by any means, but you know, they don't all have to be fucking good. And just the concept beyond this is so kind of wonderful. It's wild to me that this is a rare. This is a rare card. But we've already established the rare card sucks, so you know, fucking whatever, I suppose. This was illustrated by Tom Warnerstrand, and the art is pretty good. It's probably my least favorite part of the card. It's definitely not bad. Like the art is good. But it's just that the concept itself is so fucking funny to me that the art kind of takes a back seat to that. But it's by no means bad art or anything like that. He's dumping water. Their boat's sinking. Okay, maybe I do really like the art. This is just fun. It's just some cards are just funny, and this card is just funny, and I really appreciate it for that. But I don't really have any like serious like, oh, you could use it for this. Like, yeah, sure, if they've got fucking islands, you can hit them with a 2/2. That's pretty fucking cool, I guess. But you don't really need me to tell you that. So yeah, there's not really anything fun to say about this. Let's go ahead and move on. Oh, wait, whoa, whoa, whoa. There's flavor text. I almost didn't notice the flavor text. My bad, guys. Exceptionally poor sailors. Goblins usually arrived at their destination retching and in no condition to fight. Oh, hey, that ties into the whole fucking mechanical you gotta pay red to like get them off their asses thing. Even funnier. And now we're ready to talk about the arguably third best card in the set, or maybe fourth. There's some wiggle room. Goblin Grenade. This thing is seriously fucking awesome. It's a sorcery, it costs 1 red. Sacrifice a goblin to have Goblin Grenade deal 5 damage to 1 target. And yeah, this is pretty fucking insane. 5 damage for 1 mana is unheard levels of efficiency. Now, granted, you have to sacrifice a goblin, but goblins are kind of disposable in design. Like that's kind of how they work. Um, yeah, this card was even from the beginning. People knew this thing was fucking good. They were playing with it. They're still playing with it now. Goblin Grenade can see play anywhere it's legal. It's definitely worth considering. Um, yeah, yeah. If you have goblins, this thing is just fucking great. You can run 4 of them in a deck, and each opponent only has 20 life. So theoretically, you could win the game just by fucking plugging them with Goblin Grenades, which is pretty funny. This is also like super solid removal in a set that doesn't really have too much of it. Now, granted, you have to trade something to remove something, but you can blow up a much bigger thing than the thing you removed. Or you could just fucking beam them for 5. This is pretty close to getting a finisher in this set. I mean, there's been a couple, but for the most part, this set is pretty fucking rough. And cards like this kind of make it a lot better, in my opinion. Yeah, Goblin Grenade is great. I love this card. But so does pretty much everyone else. People are big fans of Goblin Grenades. Unless you hate getting fucking dealt 5 damage to goblins and don't play goblins. Some people hate this card. But to those people I say, fucking live a little. But we have multiple art pieces to talk about, so let's read over the... But we have multiple arts to talk about with this card, so let's go over the flavor text, talk about the art, and move on. According to accepted theory, the grenade held some kind of flammable mixture and was carried to its target by a hapless goblin. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 4. Alright, cool. And this was illustrated by Ron Spencer, and it's pretty great. It's, I think, my least favorite Goblin Grenade art, but it is pretty fucking fantastic. There are some really good Goblin Grenade arts, though. Like, normally I don't talk about cards, reprints of a card, but this art right here, yeah, there you go. Look at that. That's phenomenal. I fucking love that. That's fantastic. But this art's pretty solid, too. But like I said, I think this is probably my least favorite of the Goblin Grenade arts. Not because it's bad, just because there are so many fucking bangers. So, let's move on. Alright, so this one was done by Dan Frazier, and this is my favorite Goblin Grenade art, at least in this set. This is just fantastic for so many reasons. I love this dwarf. I love this dwarf back here that's just like, oh! And this goblin's like, yo, this is so fucking cool. Look at this thing. Oh, the views. This art's just fantastic. It brings me such joy. Like I said, illustrated by Dan Frazier, and he knocked this one out of the park. Super fantastic piece. And this flavor text is also great, too. I don't suppose we could teach them to throw the cursed things. Ivra Jerd's daughter. Yeah, seems like it'd be a good idea. Good luck with that, though, Chief. But there is another Goblin Grenade art to talk about, so let's take a look at that. Alright, so this one was done by Christopher Rush, and I really like this one, too. Probably my second favorite. Again, like, they're all great, but the fucking wicked smile on the goblin and fucking wrapped up in TNT and even got a fucking firework back here. Super fun. This one also brings me joy. The flavor text on this one is alright. Without their massive numbers, the goblins could never have launched such a successive offense. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 6. Yeah. That's really all I have to say about Goblin Grenade. It's a fucking great card, but, like, that's pretty fucking obvious, right? Like, 1 mana, deal 5 damage. The only downside to it is that it's a sorcery, but, you know, this would probably be busted if it was an instant, quite honestly. Still, that's all I really have to say about Goblin Grenade. Easily the... Well, no, let's say this. The other really strong, powerful cards in this set are kind of fucking miserable. Like, some people like them, I don't have a problem with them, but a lot of people do, and they can get fucking taxing of playing against. Goblin Grenade can frustrate some people that think, oh, 5 damage is just too fucking much, but for the most part, this is a balanced and perfectly fine card. Like, I, I, I struggle to see you having issue with something like this and not just being a whiny baby. No offense if you fucking hate Goblin Grenade. Maybe you know something about it I don't. But in my opinion, it's pretty fucking harmless for what it is. So it has that going for it. In my opinion, probably the best designed card as far as power, fun, and all of that shit. But let us move on. Okay, so next we have an uncommon, and there's not too much to say about this. This is Goblin Kites. It's an enchantment. It costs 1 and a red, and you can pay a red, and a target creature you control, which cannot have a toughness greater than 2, gains flying until end of turn. Other effects may later be used to increase the creature's toughness. At end of turn, flip a coin. Opponent calls heads or tails while coin is in the air. If the flip ends up in opponent's favor, bury that creature. Yeah, so that's kind of a word salad. Pay a red, target creature you control with toughness 2 or less gains flying until end of turn. Flip a coin at the beginning of the next end step. If you lose the flip, sacrifice that creature. Yeah, and the art kind of speaks for what's going on here. It's a goblin kite. It's just a fucking piece of cloth and fucking using it to fly. And toughness is kind of being used to like describe the weight of a creature, right? If it's got a lower toughness, it's probably doesn't weigh that much and therefore can fly. This is one of only two ways in the entire set to give something flying, which is kind of problematic if you ask me. This set could definitely use some fucking flying, but the designers at the time were getting annoyed with how much flying was appearing on stuff, and too much flying like if everything is flying, nothing is flying, right? That's kind of the concept. But I do think, like many design decisions, they did kind of pull too far in the opposite direction. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox, and it's fucking fantastic. He's dumping out what looks like cabbages, and man, I don't fucking know what that is. Maybe a rock? Who's to say? Um, but this is interesting, hilarious, pretty good and limited. You could use this with Mind Stab Thrall for the ultimate gamer combo because if they don't have flying, how could they? You fucking get in, ditch, sacrifice it. So who cares what the flip comes up with? It was gonna be gone anyway, and then you rip 3 cards out of your hand. Talk about fucking owning them, you know. But other than dumb shit like that, I don't know. I would say this is super fucking good and limited though, just because there is like no fucking flying to have. So if you do have flying, it is really fucking good, because what the fuck are they gonna do about it? This is an uncommon, so we only have the one printing of it, and it's not that great. You also don't need goblins for this to be good. Like it says goblins up here, but nothing else in the card references goblins. So unlike most things that involve goblins, you can play this in a goblinless deck if you wanted to. Like if I was gonna play this, I would probably try the Mind Stab combo, because that would be fucking funny and pretty devastating if it worked. But that's all I have to say about Goblin Kites, so let's continue on and see what the next guy is. And the next guy is Goblin War Drums. This is an enchantment, so I guess not technically a guy, but what the fuck ever. Costs 2 and a red, and each attacking creature you control that opponent chooses to block may not be blocked with fewer than 2 creatures. That's kind of a lot of words to just say creatures you control have menace, and menace means that they can't be blocked by less than 2 creatures. This is pretty fucking good in limited and maybe low level kitchen table. I guess this you could also make an argument this would be decent in commander, depending on meta, right? Because every table you sit at, fucking different things are fucking okay or not okay, and fucking good or not good. So I guess you could make that fucking argument about everything. But like if you are doing a Voltron commander, having menace isn't terrible. And if you're going wide, having menace on everything is actually pretty fucking good. So I guess you could make that argument. Otherwise, this is just kind of decent. It's fine. It's not good. It's not bad. The more wide you go, the better it is. But like the last card we talked about, it also doesn't care if you have goblins. So you could play this with fucking sapperlings. You could play this with thralls. It don't matter. But we do have 4 different versions of this card to talk about, so instead of just fucking dicking off, let's talk about the flavor text here and the art and move on. The goblins' dreaded war drums struck terror into the hearts of even their bravest foes. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 4. This was illustrated by Dan Frazier, and kind of fucking nails it. This guy is in the fucking zone. He is a fucking drummer, man. And this guy, yeah, he's fucking on it. He is loving it. These dudes are fucking ready for war. But yeah, fuck, I don't know. I don't have anything else to say about it. The art's pretty sweet. To this version of Goblin War Drums that was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson. Oh, they fit a fuckload of flavor text on this one. Defending the outer trenches, we strained our eyes in the darkness. All we could hear was the drum's terrible pounding. Dobbs, on my right, broke first. Soon we were all heading for the walls. Corporal Peter Douglas. Court martial testimony. Oh, that's what CPL means. Corporal, not chaplain. Fucking corporal. That shows what the fuck I know. Dobbs was a corporal as well. I guess they managed to fit corporal on this one, but not on the other card. Interesting stuff. Like I said, illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson. This art is really fucking cool. Very, very war heavy kind of fucking. like violent, right? Like the art feels kind of violent. Very cool. Um, Normally with my goblin art, I prefer shit posting, but I can't complain about when we get very vicious and feral goblin art. That's very cool too. I like both of those things, right? But yeah, let's check out the other arts. And speaking of shit posting, Heather Hudson has my back. Look at these guys. This guy's like, fuck, this sucks. This guy's like, yeah, hitting shit. Hell yeah. Uh, Very fun. Very cool. Enjoy this one. The war drums enabled goblin and orcish armies to crush the sparsely defended dwarven cities. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, this art's really great. I like this. Less of the feral violent vibe and more of the shitpost vibe, but I have no problems with that. Let's see the last art. Alright, so this one is done by Jeff A. Menges, and this art is pretty cool. It's probably my least favorite because it's not super hilarious or super dark and violent. The skulls are pretty messed up, though. Yeah, I don't particularly have too much to say about this one. Kind of just sits in the middle of being kind of funny, kind of dark, and that's fine, but it's definitely not my favorite. When creating a new war drum, Goblin designers sought out the highest quality skulls. Sarah Angel skulls were the most highly prized, although most acknowledged that the skull of an exotic sea serpent made for a richer tone. Huh. Alright, so that's kind of callbacks to Alpha with the sea serpent and the Sarah Angel. Not sure how they would get their hands on a Sarah Angel skull, but you know, fucking whatever, I guess. Very cool. But that's it for Goblin War Drums. Like I said, it's a decent enough card. The art for it is pretty good. Worth it in limited. I don't know that I would play it anywhere besides limited or commander in very specific niche situations, but it's definitely not the worst card to ever exist. All right, so next we have Goblin Warrens. Good old Goblin Warrens. This is an enchantment that costs 2 and a red, and you can pay 2 and a red, sacrifice 2 goblins to put 3 goblin tokens into play. Treat these tokens as 1/1 red creatures. So this is a rare, and it is decent. This is a card that was pretty hype back in the day. Man, this is a card I just kind of want to be good, right? Paying 3 and sacrificing 2 goblins to get 3 goblins is not great, but if you have shitloads of mana, this does kind of like once you have 3 tokens, you can just sack 2 of the tokens to have 4 tokens, and then you can do it again, and then you can do it again, and then you can do it again. So there's definitely some potential here. And also there isn't really any enchantment removal in this set, so they can't really deal with this, but it doesn't end up translating well to the wider game. And of course, you do need 2 goblins in play to do this. It's pretty funny, for sure, and I really like this card, but it's not what I would call a good card per se. It's certainly not bad, and again, right, you can sack 2 to make 3. 3 is more than 2. You do need a shitload of mana to do this, but it is pretty decent. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world, for sure. But this card was pretty beloved back in the day. Like, it's actually really hard to activate this, especially in, like, actual games. Like, in Limited, you probably have some opportunities to do this. But it's an interesting card. It makes tokens, which, again, is not a new concept. It was back in Alpha, but this is more efficient than it was. Still not super efficient. Goblin Warrens is a pretty interesting card, for sure. I definitely like it. It does have some flavor text here. Goblins bred underground, their numbers hidden from the enemy until it was too late. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 4. And this was illustrated by Dan Fraser, and the art for this is absolutely fantastic. This is just hilarious in so many great ways. She looks fucking tired, dude. Man, this kid's screaming. All this shit going on. Annoying stuff. But yeah, as fun of a card as this is and as exciting as it seems, it kind of doesn't play super well. It's hard to activate, and you're not going to get as much out of this as you think you could. So just keep that in mind. But let's move on. See what else we have. All right. So next we have Orcish Captain. Orcish Captain is a 1/1 creature, Orc warrior that costs 1 red mana, and you can pay a mana, choose a target orc, and flip a coin. Opponent calls heads or tails while coin is in the air. If the flip ends up in your favor, that orc gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Otherwise, that orc gets -0/-2 until end of turn. So that's interesting. Most orcs do not have 3 or more toughness, so likely this will kill an orc. It's basically just flip a coin to like power up or get something killed. Kind of not worth it, but it is very much in the random variable, just fucking go for it nature of red. So it is a fun and interesting card. And coin flip cards they have to be super fucking cracked for them to have any sort of actual competitive viability, because it's literally a coin flip, right? And the key to winning is consistency, and coin flips are not known for their consistency. But yeah, I guess I don't have too much to say about this. It's if you're running orcs and have orc synergies, of which there are like a little bit maybe, sure, but otherwise I wouldn't bother. It was illustrated by Mark Teeden, and the art is pretty fucking great. This is an ugly fucking orc looking dude and fucking vast army. The flavor text here is there's a chance to win every battle. And that's actually pretty fucking true. So that kind of speaks well. The card itself kind of sucks though. So let's just move on so I don't waste your time any more than I already am. All right, so next we have Orcish Spy. This is a common. There's 3 printings of it, so we'll talk about that later. But Orcish Spy is a 1/1 orc that costs a red mana, and I guess it's an orc rogue these days. And you can tap it to look at the top 3 cards of target player's library and return them in the same order. That is interesting. It's kind of not great. If you care that much about what your opponent's playing, you might as well just run Urza's Glasses instead. But apparently this did show up, at least in some metas, in some weird fucking blue-red control strategies, and I guess I can kind of see it. But there aren't really shuffle effects in the game yet, so there's kind of nothing you can do with this information. Really no reason for something like this. Again, if you have orc synergies, like, and you don't have a good attack, like, it's not like having the ability hurts you, right? Otherwise, it's just a 1/1 for 1, which, is not the fucking worst thing in the world. So I hesitate to call this terrible, um, but it's, like, not good. It's not something that you'd be like, oh shit, fucking, I need to be doing this. But we do have multiple arts to talk about this, and I don't really have anything to say about this card. Like, there are some dumb niche things you can do, but it's really not worth it. So let's talk about the art and the flavor text. Yeah, they're ugly, they desert in droves, and their personal habits are enough to make you sick. But I'll say this for the orcs, they make great spies. Irva George's daughter. Well, George's daughter, that's just kinda mean. But whatever, I guess. This was illustrated by Susan Van Camp, and it's pretty decent. Fucking orc spy guy, I guess. Very cool. I don't really have much to say about it. The art's fine. It does kind of remind me of Douglas Schuler, his style, so that's pretty cool. But let's move on. All right, next we have the version by Daniel Gellin. Orcish armies often employed the smaller, swifter, and less intelligent goblins as spies. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 1. Okay, so that's interesting. And this is a goblin. Why is it orc? I don't know. Seems like a communication breakdown here. It's like, why is it a summon orc if they're goblins? And sure, this is cool and interesting, but all the other stuff says that orcs are good spies, so I don't know. And this is fucking hilarious. I love this. I love the fucking tree trunk as a fucking. It looks like it doesn't have a lens either. This is fantastic. I love this. Very great. Not much else to say about it, so let's check out the last one. Alright, so this one is by Pete Venters. You idiot. Never let the spies mingle with the orcish regulars after completing a mission. Now we'll never get them to fight. General Kongzerg. Funny stuff. Peter did great here. I love this. He's fucking, this spy is like, huh? It's like he's caught in the act. I like the fucking fire dripping on the fucking plans he's spying on. Uh, very funny. Very funny card. But yeah, Orcish Spy, it's fine, right? Like, you can probably come up with some stupid shit to do with it, but it's not great. You can't even adjust the cards. If you could adjust the cards, there might be some argument for this being decent, but even then, I would still say it's probably not worth it. As it is, the information you get is, like, information is nice, but it's not really worth it. But let's see what else we got. Alright, so next we're on to the Orcish Veterans. And this is a 2/2 for 2 and a red. It is an orc creature, and it cannot be assigned to block any white creature with power greater than 1. And then you can give it first strike until the end of turn for a red mana. So this is actually pretty decent. One, the cannot be assigned to block any white creature with power greater than 1, like kind of who gives a shit. And beyond that, it's a 2/2 for 3 mana, which is pretty okay rate for the time. This is a common, and we got 4 arts to talk about, so we'll move on pretty quickly here. But this is actually a pretty solid beast, all things considered. Like, it's better than a Grey Ogre. So if you were considering running a Grey Ogre at the time, you would probably just run this. Unless white was super common and you wanted to block stuff, but either way. Orcs are not exactly known for their valor. Although most orcs have seen countless battles, only a handful have actually fought in them. And once again, orcs are cowards, that whole thing, yada yada. This was illustrated by Douglas Schuler, and it's pretty good. Very classic Schuler look. You got weird faces, but very cool. Let's see the other 3 art, though. Okay, so this version of Orcish Veteran was illustrated by Dan Fraser, and the flavor text is, Orcs often greeted promotions to Acacian battle with anguished wails and pleas for mercy. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 6. So once again, the whole coward thing. This art is pretty solid. I like that it actually just looks like an old fucking tired orc who's like fucking done with this shit. Very cool. Kind of fits with the veteran vibe. But either way, I like the art. Very cool. Let's move on. Alright, and this one was done by Quentin Hoover. Unsuccessful in their early battle for Montford, the orcs quickly tempered their bloodlust with cowardice. Yep, more on how orcs are cowards. The art is pretty sweet. Very watercolory. I like the background very much. Very cool. Very cool. Not much to say about this one, so we'll just continue on to the last one. Alright, and the last one we have was done by Melissa A. Benson. Although models of courage for orcs, the veterans quickly learned to fear the swift justice of their Acacian enemies. Okay. Yeah, so we're still talking about how they're cowards. Which, fair enough. This art is fine, I guess. I'm not sure what's going on here. Like, you can't really tell with the arm, but this does not seem to be... Like, this is a pot belly kind of fucking thing going on here. I do like the detail of all the carvings of, I don't know, kills or whatever, but there's a fucking lot of them. This one is decent. It's probably my least favorite, just because it doesn't really fit with the whole orcs are barbarians vibe, and, like, this is pretty well-crafted armor, right? And also, time frame, but again, these are just dumb nitpicks that don't fucking matter. It's not my particular favorite, but if you said you'd liked it, I'd be like, yeah, sure, it's fine. It's just art. Who gives a shit? Like what you like, right? But that's really all there is to say about Orcish Veteran. It's okay. It's just a Grey Ogre that you can give first strike to, which is pretty decent. So let's move on. Alright, next we have probably one of my favorite red cards in this set, Org. Org is fucking great. Org is a 6/6 Org for 3 and 2 red, so 5 mana total for a 6/6. Now, if you're paying attention, that's wildly fucking above rate, which is true, which is why it has trample. Holy crap, it's even better. Wowzers. This next line of text must be pretty fucking bad, right? Org may not attack if opponent controls an untapped creature of power greater than 2. Org cannot be assigned to block any creature of power greater than 2. It's bigger than it thinks. Okay, so that's neat. It's a thing that's fucking terrified of things and doesn't quite understand how big and strong it is. That's really cool. Very flavorful. But also, this card is kind of fucking cracked. Now, if your opponent has things that are bigger than two, it kind of sucks. But if you focus all of your removal on those specific things, then this is fine. This is a card that you can 100% build around, and people did, even in Constructed. I don't know that it, like, actually holds up. Like, I don't know if any, like, competitive old school involving Fallen Empires is still running this thing. Maybe. I don't fucking know. But it did get Pro Tour usage because it is pretty fucking sick. This is super above rate at the time. And yeah, its downside is does kind of suck, but if you run like lightning bolts and shit and just whatever removal you can get your hands on and just remove everything, you only got to swing in like 3-4 times with this thing. Very cool. And likely, depending on how you build your deck, you only got to swing in with it at most twice. So, overall, very good card. And people played with it. People knew it was a good card, even back in the day. This is another one that got mentioned pretty commonly. Usually, when this got mentioned, it was mentioned along with Durelor, which is, smaller but basically the same thing as this, where it has like a pretty rough downside, but it is way above rate, so you just kind of make it work. Org is great. This is a fantastic card. Seriously, 10 out of 10. Awesome card at the time. This is a fun thing to play with for sure. I guess let's move on. We got one more card left in the red ones. And I've been yapping for a long fucking time, and so let's try to speed this up just a bit. Okay, so we're at the last of our red cards in Fallen Empires. This is Raiding Party. It's an enchantment that costs 2 and a red, and Raiding Party may not be the target of white spells or effects. That kind of doesn't matter in Limited specifically, but Disenchant came out in Alpha and is pretty much reprinted in every revised set. As far I say revised, every core set. That's what they fucking call them now. People have disenchants. You have disenchants. So this can't be disenchanted. And disenchant is by far and large the most common and effective enchantment removal, unless you're removing all of them, in which case tranquility is probably what you want to do. But this can't be hit with disenchant, so that's pretty useful. Sacrifice an orc to destroy all planes. A player may tap a white creature to prevent up to 2 planes from being destroyed. Any number of creatures may be tapped in this manner. Okay, so this does nothing if your opponent isn't playing white, but if they are playing white, this is pretty fucking hilarious. This is pretty fucking funny. This gives reason to run orcs. If, like, it's not a great reason, because this only affects planes, right? So, like, you have a 100-0 matchup against the fucking white mage, but anybody else just bodies you. But still, if you do happen to be running orcs, you can have this, and at least in Limited, this would be funny to slot in game 2 and just fucking body them with it. And the nice thing about it is you kind of don't even care if the planes get destroyed. Obviously, it's nice if they destroy their planes, but if they tap all their shit, you can swing in and attack them, right? So if they tap their shit to protect their planes, yeah, they can cast shit, but now you can swing in and attack them. So this is a cool card in that either way it happens, like, as long as you plan for it, you can take advantage of the situation. Overall, this is pretty interesting. Like, it's not good, because again, it's color hate. Color hate, generally kind of sucks, especially if it's not fucking brutal, right? Like, you might run Gloom, and Red and Blue Elemental Blast are pretty fucking good, but anything other than that kind of just is not good or worth it. Um, so yeah, it's unfortunate. But this card is definitely interesting. I do quite enjoy that it exists, but it's not really playable. Like, if it was sacrifice a creature to destroy all planes, blah blah blah, yada yada, this might actually maybe be sideboard worthy depending on what your strategy is. But the requirement for orcs, there just isn't too much orc support. I mean, obviously there's some in this set specifically, and there are orcs in other sets, but not really. They are kind of they're not as neglected as homerids by any means, but they are a pretty neglected type overall. This was illustrated by Quentin Hoover, and the art is pretty fucking fantastic. It kind of reminds me of the original art for Wrath of God, just in the styling and everything. which I guess does make sense because Quentin Hoover did do that art as well. I guess I don't have anything else to say about it. It's kind of a disappointing red card to end on, but it is interesting and makes you think. It is not particularly strong though. But that's it. That's the red cards. We got through the red cards and in record time too. Hell yeah. Not much to say about red cards. There usually isn't. There isn't too much in the way of thinking with the red cards. Just part of what makes red cards fucking sweet. But yeah, I guess that's all I have to say on the red cards. I like them. They're pretty good. Org is great. Um, Goblin Grenade is fantastic. Those two cards definitely fucking hold up and could see constructed play. Beyond that, there isn't too much. Like, I guess you could make a claim that Dwarven Soldier is pretty playable too, just by virtue of being a 2/1 for 2. I guess Goblin Shuriken is okay. Yeah, yeah, I think the red cards kind of hold up actually pretty decent, but there isn't too much to talk about. So I guess that's it. We're done talking about the red cards. Let's talk about the green cards. It's a new day. All right, we're here to talk about the green cards next. Um, yeah. So I guess without further ado, let's get started with the Elven technical difficulties. The Elven Fortress. Okay, so Elven Fortress is an enchantment, costs a single green mana, that's a good sign, and you can pay 1 and a green, and target blocking creature gets +0/+1 until end of turn. Garbage. Absolute, not good. It is a common though, so we get to see 4 different arts of this. This isn't good. Um, yeah, it's just not good. 2 mana to pump ass. It's not great. And it's also especially not great because when like you block stuff with it, you dump mana into this, and then at the end of it, like yeah, you saved your thing, but nothing got removed. You didn't progress the game state any further. It's basically a waste of mana. There are situations, just like fucking anything in this game, where it would be good and even fine, but they are not many. It's nice that it's so cheap, but like, I mean, I guess you could put it in a Verduran Enchantress deck to get draw triggers. Like if this drew you a card, then it's I guess okay if you're doing something with that. But then I don't know. I think there's enough good green enchantments at this point that you would not need to bother with this. So yeah. Nobody fucking mentioned this thing because of course they didn't. Because why would they? Look at this. This is like about as unforgettable as you can get, and this is the kind of thing people point to when they look at this set and be like, wow, it's trash. Well, at least it would be if anyone remembered it existed. The art's pretty cool, though. Peter Venters did this one, and I like it. Very cool. Don't have much to say about it, but it is very, very cool. There's flavor text, so we'll go over that before we move on. Many elven fortresses weren't built by masons and carpenters, but created from the living forest itself. Let's check out the other arts. All right, so this one was done by Randy Asplin Faith, and I like this one better. This is fan fucking tastic. This is beautiful. This is very good art. Very cool. The size of the obvious fortress walls often misled foes. Actually, the elves enchanted the forest itself to provide the first line of defense, with tangling vines and stinging thorns. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 3. Yeah, though, this art's fantastic. Flavor text is pretty interesting. Let's move on. Let's check out the next one. All right, so this one was done by Mark Poole, and I like Mark Poole's work, but Randy Asplin Faith's version of this is just better, in my opinion, but this is still very cool. Like, I definitely enjoy looking at this. It's got a little. What is that, a lizard? Ah, it's a lizard. At first I thought it was a frog, but that ain't no leg, that's a tail. Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's nice. There's not too much to say about this card because it's dumb. Thalids are not ordinary enemies of flesh and bone and reason. They attack with no thought for our strength or of their own losses. I fear our fortress shall be overwhelmed. Kailiki of Havenwood. Fascinating lore. Fascinating stuff. Let's look at the last one, shall we? All right, the last one was illustrated by Tom Warnerstrand. This one is nice. I like it. It's I don't know. I kind of take it or leave it with all of them. I think Randy Asplin Faiths is the best out of all of these, but realistically, they're all great artwork. I don't hate any of them. I don't think I would make the decision based on the art for which one of these I used. I would just fucking grab the closest one because they're all perfectly awesome to look at. I do really like this gate. Yeah, yeah, the art's really good. Burn it down, you say. Now there's a stupid idea. What do you suppose will become of those overhanging branches, hmm? And then what do you suppose will become of us? Irva George's daughter. Fascinating stuff. Good art, Tom Warnerstrand. I like it. But yeah, that's really all I have to say on Elven Fortress. It's not a great card by any stretch. The only real positives you can say about it are is it costs 1 mana and it's an enchantment if that matters to you. Uh, and you can say that about a lot of cards. So yeah, not good. Let's move on. Okay, so next we have a rare. This is Elvish Farmer. It's a 0/2 that costs 1 and a green. And during your upkeep, you put a spore counter on Elvish Farmer. And you can remove 3 spore counters from Elvish Farmer to put a Saproling token into play. Treat this token as a 1/1 green creature. And then you can sacrifice a Saproling to gain 2 life. This card is actually decent in the right context. Like, I would not play this in Constructed, but if you were going to do a set Constructed, I'd say this probably makes the cut if you decided you wanted to do green. I don't know how good green would be in set Constructed, but if you were going to do it, I think you'd probably run a couple of these, just because you really care about Saprolings, and any extra way to get them is going to be nice. And being a 0/2 means that it can block a lot of the stuff in this set, so, it's not 100% bad, and it's decent enough in limited. I don't know. This set's pretty low power, right? So, like, some stuff is fine. This is slow, and its impact is minimal, but it does have some level of impact. If this goes unanswered for whatever reason, like, this is fucking great. These cards are, like, really decent if there isn't a whole bunch of cheap, efficient removal running around, but unfortunately for them, they were printed in a time where the most efficient and cheapest removal was printed at common in multiple sets, right? Like, everybody had 4 copies of Swords to Plowshare. Well, not everybody, but anyone that wanted them could have them. So yeah, like, I do think this is pretty good in limited, and probably even decent in set Constructed specifically. Otherwise, no. Yeah, I don't have too much to say about it. It's interesting, it's cool, it's a little bit too slow to be good. I think it would be an entirely different conversation if it only took 2 spore counters to gain a Saproling. The sacrificing a Saproling to gain 2 life is kind of just fucking stupid. Like, I don't see a time or place that you would ever use that. And if you do have a bunch of Saproling synergies, like even in a commander deck today, I don't think this would be like your first choice, but it could do something. And it's probably not going to eat any removal there other than a board wipe that hits everything, right? It's okay. It's, I guess, decent enough for a rare in this set since most of the rares have been god awful, but it's certainly not the best rare. I guess that's all I really have to say about it. It was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson, and the art is pretty cool. I don't really have too much to say about it, but I do appreciate the style. It seems to be watercolor to me, but I don't fucking know art, so what do I know? But yeah, I like it. Let's move on. Alright, next we have Elvish Hunter. Elvish Hunter is a 1/1 elf archer that costs 1 and a green. And you can pay 1 and a green and tap. Target creature does not untap as normal during its controller's next untap step. So this is pretty solid and limited, and probably set Constructed as well. As far as like actual Constructed, there's just like way more efficient and better options at the time. That's kind of the problem with depowering sets, especially this early on, right? Like, that stuff is already in the environment, and people weren't playing the game back then like they are now. Standard didn't exist. Type 2, which it was originally called Type 1, which was basically everything was legal, but they had a restricted list, right? So, like, any of the Power 9 and any of the really fucking good cards, even stuff like Wheel of Fortune. Type 2 didn't come out until 95, and this set released in 94. So at the time, there isn't even format restrictions, right? So it's literally just one format. All of the cards that exist can be played. And in that kind of environment, a depowering set is just not going to get played. Like, it's going to show up in kitchen table games, and kids in the parking lots are going to be playing this and stuff like that. And there's nothing wrong with that kind of play, by the way. Little side note here. That's kind of the great thing about this set, is it opened up Magic to people that would have never invested in it in the first place because the packs were so fucking cheap. And they got to play the game at a lower power level and be like, oh, this is what Magic is about. That's actually kind of fun. So Fallen Empires did really awesome with that. But in any serious level of play, these cards are just going to get scoffed at and ignored, right? This, like most of the stuff in this set, kind of falls under that. It's just, this is a pretty solid effect and very, very powerful, specifically in like drafts and stuff like that. But in any set with any real power outliers, this is just too slow to really do anything, which is kind of a shame. At least it's at common, which is cool because it does kind of act as pseudo removal and encourages you to play creatures, which is a good design space. Like, this is a nice positive step for Magic. It just so happens that you'd already printed Swords to Plowshare and Time Twister, so who the fuck's gonna play this? This was illustrated by Mark Poole, and I like the art. It's very, very cool. Green elf, kind of different. Cool elf bow. Yeah, fuck, I don't know, guys. The flavor text on this version is, elves often tipped their arrows with a drug that caused a deep but harmless sleep. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 3. Elves often tipped their arrows with a drug that caused a deep but harmless sleep. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 3. Cool stuff. I guess I kind of trailed off with my point there, but I don't really have one, is the problem. The card's okay. It's, you could definitely play this specifically in like limited. Anywhere else though, it's just gonna get fucking bodied. We do have 3 different versions to talk about though, so let's keep this going. All right, so this one was done by Anson Maddox, another artist I really enjoy. The flavor text on this one is, as the climate cooled, many elves turned to Thalid farming for food, when the hunters honed their skills on what little game remained. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 3. Neat. That's some nice lore. That's another really cool thing about this set, is just all the little tidbits into the specific story that are etched onto the cards themselves. There's so much context you can gain just from looking at the cards. That's really fucking cool. I like this art. These are antlers, I guess. It took me a bit to figure out, but yeah, antlers. Anyways, I like this art. Very cool. Well done. Not much else to say. Let's check out the last one, shall we? Susan Van Camp, dude, are you just the greatest shit poster of all time, or are you serious? I can't ever tell. This is this is ridiculous, but it's really fucking funny. Oh man. Oh. The elves never had a standing army. When battle came, they pressed hunters, scouts, and farmers into a surprisingly effective militia. Cool and interesting information. Oh, this would be wild though. Yeah, I don't have anything else to say about Elvish Hunter. This is just fucking great. I think I would play this art just because I can't be in a bad mood looking at this. Let's move on. All right, so next we have Elvish Scout. Elvish Scout is a 1/1 elf scout creature that costs a single green mana, and you can pay it green mana and tap it to untap a target attacking creature you control. That creature neither receives nor deals damage during combat this turn. Now, this ability might seem kind of stupid, and it kind of is, but it definitely does have value, especially if the game is mostly about creatures turning sideways than it is about, stack interaction, spells, and combos, which in this environment is definitely true. All right, so say your opponent has one big fucking creature, right? And you have like 3 little creatures. Normally, it would not be a great idea for you to swing into that because it can block one, destroy one, then you're down a card. However, if you have an Elvish Scout, you can hold that back and swing in, and then whatever he blocks, you can pay the green, tap this, untap the target creature that he's blocking, and then the creature survives and you get damage in. So because of that, Scout does perform something that is actually relatively valuable in the right circumstances, right? You got to be pretty low power for something like this to be worth it, but lo and behold, Fallen Empire's pretty low power. And in situations like that, Elvish Scout can definitely shine. Now, this isn't going to be good all the fucking time, right? It's like that's a pretty niche situation to even be in, especially in a set like this, because most of it is about going wide. But there are some big creatures, so like your opponent could definitely be going that route. And it doesn't necessarily just have to be you have a bunch of guys and he has one guy, right? Like there are other situations where something like this could be good. That's just kind of the most obvious. Um, but yeah, I kind of like Elvish Scout for that reason. Like it's not the greatest elf ball card of all time by any stretch. You'd much rather this just like fucking tapped for a mana so you could get your Crater Hoof out faster. But you know, barring that, this isn't like the worst ability to have on a tribe that's meant to go wide as fuck. See, the issue is it's still kind of hard to build elves at this point. Up until now, elves has gotten like zero support. You got Llanowar elf, and then you have like elves of Deep Shadow are both really good elves that you could be running a trying to make something work with. Um, and there are certainly payoffs you could do, but elves as a whole doesn't have anything locking it together as a strategy. Not like goblins do, or even merfolk. Merfolk has more support than elves do at this point. But I don't hate this. This art was done by Pool, and I really like it. Very cool. The flavor text on this is even one whose ears were closely tuned to the sounds of Havenwood could miss hearing a scout move past. Dun dun dun. Anyway, we got two more copies of this to look at, so let's get that out of the way. Okay, so this one was done by Peter Venters, and man, this art is fucking awesome. The detailing is just fantastic. The story being told, the lighting, all of it. This is just perfect. This is fantastic. I love this art. Um, Not much else to say about it except it's great. Even for elves, they were stealthy little twerps. They'd take our measure before we'd even seen them. Marshall Volnikov. Yeah, very cool. Interesting flavor text. The art is fantastic. Let's check out the last one. Oh, damn, Christopher Rush. This is fantastic. A little, dare I say it, seductive. Not really, she's just naked. Um, this is fantastic. Well done. Super good art. Um, but yeah, no, this is just great. Looks like she has dreads too, which is super cool. That makes sense for a, you know, kind of naturey, foresty tribe like thing. Anyways, yeah, I like this art too. Well done. Although the elves of Havenwood lived in isolated villages, their swift communications allowed them to act as a single community. Now that's some good flavor. But I guess that's all I really have to say about Elvish Scout. Let's move on, shall we? To Feral Thallid. Feral Thallid is a 6/3. Oh my god, it's ginormous. It's a fungus that costs 6 mana, 3 and 3 green. During your upkeep, put a spore counter on Feral Thallid, and you can remove 3 spore counters from Feral Thallid to regenerate it. Yeah, alright, that's pretty cool. 6/3 for 6 mana, it's not the worst rate in the world. This is by no means good. It especially sucks because it dies to Lightning Bolt. That's really fucking awful for a 6 mana spell. But if there's no Lightning Bolt, then this is actually pretty okay. Having the chance to regenerate once every 3 turns is definitely a choice. Yeah, I don't know. This is probably fine and limited. It's not great, though, by any stretch. It was illustrated by Rob Alexander. That's pretty okay. And this is another card that, like, never came up. I haven't really mentioned with the green cards how people thought of them because people did not really fucking talk about the green cards. The most I got out of most people is that they tried to build a Thallid deck and it, like, did not work. I don't think they're necessarily that bad in a vacuum, and I do think they're pretty interesting, and they definitely do have some potential to like grow out of control, which is a pretty green type of thing, right? Um, but yeah, I didn't hear too much about the green cards or the Thalids. Everyone was too busy rushing to tell me about him to Tourach. So, I don't know. I could see you having some success with this in limited, but like nowhere else. Dies to 3 javelins. Yeah, I don't really have anything else to say about it. It does have some flavor text. Born and bred of fungus, Thalids were nearly impossible to kill. Nearly impossible, huh? Well, a lightning bolt would do it. This was in Sarpadian Empires, Volume 1, made up book. Illustrated by Rob Alexander, and I don't really have any opinion whatsoever on this art. It's certainly not bad, but it's also definitely not Rob Alexander's best work by far. So, I don't know. There's not much to say about this. It is an uncommon, so at least it's not a fucking rare. But let's move on. To Fungal Bloom. Alright, this one actually did get mentioned a couple of times. So let's talk about it. Fungal Bloom is a rare. It's an enchantment that costs 2 green mana, and you can pay 2 green mana to put a spore counter on target fungus. So yeah, we've only seen the one fungus, and that just allowed you to regenerate. But I guess you could combine this um, with your fucking what the fuck was that thing called? Jeez, these cards are so unmemorable. 1 second. Feral Thalid. That's what that fucking thing that I just looked at was called. Holy shit. That's really the only fungus we've seen so far. But there are some that have decent abilities. And even this is okay, right? Like if you could, let's see, if you did it every turn, you'd have to pay four mana to get 2 spore counters plus the one it would generate to like regenerate every turn. That is not a great rate, but it's, I guess, not the worst thing. Still, I do think that's probably the worst way to use Fungal Bloom, but this card actually got mentioned. Talked about having success with Thalids and stuff like that. Said Fungal Bloom was great. Take that as you will. Yeah, it's interesting. It's kind of hard to even really talk about this card too much without the context of the funguses that you can put spore counters on. So we'll kind of, I won't really circle back to it, but I will mention how good Fungal Bloom would be with each card as we talk about it. There are a couple that are decent. There's flavor text here, so I guess I'll go over that. Thalids could absorb energy from the forest itself. Even elves were at a disadvantage in fighting them. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 3. It was illustrated by Daniel Gellin, and the art's pretty cool. It's not great. Kind of reminds me of like an Elden Ring boss, but like drawn instead of, in like PS4 graphics. But yeah, I guess I don't have too much else to say about it. The art's okay. It's certainly not Daniel Gellin's best work. It's an interesting card. We will mention it more when we continue. Alright, so this is not a fungus, but it creates saprolings, which are kind of fungus. Although I don't know why you would put spore counters on them, or if you even can. No, yeah, they're not fungus. Can't put spore counters on them. Anyways, Night Soil is an enchantment. It's a common that costs 2 green mana, and you can pay 1 and remove 2 creatures in any graveyard from the game to put a sapling token into play. Treat this token as a 1/1 green creature. Night Soil is pretty fucking good. For one, this is kind of graveyard hate. So again, I've talked about how graveyard strategies really aren't a thing right now. So at least in the time frame of 1994, like there is some graveyard stuff you can do. This would just fucking like hard counter a Nether Shadow, which is pretty funny. I actually like this card. I think this card is pretty decent. Removing 2 creatures and paying 1 mana for a 1/1 token is pretty fucking good, especially if you are playing against something that is using the graveyard. Like this is not like good enough for like, probably wouldn't even sideboard this. The issue is that you'd want to have like something to do with the Saproling token. And in this set there are things to do with the Saproling token, and there is some graveyard strategies. So there is like in limited or even in a set constructed, there is definitely things to do with this. I don't know. I kind of like this one. I think this is actually a pretty solid card. Probably underrated, but again, it's so niche in use case, And these days, there's just better graveyard hate too, right? Like Rest in Peace exists, which is 2 mana and easier to cast. So why would you even consider doing something like this unless you had use for the token and you were just, kind of screwing over your opponents on top of that. In those cases, pretty fucking good. You can make a shitload of tokens with this. This is just an insanely good rate for something like this. This card is really, really good. I don't have much else to say about it, but this is super good. Being able to remove resources from somebody else is very good. And this is a card that has aged better than most of these cards. Because I could legitimately see an argument to play this somewhere, sometime, in some environments. Whereas most of this stuff, you got to be huffing the copium pretty hard. Whereas, if you play against graveyard strategies, like, especially with, like, this is instant speed too, so you could derail. Well, could you derail? If you timed it right, this is just off the top of my head, and I might be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure if you timed it right, you could potentially derail like an Underworld Breach Lion's Eye Diamond combo, right, with Wheel of Fortune, which is funny. That's CDH playable? Question mark. Somebody who plays CDH, try this. Get back to me. tell, tell me if it worked. Oh shit. No, this is fine. For a Fallen Empires card, this is downright awesome. I guess I don't really have anything else to say about it. It's pretty good. It's certainly not great, but it is like usable. It's got flavor text here. Some said killing the Thalids only encouraged them. Yeah, I could see that. That's pretty interesting. Actually, before we move on, this is also kind of really flavorful, right? Because the whole idea of the Thalids is that they're funguses and, like, they're consuming nutrients, and when things die, they get broken down and the nitrogen and gets fucking eaten up by the plants and circle of life and all that shit. This is kind of just tapping into that. It's very, very cool. I like it. Very interesting. This was illustrated by Sandra Everingham, and it's okay. I don't really have much to say about it. It's kind of hard to even figure out what the hell's going on. Like, what is all this? I don't fucking know. It's a sapperling, I guess. Very cool. But we have like 3 more prints of this to look, or 2 more prints of this to look at. So let's check them out. All right, so this one was done by Heather Hudson, and oh look, there's a little fucking rake. How cool. Very fancy. This one's pretty good. Pretty interesting. This is a really fucking weird looking creature, but I kind of like that. The flavor text on this one is, the elves gathered huge piles of rot to grow fungus. Out of imitation or forethought, the Thalids did the same. Dun dun dun. I like how they're like refusing to acknowledge whether Thalids have like thinking brains and like consciousness. Very cool. Very, very cool. This art is good. I don't really have anything else to say about it though, so let's check out the next one. Alright, and this one was done by Drew Tucker. The flavor text on this one is, there were often more Thalids after a battle than before. Serpadian Empires, Volume 3. Well, that's not ideal. That's generally not what you want to happen to the enemy's population. I can see why that would be a pain in the ass. But yeah, Drew Tucker did this one, and it's fine. I don't mind the abstract nature of his on this kind of thing, but it also doesn't really look like anything to me. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. Yeah, I don't have anything else to say about this one. Let's move on. I guess I will say, from a technical aspect, this art is really fantastic. Like, it's really well done. I could see this hanging up in a museum and people arguing about what the fuck it means. Let's move on. To another common with 3 printings. This is Sport Cloud, an instant that costs 1 and 2 green mana for the total of 3 mana. You can tap all blocking creatures. No creatures deal... Tap all blocking creatures. No creatures deal damage in combat this turn. Neither attacking nor blocking creatures untap as normal during their controller's next untap phase. So on first examination, this is kind of just a expensive fog. And the card also, I don't want to say it lies to you, but it deceives you. Because this first line here, tap all blocking creatures, that like in your brain tells you, oh, I should block before I play this. But that's just like fucking stupid. It's an instant. So like after they declare attackers before you declare blockers, just play this. then their attackers are down for a turn, it switches to your turn, you just fucking swing in and hit everything, and then it goes back to their turn, they get an untap step. Their creatures don't fucking untap, so you can fucking hit them again. This is actually pretty fucking good if you use it right. But if you play this, do not fucking like play this while you're not attacked. Play this when you are blocking, but do like when you're on defense rather, and do not fucking block. Just play this. Don't play this on attack, like because they blocked different. Like that is like the way to use this to actually get value out of it. But otherwise, like that's actually pretty solid value for the mana cost. A card like this is only good if you are playing fucking lay creatures down and turn them sideways. So it's pretty fucking good in this limited or even in a constructed specifically a set constructed or kitchen table where you're like mostly playing with creatures. If that's the kind of gameplay you enjoy. Personally, I like that kind of gameplay, but only if it has like efficient removal and lightning bolt and stuff like that. I like a mixture of the two. I don't like all spells, but I also don't like all creatures. But yeah, in this specifically in this limited, this is actually a pretty solid card. It's not a great card by any means, but it's a pretty solid card. It'd probably be pretty decent in Commander too, because you like especially if like somebody becomes the arch enemy or whatever, and they go to fucking swing in, and you just fucking activate this before blockers are declared, and then they got to take like fucking 6 hits before they could block. They're probably just fucking out of the game then. So yeah, you could do that, but otherwise, again, only when you're defending, only before you declare blockers. Don't tap down your own blockers for no fucking reason. Don't do that. That is not a pro gamer move. This was illustrated by Susan Van Camp, and this one is actually pretty fucking fantastic. I know she can do good art. She can do art that doesn't just make me fucking question why it exists. She's a fucking weirdo. Not that there's a problem with being weird. I'm a fucking weirdo. But yeah, I actually genuinely like this art. It does. I say she can make a serious art, but also, you know what this kind of fucking looks like. So maybe she is the ultimate shit poster. I don't fucking know. This is has got them good drugs, maybe. Fucking weirdo. But I do kind of appreciate her artwork in a way that I guess is kind of tangentially related to the way I appreciate Phil Foglio's artwork, but is also different. So I don't know. I don't fucking know. Let's see if the other one has a bunch of fucking coming dicks on it, shall we? Hey, Jesper Meerfurs. I think that's the first I've mentioned him in this set. He still doing a little bit of art. Good for him, good for him. This just has a gaping hole spewing stuff, not a bunch of dicks. Cool. No, seriously, this art is pretty fucking great. I really like Jesper's different stylings and stuff like that, and this one is awesome. Very cool to look at. Not anywhere near as funny, but it's a solid art piece. Still, I don't have too much to say about it, so let us move on. And the last one is done by Amy Weber. And she took a different approach here. This is just a close-up of the spores that are being spewed out. And man, those things look fucking nasty. Hate to breathe those in. Holy shit. This is probably my least favorite just because, I don't know, it almost looks just like viruses or some, like, it's obviously spores. I can see that. I think it's just the blue in there that's messing with me. But I never look at shit under a microscope, so what the fuck do I know? Potentially decent. Don't fucking play it when you've blocked. That's just bad. Don't do that. The fact that this card lets you just fuck yourself like that, though, is infinitely funny to me. But yeah, let's move on. It's not super great, right? Like, I wouldn't say constructed playable, really, but you can get them if you're playing against a specifically aggro style, and your win condition is also swinging in to deal damage. But let's move on to the next card. Alright, so the next one we have is Spore Flower, which is a 0/1 fungus that costs 2 green mana. And during your upkeep, put a spore counter on Spore Flower. Remove 3 spore counters from Spore Flower. No creatures deal damage in combat this turn. Alright, so this isn't a decent thing to use your Fungal Bloom on. There's a fog every turn. See, it's interesting because Fog is a decent card. It's even had like some level of competitive viability. Maybe not Fog itself, but Fog effects have on occasion been good enough because of the current climate that that's an effect that you're willing to pay for. But for the most part, it's somewhere between okay to decently strong. It's never like super fucking busted. Some groups really like fog effects in Commander. Like, again, just depends wildly on your meta and what's going on, but it definitely can be good there. Fog effect like this is interesting because it's on board, so your opponent can fucking see that you can do it. How that affects the game depends wildly on your fucking opponents, so I can't really speak on that. I mean, this is not a good card. Like, let's just get that clear and out of the way. This is not like awesome. This is like this might be really fucking annoying for your opponent in limited. But beyond that, it's too fucking slow, requires too much setup, and so much fucking mana if you're gonna be repeating fogs at any level of consistency. Of course, if you get 3 of these on the fucking field, then you don't even have to fuck with Spore Flowers. You can just fucking every third turn, bam, bam, bam. I still don't think it's very good though, but it is not the worst thing in the world for sure. There's definitely like some use cases for something like this, and some people even said this shit was fucking annoying back in the day. So if somebody is bitching about a card, it's probably doing something right somewhere, right? This was illustrated by Margaret Organ Keene, and it's pretty fucking sweet, pretty solid card overall. Like, I guess solid might be pushing it, but it's not ass bad. Man, I'm kind of copium on this. Let's just fucking move on. Next, we have Thalid. Don't look at the art yet. We're not talking about that. Ignore it. It's not funny. Thalid is a 1/1 fungus that costs a single green mana, and during your upkeep, you put a spore counter on it. And then you can remove 3 spore counters from Thalid to put a sapling token into play. Treat this creature as a 1/1 green creature token. And this is kind of fine. Like, if you're doing anything with tokens, this is pretty decent, honestly. Specifically saplings. Like, there's a shitload of stuff. Like, this only really applies to Commander. Like, this is nowhere near good enough in any of the formats I know anything about. It's legal in Modern. I highly fucking doubt it sees play there. But I don't know Modern's current landscape anywhere near enough to, like, be confident on that. But I would probably bet the farm that Thala doesn't see any fucking play in Modern. So I guess Commander, right? Like, ooh, it's playable in Commander, watch out. But there is shitloads of sapling strategies within Commander. At least there was a few years ago. And Thalit is pretty decent at, like, being another token generator. It's slow and kind of fucking stupid, but it's a 1 mana investment to get a 1/1 every third turn. Hell yeah. Woo. Yeah. Yeah, Thalit I think is actually fairly decent for the time. It gets stomped by anything that's like a real deck or real cards, right? Like, it's not good, but this has a place. This is definitely playable in certain areas. I kind of like it. I was kind of surprised with like how okay I think this card is and how okay this card has been in my experience. Again, assuming you like that play style, this is definitely a vibe, right? And not a vibe that everyone is down with. Um, Fallen Empire's cards are just they are fucking slow, grindy fucking games where nothing fucking happens. Some people like that, some people don't. The synergies and the puzzle pieces and the counters, it's fun, right? Like, if you're somebody who enjoys those fucking long, boring ass fucking Commander games where everyone just builds up their shit and fucking pisses and shits themselves whenever anyone plays a removal spell, you probably would like Fallen Empires Limited. Um, that came out as really condescending and insulting. I didn't mean it that way. But if you enjoy large board states that are hard to track, nothing fucking happening for 2 hours. Fallen Empires is probably up your street. I do not mind playing with these cards, for the record. It's far from my favorite way to play the game, but they are not as bad as people clown on them for being. And I think this is a great example. Seriously, I think Thallid is perfectly acceptable in a few specific areas of the game. I would not roll up to a vintage tournament with Thalids, though. Just my word of advice from me to you. So, but if you do and you win, please document that and fucking let me know. I would love to see that. Man, that would be fucking funny. Anyways, this masterpiece of an artwork was illustrated by Edward P. Beard Jr., and it's fucking great. Look at this thing. Fucking this reminds me of something, and I can't quite place it. Maybe it's Oscar the Grouch. I don't fucking know. Um it's it's fucking funny and disgusting. Very cool. Very good art. But we have three other fucking art pieces to talk about for this, so let's get a move on it, shall we? Hey, it's another Jesper Meerfurs piece. Yeah, this one is pretty good too. This one is not as good as the other one, at least in my opinion, because the other one is fucking hilarious. But this is well done. These are fucking creepy looking fucking thalids. I do appreciate this art. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't have anything else to say about it. It's nice. I like the other one a lot better, but let's see how the other two are. All right, so Ron Spencer did this one, and this one is also very cool. Definitely still not my favorite because uh, Edwards is just so fucking funny, but I do like this. I do like how this is just kind of creepy, disgusting, and it looks invasive and like it's taking over, and also like there's not a fucking thought in its head because it doesn't fucking have one. Very cool. But that's really all I have to say on this one, so let's look at the last of our Thalid pieces. And this piece of Thalid art, done by Daniel Gellin. This one is really interesting. I like this one. Um, what does this remind me of? It's a book. This is. What does this remind me of? This is. This reminds me of the Martians from a fucking book that's old, read forever ago. A World of Difference, Harry Turtledove. That's what it is. A World of Difference by Harry Turtledove. God, I fucking couldn't remember that for the life of me. Anyways, these fucking Thalids remind me of the Martians from A World of Difference, or Minervans, or what the fuck ever. That was a good book if I remember right. Haven't read it in years though. Yeah, fuck. Other than that little antidote, I don't really have much else to say about it. I do like this art though. Um, Still not my favorite. My favorite's good old Shaggy. Let's move on. We're pumping through these green cards, so we only have a few left. Next we have Thalid Devourer. Big old spooky guy. This is a 2/2 fungus that costs 1 and 2 green mana. And you guessed it, you put a spore counter on Thalid Devourer during your upkeep. And you can remove 3 spore counters from Thalid Devourer to put a Saproling token into play. Treat this token as a 1/1 green creature. Otherwise, you can sacrifice a Saproling to give Thalid Devourer +1/+2 until end of turn. Hey, that's pretty fucking good, actually. Yeah, we talked about the whole threat thing with Armor Thrall, and this is just, a better version of that, assuming you have a fucking 1/1 green creature token Saproling lying around, which you probably should if you're playing this to any real level. This is decent, again, only in like fucking limited or maybe a set constructed Thalid deck, but I didn't do it anywhere near enough data testing to tell you which constructed decks would be good. Um, Otherwise, this is a 2/2 for 3, so it's like perfectly fine rate on its own, and you can pump it if you have tokens, which again you probably should, and it generates tokens. Slowly, but it generates tokens, right? Like if every fucking creature you cast generates a token every 3 turns, you're gonna end up with quite a few fucking tokens eventually, especially at the slow pace of play that these games went at. Yeah, I don't really have anything else to say about it. It's not like this is fantastic or anything, but like as far as a game piece for a specifically Saproling making fungus deck, yeah, it's you could do worse than this. I don't fucking know. It was illustrated by Ron Spencer, and the art is pretty fucking sweet. This thing looks fucking terrifying. Looks like it's fucking sucking the nutrients out of some carcass that's now bones. Pretty spooky stuff. Pretty spooky stuff. Illustrated by Ron Spencer. I think I said that, but I don't fucking remember. He did great. Very good card. Art wise. Card wise, it's okay. You know, it's better in most situations than a gray ogre. So, you know, it's got that going for it. It's an uncommon, which is relevant, I guess. Or not. I don't fucking know. Let's move on. There's not much to say about this. It's basically just a bigger Thallid with Armor Thrall strapped on. And we already talked about that with Armor Thrall, right? So, like, this is great because you don't even have to sacrifice this thing. But it is also less good. Okay, we'll keep talking a little bit. Sorry. This is less good than Armor Thrall because you can't decide what to put it on. It can only go on this. So it's not quite the same thing as I mentioned with Armor Thrall, but like you can kind of force the issue to make it about this, right? So you can swing in with stuff, and if they block the other stuff, you can sacrifice it. Or if they attack into you, you can block with the Saprolings, and then before damage, sack it. Yada yada. I really do got to check how the damage step works these days. You used to be able to do that. I don't know if you can do that anymore because they changed. They took out a damage prevented. They took out a phase. That's the problem with like reading old rules all the fucking time and like learning all the differences. It all just kind of blurs into your head, and now you're just bad at every rule set. Anyways, let's fucking move on. I have nothing more to say about Thallid Devourer. Next, we have Thelen's Chant. This is another uncommon. It is an enchantment that costs 1 and 2 green, and during your upkeep, you gotta pay a green or bury Thelon's Chant. Whenever a player puts a swamp into play, Thelon's Chant deals 3 damage to him or her unless that player puts a -1/-1 counter on a target creature he or she controls. Now, this is interesting. I don't recall hearing anyone talk about this, which is interesting because you think some people would have tried this with Black Summer, right? Because Necropotence, which we haven't talked about, so I guess I'll just show it here so that we can talk about it a little bit. Black Summer was basically this as a fucking deck, right? This and the Hymn to Tourach and the fucking Order of the Ebon Hand and Dark Ritual, and you just fucking black shit and fucking draw all your cards, and it was fucking busted. This kind of deals with that effectively because when they play swamps, it deals 3 damage to them, and you would think that would be a decent way to like curb the power of Necropotence, since Necropotence, you know, you have to pay life to draw the cards, so pressuring their life total whenever they do something, you would generally think is good. The problem is it is 3 mana, same as Necropotence, but there is not really a green Dark Ritual at the time. But it's interesting that you don't hear about this more when it specifically targets the color that was like 90% of the meta share. But it probably wasn't fucking good enough. Otherwise, the same thing I said about the black version of this that targeted green, which is worse because it targets the color that sucks, and this is better because it targets the color that doesn't suck. But it is in the color that sucks, and it has 2 green pips, so you can't even like splash for it. You just kind of have to play the color that sucks to play this, and maybe that was enough to like keep it out. Yeah, I don't know. It's not good for all the reasons I discussed with the black one. It's super niche, and even when it isn't super niche, it's slow and not great. The art was done by Melissa A. Benson, and the art's really good. I like the art. I guess I don't really have too much else to say about it. It is just a really garbage card. Next, we have Thelon's Curse. This is an enchantment. It's a rare. Oh boy. Means it's probably really good, right? You can pay 2 green mana to cast this, and when you do, blue creatures do not untap as normal during their controller's untap phase. During his or her upkeep, a blue creature's controller may pay an additional blue to untap it. Each creature may be untapped in this way only once per turn. Yeah, that's cool. This is interesting and really funny for a couple reasons we'll get into. First off, it's interesting because it's bad. Very rarely are there blue creatures that are particularly good. The next thing that makes this really fucking funny is that the only place where this would maybe be good is in some levels of Commander. However, due to the way color identity rules work, you cannot play this in a mono green deck. It doesn't matter that this blue symbol here is just here to tell you what your opponents have to do to get unbent. It is on the card, and therefore this is a Simic color identity, and you need to be in both green and blue to play it. So if you play it, you better not have any blue fucking creatures, asshole, or those are getting fucked. So the one place where it could potentially find a niche and a home, it can't. Like, it's legal in Commander. You can fucking play it there if you want, but I would not recommend it because it sucks. Um, yeah, this is just a bad card. It's not remarkable in any way. It's color hate, sure, which is already shit. And then it's like targeting like the weakest aspect of a really powerful color that does a bunch of shit that includes not really giving a shit about its creatures. In the only format where you could maybe justify it, it kneecaps you. Which is really funny. That's really all I have to say about it. It's a bad card. Don't play this card. It's got absolutely garbo. It is a rare though, and it is on the reserve list. Might be a decent investment vehicle. It was illustrated by Peter Venters, and the art's nice. The art's pretty cool. The art can't save this card from sucking ass though, so let's just move on, shall we? Next, we have Thelanite Druid, which is a 1/1 human cleric druid that costs 2 and a green, and you can pay 1 and a green and tap this and sacrifice a creature to turn all your forests into 2/3 creatures until end of turn. The forests still count as lands, but may not be tapped for mana if they were brought into play this turn. Holy shit, that's actually pretty fucking good. Right? Right? Yeah, I think this is actually decent. Green kind of sucks, but like in a fast bond deck, most of the stuff that turns forests to 1/1s is like, yeah, I said that wrong. Most of the stuff that turns forests into creatures turns them into 1/1s. Turning them into 2/3s is kind of fucking huge, right? Like this would be, I think this is decent in a fast bond deck. Maybe that deck still kind of sucks compared to everything else you can do, but in kitchen table magic, this might kind of fuck. Um, there isn't like any ramp as far as like land ramp in this specific set, so like probably not too good here in limited, but I I think you could build a low tier, maybe even mid tier old school deck with Thelanite Druid as a win condition, depending on how many fast bonds you're allowed to play. But yeah, play a few of these, play a few Verdruin Enchantresses and some fast bonds and instill energies, and oh fuck, you got yourself a deck. It's gonna turn your land sideways to fucking kill him on turn 9. Yeah, it's not great. This is not a great card, but this is a something card. This is a card you could do something with. I wonder if anyone ever had any success fucking around with that, or if it actually really sucks and doesn't work out. I don't know. I haven't tried, but I look at this card and I'm like, maybe, maybe you could do something with this. I like this card. I think this card's pretty fucking cool. It was illustrated by Margaret Organ Keene, and the art is okay. His face is a little fucking dumb, but what the fuck ever. Uh, I guess I am ambivalent to the art, to be honest. It's okay. Um, the text box does way more to incite joy than the art does for this particular card, which is a pretty rare fucking feeling when you're talking about Fallen Empires, not gonna lie. But yeah, I think this card's actually pretty decent. Probably underrated at the time, but I don't know. I don't think I heard anyone talk about this, which is interesting. Yeah, I think this was underrated. Now again, I don't think this is good. Like this is not like Hymn to Tourach good, right? Or this is not like or Goblin Grenade good, right? I guess it is a 1/1 and it fucking dies to everything. Like the nice thing about the other ones are is like they're enchantments, you can get them out as long as it doesn't get like disenchanted, you're fine, whereas this has to fucking dodge everything. Yeah, I don't fucking know. So, let's move on. All right, so we have either 2 or 5 cards left, depending on how you want to look at it. This one is Thelonite Monk. It is a 1/2 Insect Monk Cleric, and it costs 4 mana. Man, that ability better be fucking hot. You can tap it and sacrifice a green creature to turn a target land into a basic forest. Mark changed land with a counter. Holy shit! It's a they brought back Gaia's Liege. Why do they keep making this card bad? This is such a fun idea, but the fucking Gaia's Liege sucks ass. It costs too much fucking mana. It comes down too fucking slow. You just can't fucking do anything with it. Man, this is so close to being good, but 4 mana for this, it's better. I mean, it's not as good because you can't swing in with a giant fucking Gaia's Liege because it doesn't power up based on the number of forests you have, but the real power of that is just fucking land screwing your opponent, right? Because if they're not in green, boom, fuck you, now you are. Oh, did you need that blue mana? Did you like that volcanic island? Well, fuck you, suck on a tree, dickhead. Um, I really like this effect, and I hate that it never became good. Um, I think this, I think this was the way to like create a green style control deck that didn't really rely on counter spells, but instead removal and fucking up on their lands and changing their lands. But people don't like their lands getting fucked with. You can't even fucking print land destruction without people pissing and shitting themselves anymore, which is fine, right? Like, far be it from me to tell you how to play a fucking game that you can play any way you want. And their market research has shown, right? Like, fuck if I know. But I like land destruction and I like cards that change lands. I think it adds a very interesting aspect to the game, and I do love this, but this does suck. It is not a good card. It's so fucking cool though. It's I wanted this to be good so bad, dude. Why does green have to suck so bad, man? It's just not fair. You print Time Twister and you can't even give green something cool. Fuck. I mean, to be fair, blue really sucks ass in this set too, so it's not like they're just picking on green anymore. They bullied the fuck out of blue too. Now black's their favorite baby. This is so cool though. Look at him. He's a mantis wizard or cleric, I guess. He's not a wizard, but he's a mantis cleric. Look at this thing. Oh man, it's a shame this isn't better. Fucking changing their lands, dude. That's such an interesting concept, right? Maybe I'm off base here. Tell me in the comments what you fucking think about green being able to turn shit, but this is very similar to Gaia's Liege. I'm putting that back up there so you can look at this phenomenal specimen one more time. This card also sucks. Don't want it to. I want it to be good, man. This was illustrated by Brian Walkwitz, and he did great. I love this art. The art makes me happy. The effect makes me happy. The mana cost does not make me happy. Although I understand why they were scared of this. They were afraid to make this effect too good because it could very easily snowball. But like, you fucking made him to Tourach, so you couldn't have been that scared of things that were good, right? I don't fucking know. Old man yells at clouds, I guess. Getting closer every day. But yeah, I guess that's really all I have to say about it. Just pining that it's not actually playable. It's a shame. It does have like the metalist fucking flavor text of all time though. As the climate worsened, some Thelonites turned to fertilizing with fresh blood in an attempt to keep Havenwood alive and growing. Padian Empires, Volume 3. See, that's fucking cool. That's fucking metal. Very, very awesome. That's really all I have to say about this. This card sucks. So, okay, so sucks might be a little harsh. But also, no, it's not. This card sucks. Let's move on to our last green card, which is a common, so we have 4 different arts to talk about. This is Thornthalid. Thornthalid is a 2/2 fungus that costs 1 and 2 green mana. Wow, 1 2 colored mana. First time we're seeing that mana cost in this set. What variety. During your upkeep, put a spore counter on Thornthalid. Wow, that's new. Remove 3 spore counters. You don't say. To have it deal 1 damage to any target. Holy shit, hell yeah. It's green burn. You can, it's a removal. Holy shit. That's pretty fucking good. Remove 3, fucking pow 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 pow. Uh, hell yeah. Green did get burned early in the day. They had shit like Hurricane and Hurricane. I can't think of anything other than Hurricane. Um, no, that's not true. There was also that fucking one in Legends, Icarian something that was almost cool, almost good, but again, they were afraid of it and niched it down so well that you can't ever fucking use it for anything. It's I forget what the fuck it's called, but it's on the screen. You can look at it. Anyways, this is interesting. Um, Pretty good in limited, right? Like everyone's fucking spewing out fucking 1/1s, right? They have the fucking you can hit their order of Liber with this or their order of the Ebon Hand. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy right up. You have infinite javelins. Well, you have one javelin every 3 turns. But as long as the game goes on forever, uh, yeah. Oh, Fallen Empires is a slog, man. Some people like it, and I do think it's pretty fun and more well designed than people give it credit for. But it is also a very specific style of play that you either like or you do not. I guess that's not true. I'm kind of in the middle. I'm kind of okay with it. Would not like to play. If every game of Magic I ever played was Fallen Empires, I probably still would not be playing Magic. Let's just say that. But I do enjoy it when I do play it. I don't know what else to fucking say about this. It's burned. It's fine. It's good and limited. It's not good enough anywhere else. It has flavor text though. The danger in cultivating massive plants caught the elves by surprise. Ha, funny. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 3. This one was illustrated by Daniel Gellin, and the art's pretty cool. It's by and large not my favorite Thalid art, but it's pretty alright. Still, we have 3 more arts to get through, and we are fucking really milking this fucking video, so let's just move on. Alright, so this Thorn Thalid was illustrated by Heather Hudson, and it has the flavor text: the cooling climate forced the elves to experiment with new food sources. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 1. Yeah, that's cool. Lore ties in with like Elvish Farmer and stuff like that. Uh, this art is kind of fucking interesting. I get more like fucking Mario Koopa or Bowser or fucking insect. Like that looks more like a proboscis. What the fuck is this thing? This thing doesn't look like a fucking moss thing. I like the art. It just doesn't feel like it fits. But what the fuck do I know? Yeah, I guess that's all I have to say about this. We have 2 more arts to get through, so we won't spend too much time on this one. Zoom. Alright, so this one was done by Jesper Meerfurs. I like this one. It's very, very minimalist, doesn't have too much fucking going for it. Kind of in and off, weird way, reminds me of Drew Tucker stuff. But yeah, I kind of like it. Looks kind of fucking spooky. I don't know which is worse, getting hit with those darts or having to watch them grow back. Orcish soldier. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So that's how they're pinging you, is they're fucking spewing thorns at you like a porcupine. I guess that makes the last art make a little bit more sense, but still, it feels like a weird combination of a bunch of things that aren't a fucking fungus, you know? Um, but yeah, this art's fine. Let's see the last one. Hey, your boy Mark Teaton fucking knocking it out of the park. Look at this bad boy. I don't see any fucking thorns on it, but like maybe they spew out of these or this or like wherever. Who gives a shit? At least it looks like a fucking fungus, right? Looks like some sort of fungus animal. Scholars still debate whether the Thalids were truly sentient. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 3. Yeah, we've talked about this. We had that discussion. We don't know. Maybe. Does that thing think? Go ask it, dude. I don't fucking care. Um yeah, the art's fine. But that's it. I don't really have anything else to say about this. Like being able to remove sport counters to ping down 1/1s in a set that's all about generating a fuckload of 1/1s is pretty fucking good in that specific set. Outside of this set, this is a fucking prodigal sorcerer with extra steps. I don't fucking know. Um it is a 2/2 instead of a 1/1, which I guess could be relevant. It's not a 1-to-1 comparison and just it's not strictly worse. It's just mostly worse. But that's it. That's all the green cards. We have talked about all of the colored cards in Fallen Empires. And man, it's only been like, well, I suck at this whole fucking talking to the camera shit, so I spent about 2 hours on every set. And hopefully I cut that down to under an hour because I fucking stumble on my words like a fucking moron. Um, but I don't know, maybe I have higher hopes. This one might fucking go on for a while. But yeah, that's it for the green cards. We are done talking about the green cards. And I'm of like two different minds on the green cards. Part of me thinks there's actually some pretty solid game pieces in here that you might be able to do something with and make green better than it was. And then part of me thinks like it doesn't fucking matter. Black and red got way better fucking pieces, and the gap just grew wider. I I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. I do kind of wanna try the fucking turn your lands into 2/3s though. That does actually seem pretty fucking sweet. Fungal Bloom with the Thorn Thallid is pretty fucking funny, but you're spending a lot of fucking mana to do that shit. Yeah, I don't know. Green kind of sucks. Kind of did in all of the sets back then, so it's not really anything new, which is a shame because green is really fucking interesting. I do really like the color, but it struggled in the early years, and this set is kind of no different. But I guess that's all I have to say about green cards. So all we have left are the artifacts and the lands. There's not too many of them, but there's enough for an interesting discussion. So let's talk about the artifacts, shall we? Okay, so we are finally to the artifacts. So I guess without further ado, let's talk about them. First we have Aleopile, or however the fuck you pronounce this. So this is part of a cycle, the boon cycle of artifacts. Basically, these are all based off of the original boon cycle: Ancestral Recall, Lightning Bolt, Healing Salve, Dark Ritual, and Giant Growth. So they all have effects that are like those cards. This one is based off of Lightning Bolt. So this is a rare, and you can pay 1, tap, sacrifice Aleopile to have it deal 2 damage to any target, and it costs 2 to cast. This is honestly pretty fucking good. It's not super good outside of limited because you just have, for the most part, better options unless you specifically want the artifact synergies for whatever reason. But dealing 2 damage to any target is pretty nice because most of the things in this set die to do damage. So when I reached out to people, this actually got mentioned. Not often, but somebody called out that it probably should have been mentioned more because it was actually pretty good and saw play, at least in some metas. So that's interesting. I don't think they're incorrect. I do think this is actually pretty good, especially if you don't have access to all the really busted cards, right? I don't really have too much more to say about it though. Just being able to deal 2 damage to any target is great. Like you can hit most of the creatures, you can hit someone for 2 damage, which probably isn't enough to do anything, but if they only got 2 life, it certainly is. It is an interesting name though. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it properly. It does have some flavor text here, so I guess we'll go over that. Although fragile, the Aleopile could be quite destructive. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 1. But like I said, this is pretty solid, and I guess you can see that because it saw some Pro Tour play, right? That's pretty good sign that it was at least pretty fucking decent, right? But I really don't have anything else to say about it. It's just a thing that deals damage to any target. That's really good, I guess. We'll just move on. This was illustrated by Heather Hudson, and the art is cool, but nothing special. So let's just continue on. To Balm of Restoration, another artifact, obviously. This one costs 2 mana to cast. And you can pay 1, tap this, sacrifice Balm of Restoration to gain 2 life or prevent up to 2 damage to any player or creature. This is the healing salve of the artifact boon cycle. And this is also honestly pretty decent. It's nowhere near as good as the damage dealing one because gaining life is worse than dealing damage. But this does have some niche applications. Although I do think this one suffers more from the being on board than the damage one does. Obviously, if it's on board, your opponent can see it and they can plan around it, yada yada yada. You can still make use of damage, regardless of if they can fucking see that it's coming. it's a lot harder to find a valuable time to use Balm of Restoration because it's on board, right? And it's specifically countering an action your opponent can do, and why would your opponent do that if they knew you would counter it? Well, because they don't care that you're countering it, right? Which means they're baiting you out. It's a whole fucking thing. There are mind games around something like this, and that's not to say this is never a fucking pain in the ass, because it will prevent them from doing a specific thing that they want to. And it does go back to the threat of something is better than the actual thing itself. But if you wanted an effect like this, you're just way better off playing an actual healing self. This is honestly pretty crap. But it isn't unusable. It does have some flavor text here, so we'll talk about that. Not all armies enjoyed the service of a medic. For them, Balm of Restoration was that much more valuable. Yeah, sure, alright, makes sense. Um, I guess that is a advantage to this. You don't have to play white to play this, but again, that's not quite as advantageous as not having to be in red to play a direct damage spell, in my opinion. This was illustrated by Margaret Organ Keene, and it's alright. I don't particularly like it, but it's fine. I don't have any real issues with the art. I just don't really give a shit. Let's move on. This card's not impressive and not really worth talking about. Yo, Conchorn. Conchorn is an artifact that costs, you guessed it, 2 fucking mana, and you can pay 1, tap and sacrifice Conchorn to draw 2 cards, then put any 1 card from your hand back on top of your library. Ooh boy. Man, they really, really don't like having you draw cards. This is decent. As you can see, it didn't have any Pro Tour play. And I don't blame them because it's not all that great. One, putting the card back on top of your library is pretty fucking awful. You can, like, when you use this, you do draw 2 cards, right? And you can put something on top of your library that you will not be using this turn, and there is some value there, but then it does kind of break your next draw if you're not planning on using that thing that turn. This would be way better if you could put something to the bottom of the library, because then you could ditch something. It is nice. The card you put back doesn't have to be one of the 2 you drew. It could be any of your cards, which is nice, but it's still kind of shit, honestly. It's 3 mana and a card to draw a card, so it's not even technically card advantage. It's just you're net neutral in card advantage, right? So this is worse than it looks, in my opinion. It's not great. It does have some flavor text here, I guess we can talk about. Even the most skilled of modern mages only partially understand the Conchorn's awesome powers. Ooh, yes. Only even the most only partially understand. What's there to understand? It's fucking a nothing burger. It doesn't do shit. This was illustrated by Phil Foglio, and this is far from my favorite Phil work, but I still like it. It's good. It's honestly kind of one of his more serious pictures, which is fine. I don't have an issue with him doing that. And it is pretty well done, but it's still, I don't know. Maybe I'm just turned off by how shit the card is, because it doesn't really do anything, honestly. Like I said, it's kind of filtering, kind of not, because you don't actually filter anything. It's kind of card draw, but kind of not, because it gives you 1 card and costs a card. I don't get why it just doesn't let you draw 2 cards. That would still technically only be 1 card advantage. Yeah, let's move on. There's not much to say about this one. This is obviously part of the cycle, I guess I should say that. It's the Ancestral Recall, and the probably the biggest disappointment to its parent. Everyone else is like, you kind of accomplished something, and this just fell far from the tree, man. Anyway, let's move on. Alright, so next we have Delif's Cone. This is an artifact that costs 0. Holy shit, it's gonna be busted. Tap and sacrifice Delif's Cone. Oh, this is gonna be good. If target creature you control attacks and is not blocked, you may choose to gain its power in life. If you do so, it deals no damage to opponent this turn. Okay, so it sucks. Darn. Uh This has the very cool niche of being a zero cost spell if you have like fucking like you could I guess play this in fucking CEDH where you can't play a critical mass of like good zero cost spells for your stupid fucking storm strat or whatever. But otherwise, this thing is just fucking dog water, man. Where is it written that beasts must cause pain? Delith. Ponderings. I don't know what the fuck that has to do. Well, okay, I guess it does have to do with it gaining life and not dealing damage. Shit. Okay, cool. Super flavorful. So this is interesting. The entire reason this card exists is because Delif's Cone is an anagram for Don Felice. And they absolutely needed to do this because Feldon's Cane was supposed to be an anagram for Don Felice's Cone, but they fucked it up when they made the art because it was supposed to be an ice cone, but it came back as a cane, so they changed the name to Feldon's Cane, and thus the anagram didn't work. So this card super had to exist. Why a magic card needed to be an anagram of Don Felice is above my pay grade, but that's pretty much the entire reason this card exists. So that's cool. So the anagram of Don Felice created two magic characters in lore, both Feldon and Delif. To be fair, they've done stuff with Feldon, and I can't, for the life of me, remember them ever doing anything with Delif. I have no idea who the fuck Delif is. Maybe he's in a book. I don't fucking know. Who cares? This card sucks. There's really not anything to say about it. Life gain on its own is pretty terrible. This is just way worse life gain because you don't deal the damage and get the life. Life on its own kind of sucks, and you have to sacrifice it. So it's a negative card advantage to do basically fucking nothing. Because if you could swing in and deal damage, why on earth would you decide not to do that? Especially in this meta. I just don't fucking get it. This is just a bad card. It was illustrated by Mark Teeden, and the art is pretty awesome. I do like the art, but I don't have anything nice to say about the card. So let's just move on. Oh yeah, it's a common, but there is only one art for it, so that's cool. That's pretty rare for a common. Next we have Delif's Cube. Hell yeah. This one costs 1 mana, so you know it's probably not good. You can pay 2, tap. If target creature you control attacks and is not blocked, it deals no damage to opponent. Oh good, we're doing this again. Instead, put a cube counter on Delif's Cube. 2. Remove a cube counter to regenerate a target creature. I mean, it's better than the cone, I guess. Uh, Regenerate is pretty good, but you would dump 4 mana and be able to do this every other turn, basically. Or you could stockpile it until you need to and then do it multiple times in a turn, yada yada. I don't think you can activate the activated ability of a. Now, the rules have changed. You can do this now, but I think at the time, and I'll check this and we'll say whether I was correct or not in the little fucking editing box below me. But at the time, I do not think you could activate the ability of a tapped artifact. So if you had tapped it to put a cube counter on it, you couldn't activate it that turn until it had untapped. Um, cool. Good card. It's a rare, and it's on the reserve list. So don't worry, they're never gonna reprint this. It's a shit card. Let's just move on to Draconian Silex. This is a rare. It is an artifact that costs 3 mana, and you can pay 2 mana and tap it to discard a card at random from your hand to regenerate a target creature. That's pretty shit. That's card disadvantage to regenerate a creature. If it wasn't a random card, I would say there's some niche place for this, but like, are you really gonna gamble on like your card quality has got to be pretty fucking ass in order to be like, yeah, I'll gamble everything in my fucking hand. There's nothing in here that I absolutely need, but you have something on the board valuable enough to like ditch a card to save. Interesting. This sucks. Is regeneration is pretty powerful. Like it's hard to like understand because it doesn't get used anymore. So if you only play like modern Magic, you probably don't quite grasp how good regeneration can be. But if they have regeneration and you block something and it trades, they get their thing back. That's just bad for you. If you fucking lightning bolt something and they regenerate, that's just bad for you. But if they, ditch another fucking card to save it, it's less bad, especially since they dumped, well, 5 mana to save that one thing. But they can do it again as long as they have cards in hand, and as long as they don't play anything ever again, they can do this once a turn with no issues. Because we haven't seen any actual card advantage in this set yet. Spoiler, there is some. It's not good. This was illustrated by Edward P. Beard Jr., and like all of his stuff in this set, the art's fucking great. This is really good. I really like it. The card sucks, though. It's not a good card. There is an Acacian proverb on this card, though. There is no gain without sacrifice. Yeah, sure, that's true, but, like, you should only sacrifice things you're willing to sacrifice, and the gains should be, like, worth it. Which, arguably, they can be. This card sucks, though. Do not play this card. Card advantage is really fucking good, right? Card advantage is really good. So to ditch cards, you gotta have a real good reason. And if you have a specific thing that just eats fucking removal and you like this is probably okay in graveyard decks maybe, but like what if you discard your like reanimate or your regrowth or whatever the fuck you're trying to use to like do your graveyard shit? I say reanimate, but I mean fucking soul siphon or animate dead, right? Like it's if it was discard a card, this would actually have some sort of niche use. The fact that it's discard a card at random just makes it trash. It's just garbage. Let's just move on. I mean, man, we're fucking flying through these. Thank God they're all terrible. Well, then we have Elven Lyre. This is the green, the giant growth part of the boon cycle. So that's pretty cool. It is an artifact that costs 2 mana, like the rest of the cycle, and you can pay 1, tap and sacrifice Elven Lyre to give target creature +2/+2 until end of turn. This is decent. It's certainly not great. I would probably put this slightly better than the Balm of Healing one or whatever the fuck that was called. I'm not impressed with it, to be honest, but I could see some use cases for this. It does have the advantage of being like threat on the table, right? So like it can really clog up your opponent's blocking choices. So that's a positive of this. But that's kind of the only positive of this I can think of. The art's pretty good though. Kasha Folio did this, and I like it. There's flavor text here. I guess we'll talk about that. Scholars are uncertain whether it was the actual sound or some other magical property of the Elven Lyre that transformed its player. Huh, neat. That's cool. Goes with what it's doing. Very neat, very cool. It's a rare. It's not a good card. Not a good card. Let's move on. All right, next we have Implements of Sacrifice. This is the last of the boon artifact reference cycle. This one, like the rest of them, is an artifact that costs 2 mana. You can pay 1, tap, and sacrifice Implements of Sacrifice to add 2 mana of any one color to your mana pool. Play this ability as an interrupt. So this one is Dark Ritual. And honestly, I think this one is grossly underrated. I think this card is actually pretty fucking sweet. It is ramp, sort of, right? Like you do have to pay 3 mana in to get 2 mana, and on the turn you use it, you are just up 1 mana, but you are up 1 mana the turn that you use it, and it's 2 mana of any color. So this is both pretty decent color fixing for a one shot, and also it is like it's not. You have to. I mean, I get it's ramp, but it's not, right? Like you get a burst of mana, and burst ramp is generally not as good as not burst ramp, but like Dark Ritual is really fucking good. And obviously this is nowhere near as strong as Dark Ritual. And I think part of the reason this was underestimated is because Dark Ritual was legal for a long time after this. And also, like, this is still the time when you could see Moxen across the table from you, right? Like, if you have access to Moxen and Black Lotus, this fucking sucks. But I do think when those cards are banned, this actually is pretty fucking good, honestly. 2 mana of any color, like, you could set this up and hold up 1 mana and counterspell something. That's pretty good. I don't know. I, I really like this card. I think it's better than people give it credit for, and nobody fucking mentioned this card. And I was really shocked that nobody talked about this card at all. I think this card's decent. Obviously, again, it's not as good as like fucking Soul Ring and Mana Crypt and Mana Vault, and there's a fucking pile of cards that are way better at the time if you want a fucking mana boost. But it is also kind of better than those because it gives you colored mana, which is way more rare, especially if you don't have a Black Lotus or the Moxen. I really like this card. I think it's really good. I rate this one pretty highly. In limited, yeah, sure. If you get this, use it for sure. It can boost you at a later turn by 1 mana, which isn't a lot, but it is a lot. You drop this on turn 2, turn 3 you get 4 mana, right? It's pretty fucking decent, assuming you hit all your land drops. Again, it depends. I don't think it's like busted in limited or anything like that. But I do think it's better than people give it credit for. That's I'll get off my soapbox about this. There isn't too much more to say about it, but I think it's pretty fucking good, man. Um, yeah, let's talk about the flavor text. Relics of the Order of the Ebon Hand. The bowl and dagger bespeak the hideous cruelty of its rituals. Yeah, yeah. This was illustrated by Margaret Organ Keane, and the art is fine. The bowl cut is pretty fucking hilarious. But yeah, I don't really have anything else to say about the art. The art is fine. I don't hate it. I don't love it. It's perfectly acceptable. I think this card is better than people give it credit for. That's all I have to say. Let's move on. Holy shit, it's card advantage. Welcome to Ring of Renewal. It costs 5 mana to cast it, and then you only got to pay another 5 mana to tap this and discard a card at random from your hand, but you get to draw 2 cards. This is the first time you use it. This is net 0 because you discard a card and you use the card to get the card, so your hand is at the same spot that it was before you cast this, but this is not in your hand anymore, and then you can do it again, and that time you're +1. And all it costs you to do that is 15 mana and possibly discarding cards that you did not want to discard. This is a bad card. Don't fucking play this card. This is just not good. Do not. Uh, but it draws a card, and all it costs is fucking 10 mana. It's on the reserved list. This is bad. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. This card is bad. To the uninitiated, the Ring of Renewal is merely an oddity. For those fluent in the wielding of magic, however, it is a source of great knowledge. Yeah, I keep telling yourself that, buddy. This was illustrated by Douglas Schuler, and the art is pretty fucking sweet. I like Douglas's work. I like this one. I think the card sucks, though. What's the next card? Oh, it's Spirit Shield. All right, by the way, we're on the last 2 artifacts. We're getting near the end, and they are both pseudo equipment, or I guess proto equipment would probably be the better term. They're both proto equipment. This is before the equipment card type or subtype existed, and so how this works is you can pay 3 mana for it and puts it on the field, and then you can pay 2 mana and tap this, and then target creature gets +0/+2 as long as Spirit Shield remains tapped. So that is basically equipping it. And then you can choose not to untap it during your untap phase. So to unequip it, you have to untap it during your upkeep phase. It's decent. It's not great. Certainly not like competitively viable. And toughness is worse than power. But as far as equipment at the time goes, this is okay, I guess. The equipment cost is fine. This does not do anything. So it's not a good card, but it's fine. I like it. I like the concept of it, and they were playing it safe. They were pretty scared of a lot of concepts that I don't think they should have been, but it does make sense when, concepts that they weren't scared of blew up in their fucking face, right? So, who's to say? It does have some flavor text here. At times, survival must outweigh all other considerations. Very cool. And this is a rare, so I guess they did think it was powerful or worthy of being rare. Maybe it's just because it's a rare artifact and has its rarity is flavor based in this set, I think, which I disagree with. I guess it's fine if you're trying to tell a story. It's not like they designed this to be a good draft set. And quite honestly, it does play pretty well for like the level of consideration that went into balance in this set, which was like fucking zero would be my guess. It was illustrated by Scott Kirshner, and the art is pretty cool. It's far from my favorite, but it's not bad. But I don't really have anything else to say about this. Let's talk about the sister to this card, or brother, whatever, the twin to this card. It's the same thing, but it does attack. Yeah, so this is Zaylon's sword. It's basically the same thing. Costs 3. It's an artifact. Oh, the equip cost is higher. I didn't realize that. You can pay 3 and tap this, and target creature gets +2/+0 as long as Zaylon's sword remains tapped. You may choose not to untap Zaylon's sword as normal during your untap phase. I was gonna say this is just kind of not strictly better, but mostly better. But then I noticed that you got to pay 3 to equip this. It's still probably better, but it's not quite as better as it would have been. This was also illustrated by Scott Kirshner, and the art on this one is pretty fucking cool too. I like that it's the same guy, or angel or creature or whatever the fuck you want to call it. The glowing sword is pretty cool, and I do like the particular art style, and I do really like this art style on an artifact because it kind of fades into the artifact border. That's pretty cool. Yeah, this kind of sucks. It's better than the shield, I think, even with costing more to tap, but power is generally better than toughness. But yeah, that's it for the artifacts. Oh yeah, there's flavor text. No sheath shall hold what finds its home in flesh. Ooh, very is r/I am very badass, eh? Yeah, that's it. That's all the artifacts. Most of them are honestly pretty fucking bad. Yeah, Aliophile and Implements of Sacrifice are the only two that I would even consider playing. I think those two are pretty good. This set is bad. It's not as bad as people say, but this set is bad. Oh man, hilarious. But that's all we got for the artifacts. Now we got the lands, and the lands are basically a couple cycles plus one extra. So we are gonna do that a little bit different. I'm gonna talk about the cycle as a whole, and then we'll go over the arts and gush about that and any flavor text they might have. I can't fucking remember for the life of me. Let's stop talking about the artifacts and talk about the lands. Yes, we're gonna talk about the lands now. Like I said, they're basically 2 cycles of lands plus an extra land. So we aren't going to quite talk about these in the same order we talked about everything else. And instead, we're going to open up with the odd one out, just so that the format doesn't change immediately. And we are going to talk about Rainbow Veil. Rainbow Veil is pretty fucking interesting, honestly. This is a very cool card as far as design space goes, but also it kind of sucks. It's not good. So, Rainbow Veil, you can tap it to add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool, and then control of Rainbow Veil passes to opponent at end of turn. And in situations like Commander, you choose the opponent, I guess, which is interesting. And that's kind of what this is. This is a multiplayer card, right? Like, you probably don't want to play this in 1v1 unless you're playing very, very casual games. I do kind of like the idea of a format where every land in your deck is Rainbow Veil. I think that would be fucking fun. That would be interesting to see what kind of decks get built if every land in your deck is Rainbow Veil. Yeah, I think that would be interesting. But that's really all I have to say about this. Oh, this does have flavor text. I said they didn't have flavor text. Rainbow Veil has flavor text. In the feudal days of Acacia, finding the Rainbow Veil was often the goal of knights' quests. Oh, it's like the Fountain of Youth. How cool. Actually, the art kind of looks like the Fountain of Youth. That's neat. That's another card. That's probably on screen. This was illustrated by Kaja Folio, and it's pretty good. It's a pretty interesting card. The art is really cool. It's a fun card. I like that cards like this exist, but it's not, like, good. As for would you play this in limited? Maybe. If you were The problem is in limited you'd only get one, so it's not like you could be like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking play 5 color now with my fucking Rainbow Veil. So no, you probably would not play this in limited. That being said, a fun little thing that I heard about while I reached out to old players is something that some players would do is they would play Rainbow Veil and they would activate it, give it to their opponent, and then they would use that to activate their Felwar Stone. Because if you give your opponent a Rainbow Veil while you have a Felwar Stone, now your Felwar Stone taps for all 5 colors of magic. Uh, that's not like a good strategy, but I do think it's really fucking hilarious. I really like that creativity. That's really fun. But yeah, that's Rainbow Veil. I like it. It's a good card. Well, it is a good card. It's not a strong card. It's not a competitive card. It's a fun card. It's a great design. It's more interesting and hilarious than most things in this set, and I think it deserves some admiration for that. But let's talk about the storage lands next, huh? Let's talk about the storage lands. Okay, so we are almost done. We just have 2 groups of lands to talk about. And let's start with the storage lands. So we have the storage lands. We have Bottomless Pit, Dwarven Hold, Hollow Trees, Acacian Store, and Sand Silos. All of these cards are basically the same. There's just one for each color, and they all say comes into play tapped. You may choose not to untap card name until your untap phase and instead put a storage counter on it. Tap, remove any number of storage counters from card name. For each storage counter removed, add mana of that color to your mana pool. So these are interesting. These are pretty decent, at least at the time, with the slow pace of play. Like these often get made fun of, but I kind of like them. Bottomless Pit is probably the best one, specifically because of the card I've mentioned a million fucking times, Drain Life. Drain Life is the only X spell at the time that actually gives a shit what color the mana is, and Bottomless Pit is the color of that color. But the rest of them are all perfectly fine. Green is also probably pretty good, and red is also. Red might be better than green because red has a lot of X spells, and you might as well be making the color of your X spells, even if it doesn't particularly care about the color of mana. But these cards are actually pretty good. They definitely don't hold up today, right? Like if you were playing any competitive format, even standard, these just probably are not fast or good enough. Not that I know enough about standard to really be talking about it, but I can assume they aren't good enough there. I probably wouldn't run them in constructed though, because at the time, especially with there not being type 1 or type 2, there's a shitload of fucking land destruction. There's 5 different land destruction spells in alpha. There's Sinkhole, there's Ice Storm, there's Stone Rain, there is Armageddon, and Kudzu. Land destruction as a deck was a style at the time, so they are definitely risky to put so many eggs in one basket, and that could definitely end up stuck in for you. But any meta where there isn't land destruction, these are kind of fine. Like this limited. These are pretty good in limited if you get your hands on them. That being said, they are rares. All 5 of these are rare cards. So you probably won't see them. But if you do see one, they're probably worth playing. Even better if it's in your colors. But yeah, these get kind of ha-ha'd at, but they're okay. Again, not great in old school or constructed because land destruction exists and does get played. Commander is probably the safest place to play something like this if you are going to play cards like this. But yeah, they're perfectly acceptable. They're perfectly fine cards to play in the right metas, which is limited and low power commander. Or kitchen table if you have a no land destruction or a gentleman's agreement to not blow up each other's storage lands. But yeah, I guess that's all I really have to say on them. They're better than they look, and also worse because of land destruction. And these were all illustrated by Pat Morrissey, or Pat Lewis, as Scryfall is saying his name is, but all of the cards are credited as Pat Morrissey, so I don't really know what the deal is there. But these are the first cards that Pat has illustrated. These pieces are fantastic. Bottomless Vault is especially fantastic. I really enjoy that one. Sand Silos is pretty fucking cool. Dwarven Hold, very. Yeah, I'm just gonna name them all and say they're all cool. I really like all of these. Bottomless Vault is probably my favorite, but the rest of them are all equally good in my eyes. I like these. I like these cards. I think they're interesting. I think they're fun. I think they're a good idea. But that's really all I have to say about them. All of the art is fantastic. I like these cards, and they have cool names. So, without further ado, let us talk about the last of the lands in Fallen Empires with the. I actually don't know what the nickname of these are. They, these ones Dwarven Runes, Ebon Stronghold, Havenwood Battleground, Runes of Trocaire, and Sevelunite Temple are a cycle of lands that come into play tapped, and you can tap them to create a mana of the color, or you can tap and sacrifice them to add 2 of that color. I don't think these need to come into play tapped, but that might be a mistake. Crystal Vein is a card that came out, I think, in Mirage, that is like this but colorless, but it doesn't come into play tapped. And that thing is kind of crazy busted. Not like Ancient Tomb crazy busted, but it is pretty busted because you can make 2 mana with it the first turn it comes down. So maybe these do need to come into play tapped, but them coming into play tapped kind of kills them. But they're also not bad. Mark Poole did these. The art is fantastic on these as well. Dwarven Runes, awesome. Ebon Stronghold, super fucking good. Havenwood Battleground, fantastic. Look at that with those skulls. That's just fucking messed up in such a cool way. Runes of Trocaire is fantastic. Sevelunite Temple is probably the weakest entry here, and even that one is still pretty fucking good. But yeah, these are the lands of the set, and honestly, they're kind of a pretty powerful showing. The lands and legends, fucking awful. Uh, the lands in the dark, don't even remember what land. That was Mesa Ith and oh yeah, Sorrow's Path. Uh, the dark had Maze of Ith, which was good, but beyond that, the rest were anywhere from mid to terrible. I think this is the strongest land showing we've seen since fucking Antiquities, which had really fucking good lands. So that's nice to see the turnaround a little bit. Which is also interesting. You never hear Fallen Empires get credit for the fact that the lands are a little bit better than the lands in the sets before it. Fucking Legends lands were so awful, everyone forgot they existed. And other than Maze of Ith, the Dark didn't have much to fucking stand on either. These are all, I would argue, pretty fucking balanced from the perspective of the fact that it's a depowered set, which, again, it was a depowered set before we even had Standard. There's no Type 2. These cards were just worse, but could be played with the cards that were better, and you couldn't fucking get, so I can understand why people, especially people from around that time, either fucking loved or hated Fallen Empires. Either Fallen Empires was their entrance into Magic and they have an appreciation for it, or they were there from before and just watching their game get shittier. Both perspectives are valid, of course, and it's just kind of interesting. I like these cards. I do wish they didn't come into play tapped. You'd still see them played today, and this set probably would have had a lot more fucking value to it, even with the massive fucking overprinting. But it is what it is. Okay, Fallen Empires. This set is wild. The lore is really interesting, and it's very apparent how interesting the lore is because the cards themselves just drip with lore. Most of the cards have some type of flavor text, and even the ones that don't, the way that they're titled and the way they fit with the story and the mechanical cohesion with what's going on. Well, maybe not mechanical cohesion, but everything else is just very lore heavy. The narrative is well designed and well presented. But beyond the lore, this is really the first set that dives into the idea of investing into something more to get advantage later. Because all the cards kind of suck when you play them at first, and then if they stick around and don't get removed, then they eventually become a problem. It's actually not all that dissimilar from how Planeswalker cards work mechanically, if you think about it. Obviously, there are some differences, but the main idea of it being something that you put down and then protect and then get massive benefit from over the course of a game versus massive benefit immediately. Personally, I find that kind of interesting. Whether you enjoy that kind of gameplay or not is something personal, and I'll leave that up to you to decide, but that's how it is. The cards themselves work together well for the most part. They're all kind of interlocked in strategy. A lot of this has to do with token generation or sacrificing specific creature types, whether it be thralls or saprolings, stuff like that. But there is a large amount of cohesion between the cards, and that's very interesting and honestly pretty cool. However, the cards themselves are not strong, and they not only encourage slow play and a large accumulation of resources and not really being able to do much about your opponent, but they mostly force it. There is very little in the way of efficient removal. There is very little flying or any other kind of evasion, and there's like zero meta diversity. Every color basically plays the same way. Now, granted, like green and black are more like sacrificing tokens, but pretty much every color has some level of sacrifice, and they all have tokens and counters. It's just there's very little to distinguish between the colors themselves. And that's not to say there are no powerful cards, but the powerful cards themselves are mostly problematic. Hymn to Tourach is just kind of awful. Like, I enjoy the card, and I think it's great if you're playing with powerful cards. It offends me about as much as Mind Twist does. So. But it is problematically strong compared to everything else in the set. But again, this is a depowering set, right? They like specifically were like, okay, we gotta control how good these cards are. So we have to start lowering the power down. But this is before there were any sort of variants or formats. All there was vintage. The format vintage today is the only way to play at the time for most people. There is some people playing like draft and limited and sealed. Sealed is mostly a tournament thing at the time, but for the most part, there were two ways to play with these cards. There was either you were a poor kid that didn't have access to anything else because you were a kid, and so these were the cards that you had available to you, or you didn't really play with these cards because you had access to the previous cards that were just, for the most part, better, other than stuff like Hymn to Tourach. Board complexity is much higher in this set than it was in previous sets, but it almost feels like complexity for the sake of complexity. It doesn't feel like having tokens and counters on every creature makes the game more interesting or even really more complex. It just kind of makes the game more confusing and difficult to track. Obviously, that's a personal opinion, but I mean, this whole video is my personal opinion, so yeah, that's how I feel about it. But because of all this, it's really understandable to me that some people love this set and others hate it. I can't really make up my mind about this set. There are parts of it that I hate and parts of it that I love. While going through the cards, it was a constant whiplash between being excited about some card effects and just how unique and interesting they were, and just being burnt out on how similar and stupid some of the other cards were. Up until now, I haven't looked through a set that has felt as creatively full, yet equally creatively bankrupt. This set is kind of a paradox to me, and after all this time, I still have no idea if I actually like it or not. Yeah, I guess the only other thing I really want to say about this set is that it's often credited with almost ending Magic. But I would counteract that by saying that it's probably responsible for why Magic survived as long as it has. So many people that love Magic got into it as kids because Fallen Empires was so cheap and available that they could play the game. I think it's wonderful that so many people got to experience this game simply because Fallen Empire packs were less than $1 in a bin at their grocery store. That's pretty cool. But yeah, sorry if you were expecting some sort of grand understanding and some sort of way to feel and think about this set, but I don't have the answers. I can't decide if I like the set or not. I love it and I hate it for so many reasons. I guess I'm just here to say that I've wasted hours of your life for no conclusion. Sorry. Hope you have a magical day.